Chapter 33 of The Princess Casamassima. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The house in Madeira Crescent was a low, stucco-fronted edifice in a shabby, shallow semicircle, and Hyacinth could see, as they approached it, that the window place in the parlour, which was on a level with the street door, was ornamented by a glass case containing stuffed birds, and surmounted by an alabaster Cupid. He was sufficiently versed in his London to know that the descent in the scale of the gentility was almost immeasurable for a person who should have moved into that quarter from the neighbourhood of Park Lane. The street was not squalid, and it was strictly residential, but it was mean and meagre and fourth-rate, and had in the highest degree that paltry parochial air, that absence of style and elevation which is the stamp of whole districts of London, and which Hyacinth had already more than once mentally compared with the high-piled, important look of the Parisian perspective. It possessed in combination every quality which should have made it detestable to the princess. It was almost as bad as Lomax Place. As they stopped before the narrow, ill-painted door, on which the number of the house was marked with a piece of common porcelain cut into fanciful shape, it appeared to Hyacinth that he had felt, in their long walk, the touch of the passion which led his companion to divest herself of her superfluities, but that it would take the romantic out of one's heroism to settle oneself in such a mesquin Philistine row. However, if the princess had wished to mortify the flesh, she had chosen an effective means of doing so, and of mortifying the spirit as well. The long light of the grey summer evening was still in the air, and Madeira Crescent wore a soiled, dusty expression. A hand-organ droned in front of a neighbouring house, and the cart of the local washerwoman, to which a donkey was harnessed, was drawn up opposite. The local children, as well, were dancing on the pavement to the music of the organ, and the scene was surveyed, from one of the windows, by a gentleman in a dirty dressing-gown, smoking a pipe, who made Hyacinth think of Mr. Micawber. The young man gave the princess a deep look before they went into the house, and she smiled, as if she understood everything that was passing in his mind. The long circuitous walk with her, from the far-away south of London, had been strange and delightful. It reminded Hyacinth, more queerly than he could have expressed, of some of the rambles he had taken on summer evenings with Millicent Henning. It was impossible to resemble this young lady less than the princess resembled her, but in her enjoyment of her unwonted situation, she had never before on a summer's evening, to the best of Hyacinth's belief at least, lost herself in the unfashionable districts on the arm of a seedy artisan. The distinguished personage exhibited certain coincidences with the shop-girl. She stopped, as Millicent had done, to look into the windows of vulgar establishments, and amused herself with picking out abominable objects that she should like to possess, selecting them from a new point of view, that of a reduced fortune and the domestic arrangements of the lower middle class, deriving extreme diversion from the idea that she now belonged to that aggrieved body. She was in a state of light, fresh, sociable exhilaration, which Hyacinth had hitherto, in the same degree, not seen in her, and before they reached Madeira Crescent, it had become clear to him that her present phase was little more than a brilliant tour de force, which he could not imagine her keeping up long, for the simple reason that after the novelty and strangeness of the affair had passed away, she would not be able to endure the contact of so much that was common and ugly. For the moment her discoveries in this line diverted her, as all discoveries did, and she pretended to be sounding, in a scientific spirit, that of the social philosopher, the student and critic of manners, the depths of British Philistia. Hyacinth was struck, more than ever, with the fund of life that was in her, the energy of feeling, the high, free, reckless spirit. These things expressed themselves, as the couple proceeded, in 100 sallies and droll proposals, kindling the young man's pulses and making him conscious of the joy with which, in any extravagance, he would bear her company to the death. She appeared to him at this moment to be playing with life so audaciously and defiantly that the end of it all would inevitably be some violent catastrophe. She desired exceedingly that Hyacinth should take her to a music hall or a coffee tavern. She even professed a curiosity to see the inside of a public house. As she still had self-possession enough to remember that if she stayed out beyond a certain hour Madame Grandoni would begin to worry about her, they were obliged to content themselves with the minor lark, as the Princess was careful to designate their peep into an establishment, glittering with polished pewter and brass, which bore the name of the Happy Land. Hyacinth had feared that she would be nervous after the narrow, befingered door had swung behind her, or that at all events she would be disgusted at what she might see and hear in such a place, and would immediately wish to retreat. By good luck, however, there were only 2 or 3 convivial spirits in occupancy, and the presence of the softer sex was apparently not so rare as to excite surprise. The softer sex, furthermore, was embodied in a big, hard, red woman, the publican's wife, who looked as if she were in the habit of dealing with all sorts and mainly interested in seeing whether even the finest put down their money before they were served. The Princess pretended to "have something," and to admire the ornamentation of the bar, and when Hyacinth asked her in a low tone what disposal they should make, when the great changes came, of such an embarrassing type as that, replied offhand, "Oh, drown her in a barrel of beer." She professed, when they came out, to have been immensely interested in the Happy Land, and was not content until Hyacinth had fixed an evening on which they might visit a music hall together. She talked with him, largely, by fits and starts, about his adventures abroad and his impressions of France and Italy, breaking off suddenly with some irrelevant but almost extravagantly appreciative allusion to Rose Muniment and Lady Aurora; then returning with a question as to what he had seen and done, the answer to which, however, in many cases she was not at pains to wait for. Yet it implied that she had paid considerable attention to what he told her that she should be able to say towards the end, with that fraternizing frankness which was always touching because it appeared to place her at one's mercy, to show that she counted on one's having an equal loyalty. "Well, my dear friend, you have not wasted your time. You know everything. You have missed nothing. There are lots of things you can tell me, and we shall have some famous talks in the winter evening." This last reference was apparently to the coming season, and there was something in the tone of quiet friendship with which it was uttered, and which seemed to involve so many delightful things, something that for Hyacinth bound them still closer together. To live out of the world with her that way, lost among the London millions, in a queer little cockneyfied retreat, was a refinement of intimacy, and better even than the splendid chance he had enjoyed at Medley. They found Madame Grandoni sitting alone in the twilight, very patient and peaceful, and having, after all, it was clear, accepted the situation too completely to fidget at such a trifle as her companion's not coming home at a ladylike hour. She had placed herself in the back part of the tawdry little drawing-room, which looked into a small, smutty garden, and from the front window, which was open, the sound of the hurdy-gurdy and the voices of the children, who were romping to its music, came in to her through the summer dusk. The influence of London was there, in a kind of mitigated far-away hum, and for some reason or other, at that moment, the place, to Hyacinth, took on the semblance of the home of an exile, a spot and an hour to be remembered with a throb of fondness in some danger or sorrow of after years. The old lady never moved from her chair as she saw the Princess come in with the little bookbinder, and her eyes rested on Hyacinth as familiarly as if she had seen him go out with her in the afternoon. The Princess stood before Madame Grandoni a moment, smiling. "I have done a great thing. What do you think I have done?" she asked, as she drew off her gloves. "God knows. I have ceased to think," said the old woman, staring up, with her fat, empty hands on the arms of her chair. "I have come on foot from the far south of London. How many miles? 4 or 5, and I'm not a particle tired." "Che forza, che forza!" murmured Madame Grandoni. "She will knock you up completely," she added, turning to Hyacinth with a kind of customary compassion. "Poor darling, she misses the carriage," Christina remarked, passing out of the room. Madame Grandoni followed her with her eyes, and Hyacinth thought he perceived a considerable lassitude, a plaintive bewilderment and hébétement in the old woman's face. "Don't you like to use cabs—I mean hansoms?" he asked, wishing to say something comforting to her. "It is not true that I miss anything. My life is only too full," she replied. "I lived worse than this, in my bad days." In a moment she went on. "It's because you are here. She doesn't like Assunta to come." "Assunta? Because I am here?" Hyacinth did not immediately catch her meaning. "You must have seen her Italian maid at Medley. She has kept her, and she's ashamed of it. When we are alone, Assunta comes for her bonnet. But she likes you to think she waits on herself." "That's a weakness, when she's so strong. And what does Assunta think of it?" Hyacinth asked, looking at the stuffed birds in the window, the alabaster Cupid, the wax flowers on the chimney-piece, the florid antimacassars on the chairs, the sentimental engravings on the walls in frames of papier-mâché, and the composition, some of them enveloped in pink tissue paper, and the prismatic glass pendants which seemed attached to everything. She says, "What on earth will it matter tomorrow?" "Does she mean that tomorrow the Princess will have her luxury back again? Hasn't she sold all her beautiful things?" Madame Grandoni was silent a moment. "She has kept a few. They are put away." "À la bonne heure!" cried Hyacinth, laughing. He sat down with the ironical old woman. He spent nearly half an hour in desultory conversation with her, before candles were brought in, and while Christine was in Assunta's hands. He noticed how resolutely the Princess had withheld herself from any attempt to sweeten the dose she had taken it into her head to swallow, to mitigate the ugliness of her vulgar little house. She had respected its horrible idiosyncrasies, and left rigidly in their places the gimcracks which found favour in Madeira Crescent. She had flung no draperies over the pretentious furniture, and disposed no rugs upon the staring carpet. And it was plainly her theory that the right way to acquaint oneself with the sensations of the wretched was to suffer the anguish of exasperated taste. Presently a female servant came in, not the sceptical Assunta, but a stunted young woman of the maid-of-all-work type, the same who had opened the door to the pair a short time before, and informed Hyacinth that the Princess wished him to understand that he was expected to remain to tea. He learned from Madame Grandoni that the custom of an early dinner, followed in the evening by the frugal repast of the lower orders, was another of Christina's mortifications, and when, shortly afterwards, he saw the table laid in the back parlour, which was also the dining-room, and observed the nature of the crockery with which it was decorated, he perceived that whether or no her earnestness were durable, it was at any rate for the time intense. Madame Grandoni narrated to him, definitely, as the Princess had done only in scraps, the history of the two ladies since his departure from Medley, their relinquishment of that fine house, and the sudden arrangements Christina had made to change her mode of life after they had been only 10 days in South Street. At the climax of the London season, in a society which only desired to treat her as one of its brightest ornaments, she had retired to Madeira Crescent, concealing her address, with only partial success of course, from every one, and inviting a celebrated curiosity-monger to come and look at her bibelots and tell her what he would give her for the lot. In this manner she had parted with him at a fearful sacrifice. She had wished to avoid the 9 days' wonder of a public sale, for, to do her justice, though she liked to be original, she didn't like to be notorious, an occasion of vulgar chatter. What had precipitated her determination was a remonstrance received from her husband just after she left Medley on the subject of her excessive expenditure. He had written to her that it was past a joke, as she had appeared to consider it, and that she must really pull up. Nothing could gall her more than an interference on that head. She maintained that she knew the exact figure of the Prince's income, and that her allowance was an insignificant part of it, and she had pulled up with a vengeance, as Hyacinth perceived. The young man divined on this occasion one of the Princess's sharpest anxieties. He had never thought of it before. The danger of Casamassima's really putting the screw on, attempting to make her come back and live with him by withholding supplies altogether. In this case she would find herself in a very tight place, though she had a theory that if she should go to law about the matter, the courts would allow her a separate maintenance. This course, however, it would scarcely be in her character to adopt. She would be more likely to waive her right and support herself by lessons in music and the foreign tongues, supplemented by the remnant of property that had come to her from her mother. That she was capable of returning to the prince some day, though not daring to face the loss of luxury, was an idea that could not occur to Hyacinth in the midst of her assurances, uttered at various times, that she positively yearned for a sacrifice; and such an apprehension was less present to him than ever as he listened to Madame Grandoni's account of the manner in which her rupture with the fashionable world had been effected. It must be added that the old lady remarked, with a sigh, that she didn't know how it would all end, as some of Christina's economies were very costly; and when Hyacinth pressed her a little, she went on to say that it was not at present the question of complications arising from the prince that troubled her most, but the fear that Christina was seriously compromised by her reckless, senseless correspondences, letters arriving from foreign countries from God knew whom (Christina never told her, nor did she desire it), all about uprisings and liberations (of so much one could be sure), and other matters that were no concern of honest folk. Hyacinth scarcely knew what Madame Grandoni meant by this allusion, which seemed to show that during the last few months the Princess had considerably extended her revolutionary connection. He only thought of Hoffendal, whose name, however, he was careful not to pronounce, and wondered whether his hostess had been writing to the master to intercede for him, to beg that he might be let off. His cheeks burned at the thought, but he contented himself with remarking to Madame Grandoni that their extraordinary friend enjoyed the sense of danger. The old lady wished to know how she would enjoy the hangman's rope, with which, du train dont elle allait, she might easily make acquaintance; and when he expressed the hope that she didn't regard him as a counsellor of imprudence, replied, "You, my poor child? Oh, I saw into you at Medley. You are a simple codino." The Princess came into tea in a very dull gown, with a bunch of keys at her girdle, and nothing could have suggested the thrifty housewife better than the manner in which she superintended the laying of the cloth and the placing on it of a little austere refreshment, a pile of bread and butter, flanked by a pot of marmalade and a morsel of bacon. She filled the teapot out of a little tin canister locked up in a cupboard, of which the key worked with difficulty, and made the tea with her own superb hands, taking pains, however, to explain to Hyacinth that she was far from imposing that regime on Madame Grandoni, who understood that the grocer had a standing order to supply her, for private consumption, with any delicacy she might desire. For herself she had never been so well as since she had followed a homely diet. On Sundays they had muffins, and sometimes, for a change, a smoked haddock, or even a fried sole. Hyacinth was lost in adoration of the Princess's housewifely ways, and of the exquisite figure that she made as a little bourgeoise. Judging that if her attempt to combine plain living with high thinking were all a comedy, at least it was the most finished entertainment she had yet offered him. She talked to Madame Grandoni about Lady Aurora, described her with much drollery, even to the details of her dress, declared that she was a delightful creature and one of the most interesting persons she had seen for an age, expressed to Hyacinth the conviction that she should like her exceedingly if Lady Aurora would only believe a little in her. "But I shall like her whether she does or not," said the Princess. "I always know when that's going to happen. It isn't so common. She will begin very well with me, and be fascinated. Isn't that the way people begin with me? But she won't understand me at all, or make out in the least what kind of a queer fish I am, though I shall try to show her. When she thinks she does, at last, she will give me up in disgust, and will never know that she has understood me quite wrong. That has been the way with most of the people I have liked. They have run away from me à toutes jambes. Oh, I have inspired aversions," laughed the Princess, handing Hyacinth his cup of tea. He recognized it by the aroma as a mixture not inferior to that which he had partaken of Medley. "I have never succeeded in knowing any one who could do me good, for by the time I began to improve under their influence, they could put up with me no longer." "You told me you were going to visit the poor. I don't understand what your Gräfin was doing there," said Madame Grandoni. "She had come out of charity, in the same way as I. She evidently goes about immensely over there. I shall entreat her to take me with her." "I thought you had promised to let me be your guide in those explorations," Hyacinth remarked. The Princess looked at him a moment. "Dear Mr. Robinson, Lady Aurora knows more than you." "There have been times, surely, when you have complimented me on my knowledge." "Oh, I mean more about the lower classes," the Princess exclaimed; and oddly enough there was a sense in which Hyacinth was unable to deny the allegation. He presently returned to something she had said a moment before, declaring that it had not been the way with Madame Grandoni and him to take to their heels; and to this she replied, "Oh, you'll run away yet. Don't be afraid." "I think that if I had been capable of quitting you, I should have done it by this time. I have neglected such opportunities," the old lady sighed. Hyacinth now perceived that her eye had quite lost its ancient twinkle. She was troubled about many things. "It is true that if you didn't leave me when I was rich, it wouldn't look well for you to leave me at present," the Princess suggested; and before Madame Grandoni could reply to this speech, she said to Hyacinth, "I liked the man, your friend Muniment, so much for saying that he wouldn't come to see me. What good would it do him, poor fellow? What good would it do him, indeed? You were not so difficult. You held off a little and pleaded obstacles, but one could see you would come down," she continued, covering her guest with her mystifying smile. "Besides, I was smarter then, more splendid. I had on gewgaws and suggested worldly lures. I must have been more attractive. But I liked him for refusing," she repeated, and of the many words she uttered that evening it was these that made most impression on Hyacinth. He remained for an hour after tea, for on rising from the table she had gone to the piano. She had not deprived herself of this resource, and had a humble instrument, of the so-called cottage kind, and begun to play in a manner that reminded him of her playing the day of his arrival at Medley. The night had grown close, and as the piano was in the front room he opened at her request the window that looked into Madeira Crescent. Beneath it assembled the youth of both sexes, the dingy loiterers who had clustered an hour before around the hurdy-gurdy. But on this occasion they did not caper about. They remained still, leaning against the area rails and listening to the wondrous music. When Hyacinth told the Princess of the spell she had thrown upon them, she declared that it made her singularly happy. She added that she was really glad, almost proud of her day. She felt as if she had begun to do something for the people. Just before he took leave she encountered some occasion for saying to him that she was certain the man in Audley Court wouldn't come, and Hyacinth forbore to contradict her, because he believed that in fact he wouldn't. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How right she had been to say that Lady Aurora would probably be fascinated at first was proved the first time Hyacinth went to Belgrave Square, a visit he was led to pay very promptly by a deep sense of the obligations under which her ladyship had placed him at the time of Pinnie's death. The circumstances in which he found her were quite the same as those of his visit the year before. She was spending the unfashionable season in her father's empty house, amid a desert of brown Holland and the dormant echoes of heavy conversation. He had seen so much of her during Pinnie's illness that he felt, or had felt then, that he knew her almost intimately. that they had become real friends, almost comrades, and might meet henceforth without reserves or ceremonies. Yet she was as fluttered and awkward as she had been on the other occasions, not distant, but entangled in new coils of shyness, and apparently unmindful of what had happened to draw them closer. Hyacinth, however, always liked extremely to be with her, for she was the person in the world who quietly, delicately, and as a matter of course, treated him most like a gentleman. She had never said the handsome, flattering things to him that had fallen from the lips of the Princess, and never explained to him her view of him; but her timid, cursory, receptive manner, which took all sorts of equalities for granted, was a homage to the idea of his refinement. It was in this manner that she now conversed with him on the subject of his foreign travels. He found himself discussing the political indications of Paris and the Ruskinian theories of Venice in Belgrave Square, quite like one of the cosmopolites bred in that region. It took him, however, but a few minutes to perceive that Lady Aurora's heart was not in these considerations. The deferential smile she bent upon him while she sat with her head thrust forward and her long hands clasped in her lap was slightly mechanical, her attitude perfunctory. When he gave her his views of some of the arrière-pensées of M. Gambetta, for he had views not altogether, as he thought, deficient in originality, she did not interrupt, for she never interrupted, but she took advantage of his first pause to say quickly, irrelevantly, "Will the Princess Casamassima come again to Audley Court?" "I have no doubt she will come again, if they would like her to." "I do hope she will. She is very wonderful," Lady Aurora continued. "Oh yes, she is very wonderful. I think she gave Rosie pleasure," said Hyacinth. "Rosie can talk of nothing else. It would really do her great good to see the Princess again. Don't you think she is different from anybody that one has ever seen?" But her ladyship added, before waiting for an answer to this, "I liked her quite extraordinarily." "She liked you just as much. I know it would give her great pleasure if you should go to see her." "Fancy!" exclaimed Lady Aurora; but she instantly obtained the Princess's address from Hyacinth, and made a note of it in a small shabby book. She mentioned that the card the Princess had given her in Camberwell proved to contain no address, and Hyacinth recognised that vagary; the Princess was so off-hand. Then she said, hesitating a little, "Does she really care for the poor?" "If she doesn't," the young man replied, "I can't imagine what interest she has in pretending to." "If she does, she's very remarkable. She deserves great honour." "You really care. Why is she more remarkable than you?" Hyacinth demanded. "Oh, it's very different. She's so wonderfully attractive," Lady Aurora replied, making recklessly the only allusion to the oddity of her own appearance in which Hyacinth was destined to hear her indulge. She became conscious of it the moment she had spoken, and said quickly, to turn it off, "I should like to talk with her, but I'm rather afraid. She's tremendously clever." "Ah, what she is you'll find out when you know her," Hyacinth sighed expressively. His hostess looked at him a little, and then vaguely exclaimed, "How very interesting!" The next moment she continued, "She might do so many other things. She might charm the world." "She does that, whatever she does," said Hyacinth, smiling. "It's all by the way. It needn't interfere." "That's what I mean. That most other people would be content. Beautiful as she is. There's great merit when you give up something." "She has known a great many bad people, and she wants to know some good," Hyacinth rejoined. "Therefore be sure to go to her soon." "She looks as if she had known nothing bad since she was born," said Lady Aurora rapturously. "I can't imagine her going into all the dreadful places that she would have to." "You have gone into them, and it hasn't hurt you," Hyacinth suggested. "How do you know that? My family think it has." "You make me glad that I haven't a family," said the young man. "And the Princess? Has she no one?" "Ah yes, she has a husband, but she doesn't live with him." "Is he one of the bad persons?" asked Lady Aurora, as earnestly as a child listening to a tale. "Well, I don't like to abuse him, because he is down." "If I were a man I should be in love with her," said Lady Aurora. Then she pursued, "I wonder whether we might work together?" "That's exactly what she hopes." "I won't show her the worst places," said her ladyship, smiling. To which Hyacinth replied, "I suspect you will do what every one else has done, namely, exactly what she wants." Before he took leave he said to her, "Do you know whether Paul Muniment liked the Princess?" Lady Aurora meditated a moment, apparently with some intensity. "I think he considered her extraordinarily beautiful, the most beautiful person he had ever seen." "Does he still believe her to be a humbug?" "Still?" asked Lady Aurora, as if she didn't understand. "I mean that was the impression apparently made upon him last winter by my description of her." "Oh, I'm sure he thinks her tremendously plucky." That was all the satisfaction Hyacinth got just then as to Muniment's estimate of the Princess. A few days afterward he returned to Madeira Crescent in the evening, the only time he was free, the Princess having given him a general invitation to take tea with her. He felt that he ought to be discreet in acting upon it, though he was not without reasons that would have warranted him in going early and often. He had a peculiar dread of her growing tired of him, boring herself in his society, yet at the same time he had rather a sharp vision of her boring herself without him, in the dull summer evenings, when even Paddington was out of town. He wondered what she did, what visitors dropped in, what pastimes she cultivated, what saved her from the sudden vagary of throwing up the whole of her present game. He remembered that there was a complete side of her life with which he was almost unacquainted. Lady Marchant and her daughters at Medley, and 3 or 4 other persons who had called while he was there, being, in his experience, the only illustrations of it, and knew not to what extent she had, in spite of her transformation, preserved relations with her old friends. But he could easily imagine a day when she should discover that what she found in Madeira Crescent was less striking than what she missed. Going thither a second time, Hyacinth perceived that he had done her great injustice. She was full of resources. She had never been so happy. She found time to read, to write, to commune with her piano, and above all to think. A delightful detachment from the invasive, vulgar, gossiping, distracting world she had known hitherto. The only interruption to her felicity was that she received quantities of notes from her former acquaintance, challenging her to give some account of herself, to say what had become of her, to come and stay with them in the country. But with these importunate missives she took a very short way. She simply burned them without answering. She told Hyacinth immediately that Lady Aurora had called on her 2 days before, at an hour when she was not in, and she had straightway addressed her, in return, an invitation to come to tea any evening at 8 o'clock. That was the way people in Madeira Crescent entertained each other. The Princess knew everything about them now, and was eager to impart her knowledge. And the evening, she was sure, would be much more convenient to Lady Aurora, whose days were filled with good works, peregrinations of charity. Her ladyship arrived 10 minutes after Hyacinth. She told the Princess that her invitation had been expressed in a manner so irresistible that she was unwilling to wait more than a day to respond. She was introduced to Madame Grandoni, and tea was immediately served, Hyacinth being gratefully conscious the while of the super-subtle way in which Lady Aurora forbore to appear bewildered at meeting him in such society. She knew he frequented it, and she had been witness of his encounter with the Princess in Audley Court, but it might have startled her to have ocular evidence of the footing on which he stood. Everything the Princess did or said at this time had for effect, whatever its purpose, to make her seem more rare and fine, and she had seldom given him greater pleasure than by the exquisite art she put forward to win Lady Aurora's confidence, to place herself under the pure and elevating influence of the noble spinster. She made herself small and simple. She spoke of her own little aspirations and efforts. She appealed and persuaded. She laid her white hand on Lady Aurora's, gazing at her with an interest which was evidently deeply sincere, but which, all the same, derived half its effect from the contrast between the quality of her beauty, the whole air of her person, and the hard, dreary problems of misery and crime. It was touching, and Lady Aurora was touched. That was very evident as they sat together on the sofa after tea, and the Princess protested that she only wanted to know what her new friend was doing, what she had done for years, in order that she might go and do likewise. She asked personal questions with a directness that was sometimes embarrassing to the subject. Hyacinth had seen that habit in her from the first, and Lady Aurora, though she was charmed and excited, was not quite comfortable at being so publicly probed and sounded. The public was formed of Madame Grandoni and Hyacinth, but the old lady, whose intercourse with the visitor had consisted almost wholly of watching her with a quiet, speculative anxiety, presently shuffled away, and was heard through the thin partitions that prevailed in Madeira Crescent to ascend to her own apartment. It seemed to Hyacinth that he ought also, in delicacy, to retire, and this was his intention from one moment to the other. To him, certainly, and the second time she met him, Lady Aurora had made as much of her confession as he had a right to look for. After that one little flash of egotism, he had never again heard her allude to her own feelings or circumstances. "Do you stay in town like this, at such a season, on purpose to attend to your work?" the Princess asked, and there was something archly rueful in the tone in which she made this inquiry, as if it cost her just a pang to find that in taking such a line she herself had not been so original as she hoped. "Mr. Robinson has told me about your big house in Belgrave Square. You must let me come and see you there. Nothing would make me so happy as that you should allow me to help you a little, how little soever. Do you like to be helped, or do you like to go alone? Are you very independent, or do you need to look up, to cling, to lean upon someone? Excuse me if I ask impertinent questions. We speak that way, rather, you know, in Rome, where I have spent a large part of my life. That idea of your being there alone in your great dull house, with all your charities and devotions, makes a kind of picture in my mind. It's quaint and touching, like something in some English novel. English women are so accomplished, are they not? I am really a foreigner, you know, and though I have lived here a while, it takes one some time to find those things out au juste. Therefore, is your work for the people only one of your occupations, or is it everything? Does it absorb your whole life? That's what I should like it to be for me. Do your family like you to throw yourself into all this, or have you had to brave a certain amount of ridicule? I dare say you have. That's where you English are strong, in braving ridicule. They have to do it so often, haven't they? I don't know whether I could do it. I never tried. But with you I would brave anything. Are your family clever and sympathetic? No? The kind of thing that one's family generally is? Ah, well, dear lady, we must make a little family together. Are you encouraged or disgusted? Do you go on doggedly, or have you any faith, any great idea that lifts you up? Are you religious now, par exemple? Do you do your work in connection with any ecclesiasticism, any missions or priests or sisters? I'm a Catholic, you know, but so little. I shouldn't mind in the least joining hands with any one who is really doing anything. I express myself awkwardly, but perhaps you know what I mean. Possibly you don't know that I am one of those who believe that a great social cataclysm is destined to take place, and that it can't make things worse than they are already. I believe, in a word, in the people doing something for themselves. The others will never do anything for them, and I am quite willing to help them. If that shocks you, I shall be immensely disappointed, because there is something in the impression you make on me that seems to say that you haven't the usual prejudices, and that if certain things were to happen you wouldn't be afraid. You are shy, are you not? But you are not timorous. I suppose that if you thought the inequalities and oppressions and miseries which now exist were a necessary part of life and were going on forever, you wouldn't be interested in those people over the river, the bedridden girl and her brother, I mean, "Because Mr. Robinson tells me that they are advanced socialists, or at least the brother is. Perhaps you'll say that you don't care for him, the sister, to your mind, being the remarkable one. She is, indeed, a perfect little femme du monde. She talks so much better than most of the people in society. I hope you don't mind my saying that, because I have an idea that you are not in society. You can imagine whether I am. Haven't you judged it, like me, condemned it, and given it up? Are you not sick of the egotism, the snobbery, the meanness, the frivolity, the immorality, the hypocrisy? Isn't there a great resemblance in our situation? I don't mean in our nature, for you are far better than I shall ever be. Aren't you quite divinely good? When I see a woman of your sort, not that I often do, I try to be a little less bad. You have helped hundreds, thousands of people. You must help me." These remarks, which I have strung together, did not, of course, fall from the Princess's lips in an uninterrupted stream. They were arrested and interspersed by frequent inarticulate responses and embarrassed protests. Lady Aurora shrank from them even while they gratified her, blinking and fidgeting in the brilliant, direct light of her hostess's attentions. I need not repeat her answers, the more so as they none of them arrived at completion, but passed away into nervous laughter and averted looks, the latter directed at the ceiling, the floor, the windows, and appearing to constitute a kind of entreaty to some occult or supernatural power that the conversation should become more impersonal. In reply to the Princess's allusion to the convictions prevailing in the Muniment family, she said that the brother and sister thought differently about public questions, but were of the same mind with regard to persons of the upper class taking an interest in the working people, attempting to enter into their life. They held it was a great mistake. At this information the Princess looked much disappointed. She wished to know if the Muniments thought it was impossible to do them any good. "Oh, I mean a mistake from our point of view," said Lady Aurora. "They wouldn't do it in our place. They think we had much better occupy ourselves with our own pleasures." And, as the Princess stared, not comprehending, she went on. "Rosie thinks we have a right to our own pleasures, under all circumstances, no matter how badly off the poor may be, and her brother takes the ground that we will not have them long, and that in view of what may happen we are great fools not to make the most of them." "I see, I see. That is very strong," the Princess murmured in a tone of high appreciation. "I dare say. But all the same, whatever is going to come, one must do something." "You do think, then, that something is going to come?" said the Princess. "Oh, immense changes, I dare say. But I don't belong to anything, you know." The Princess hesitated a moment. "No more do I. But many people do. Mr. Robinson, for instance," and she gave Hyacinth the familiar smile. "Oh, if the changes depend on me!" the young man exclaimed, blushing. "They won't set the Thames on fire. I quite agree to that." Lady Aurora had the manner of not considering that she had a warrant for going into the question of Hyacinth's affiliations. So she stared abstractedly at the piano, and in a moment remarked to the Princess, "I am sure you play awfully well. I should like so much to hear you." Hyacinth felt that their hostess thought this banal. She had not asked Lady Aurora to spend the evening with her simply that they should fall back on the resources of the vulgar. Nevertheless she replied with perfect good nature that she should be delighted to play, only there was a thing she should like much better, namely that Lady Aurora should narrate her life. "Oh, don't talk about mine. Yours, yours!" her ladyship cried, colouring with eagerness, and for the first time since her arrival indulging in the free gesture of laying her hand upon that of the Princess. "With so many narratives in the air, I certainly had better take myself off," said Hyacinth, and the Princess offered no opposition to his departure. She and Lady Aurora were evidently on the point of striking up a tremendous intimacy, and as he turned this idea over, walking away, it made him sad for strange, vague reasons which he could not have expressed. Chapter 34 Chapter 35 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sunday following this occasion Hyacinth spent almost entirely with the Muniments, with whom, since his return to work, he had been able to have no long fraternizing talk of the kind that had marked their earlier relations. The present, however, was a happy day. It refreshed exceedingly the sentiments with which he now regarded the inscrutable Paul. The warm, bright September weather gilded even the dinginess of Audley Court, and while in the morning Rosie's brother and their visitors sat beside her sofa, the trio amused themselves with discussing a dozen different plans for giving a festive turn to the day. There had been moments in the last 6 months when Hyacinth had the sense that he should never again be able to enter into such ideas as that, and these moments had been connected with the strange perversion taking place in his mental image of the man whose hardness, of course he was obliged to be hard, he had never expected to see turned upon a passionate admirer. But now, for the moment at least, the darkness had cleared away, and Paul's company was in itself a comfortable, inspiring influence. He had never been kinder, jollier, safer, as it were. It had never appeared more desirable to hold fast to him and trust him. Less than ever would an observer have guessed there was a reason why the two young men might have winced as they looked at each other. Rosie naturally took part in the question debated between her companions, the question whether they should limit their excursion to a walk in Hyde Park, should embark at Lambeth Pier on the penny steamer, which would convey them to Greenwich, or should start presently for Waterloo Station and go thence by train to Hampton Court. Miss Muniment had visited none of these places, but she contributed largely to the discussion, for which she seemed perfectly qualified, talked about the crowd on the steamer and the inconvenience arising from drunken persons on the return, quite as if she had suffered from these drawbacks, said that the view from the Hell at Greenwich was terribly smoky, and at that season the fashionable world, half the attraction of course, was wholly absent from Hyde Park, and expressed strong views in favour of Wolsey's old palace, with whose history she appeared intimately acquainted. She threw herself into her brother's holiday with eagerness and glee, and Hyacinth marvelled again at the stoicism of the hard, bright creature, polished as it were by pain, whose imagination appeared never to concern itself with her own privations, so that she could lie in her close little room the whole afternoon without bursting into sobs, as she saw the western sunbeams slant upon the shabby, ugly, familiar paper of her wall, and thought of the far-off fields and gardens which she should never see. She talked immensely of the Princess, for whose beauty, grace, and benevolence she could find no sufficient praise, declaring that of all the fair faces that had ever hung over her couch, and Rosie spoke as from immense opportunities for comparison, she had far the noblest and the most refreshing. She seemed to make a kind of light in the room, and to leave it behind after she had gone. Rosie could call up her image as she could hum a tune she had heard, and she expressed in her quaint, particular way how, as she lay there in the quiet hours, she repeated over to herself the beautiful air. The Princess might be anything. She might be royal or imperial, and Rosie was well aware how little she should complain of the dullness of her life when such apparitions as that could pop in any day. She made a difference in the place. It gave it a kind of finish for her to have come there. If it was good enough for a princess, it was good enough for her, and she hoped she shouldn't hear again of Paul's wishing her to move out of a room with which she should have henceforth such delightful associations. The Princess had found her way to Audley Court, and perhaps she wouldn't find it to another lodging. They couldn't expect her to follow them about London at their pleasure, and at any rate she had evidently been very much struck with the little room, so that if they were quiet and patient, who could say but the fancy would take her to send them a bit of carpet, or a picture, or even a mirror with a gilt frame, to make it a bit more tasteful. Rosie's transitions from pure enthusiasm to the imaginative calculation of benefit were performed with a serenity peculiar to herself. Her chatter had so much spirit and point that it always commanded attention, but to-day Hyacinth was less tolerant of it than usual, because so long as it lasted Muniment held his tongue, and what he had been anxious about was much more Paul's impression of the Princess. Rosie made no remark to him on the monopoly he had so long enjoyed of this wonderful lady. She had always had the manner of a kind of indulgent incredulity about Hyacinth's social adventures, and he saw the day might easily come when she would begin to talk of the Princess as if she herself had been the first to discover her. She had much to say, however, about the nature of the acquaintance Lady Aurora had formed with her, and she was mainly occupied with the glory she had drawn upon herself by bringing two such exalted persons together. She fancied them alluding, in the great world, to the occasion on which "we first met, at Miss Muniment's, you know," and she related how Lady Aurora, who had been in Audley Court the day before, had declared that she owed her a debt she could never repay. The two ladies had liked each other more, almost, than they liked any one, and wasn't it a rare picture to think of them moving hand in hand like twin roses through the bright upper air? Muniment inquired, in rather a coarse, unsympathetic way, what the mischief she ever wanted of her, which led Hyacinth to demand in return, "What do you mean? What does who want of whom?" "What does the beauty want of our poor lady? She has a totally different stamp. I don't know much about women, but I can see that." "How do you mean, a different stamp? They both have the stamp of their rank," cried Rosie. "Who can ever tell what women want at any time?" Hyacinth said, with the off-handedness of a man of the world. "Well, my boy, if you don't know any more than I, you disappoint me. Perhaps if we wait long enough she will tell us some day herself." "Tell you what she wants of Lady Aurora?" "I don't mind about Lady Aurora so much, but what in the name of long journeys does she want with us?" "Don't you think you're worth a long journey?" Rosie asked gaily. "If you were not my brother, which is handy for seeing you, and I were not confined to my sofa, I would go from one end of England to the other to make your acquaintance. He's in love with the Princess," she went on to Hyacinth, "and he asks those senseless questions to cover it up. What does one want of anything?" It was decided, at last, that the two young men should go down to Greenwich, and after they had partaken of bread and cheese with Rosie, they embarked on a penny steamer. The boat was densely crowded, and they leaned, rather squeezed together in the fore part of it, against the rail of the deck, and watched the big black fringe of the yellow stream. The river was always fascinating to Hyacinth. The mystified entertainment which as a child he had found in all the aspects of London came back to him from the murky scenery of its banks and the sordid agitation of its bosom. The great arches and pillars of the bridges, where the water rushed and the funnels tipped, and sounds made an echo, and there seemed an overhanging of interminable processions. The miles of ugly wharves and warehouses, the lean protrusions of chimney, mast, and crane, the painted signs of grimy industries staring from shore to shore, the strange flat obstructive barges straining and bumping on some business as to which everything was vague, but that it was remarkably dirty, the clumsy coasters and colliers, which thickened as one went down, the small loafing boats, whose occupants somehow looked up from their oars at the steamer, as they rocked in the oily undulations of its wake, appeared profane and sarcastic. In short, all the grinding, puffing, smoking, splashing activity of the turbid flood. In the good-natured crowd, amid the fumes of vile tobacco, beneath the shower of sooty particles, and to the accompaniment of a bagpipe of a dingy Highlander, who sketched occasionally a smothered reel, Hyacinth forbore to speak to his companion of what he had most at heart. But later, as they lay on the brown crushed grass on one of the slopes of Greenwich Park, and saw the river stretch away and shine beyond the pompous colonnades of the hospital, he asked him whether there was any truth in what Rosie had said about his being sweet on their friend the Princess. He said their friend on purpose, speaking as if now that she had twice been to Audley Court, Muniment might be regarded as knowing her almost as well as he himself did. He wished to conjure away the idea that he was jealous of Paul, and if he desired information on the point I have mentioned, this was because it still made him almost as uncomfortable as it had done at first that his comrade should take the scoffing view. He didn't easily see such a fellow as Muniment wheel about from one day to the other, but he had been present at the most exquisite exhibition he had ever observed the Princess make of that divine power of conciliation, which was not perhaps in social intercourse the art she chiefly exercised, but was certainly the most wonderful of her secrets, and it would be remarkable indeed that a sane young man should not have been affected by it. It was familiar to Hyacinth that Muniment was not easily touched by women, but this might perfectly have been the case without detriment to the Princess's ability to work a miracle. The companions had wandered through the great halls and courts of the hospital, had gazed up at the glories of the famous painted chamber, and admired the long and lurid series of the naval victories of England, Muniment remarking to his friend that he had supposed he had seen the match to all that in foreign parts, offensive little travelled beggar that he was. They had not ordered a fish dinner either at the Trafalgar or the Ship, having a frugal vision of tea and shrimps with Rosie on their return, but they had laboured up and down the steep undulations of the shabby, charming park, made advances to the tame deer and see them amble foolishly away, watched the young of both sexes, hilarious and red in the face, roll in promiscuous entanglement over the slopes, gazed at the little brick observatory perched on one of the knolls, which sets the time of English history, and in which Hyacinth could see that his companion took a kind of technical interest, wandered out of one of the upper gates and admired the trimness of the little villas at Blackheath, where Muniment declared that it was his idea of supreme social success to be able to live. He pointed out 2 or 3 small semi-detached houses faced with stucco, and with Mortimer Lodge, or the Sycamores, inscribed upon the gate-posts, and Hyacinth guessed that these were the sort of place where he would like to end his days, in high pure air, with a genteel window for Rosie's couch, and a cheerful view of suburban excursions. It was when they came back into the park that, being rather hot and a little satiated, they stretched themselves under a tree, and Hyacinth yielded to his curiosity. Sweet on her, my boy," said Muniment. "I might as well be sweet on the dome of St. Paul's, which I just make out off there." "The dome of St. Paul's doesn't come to see you, and doesn't ask you to return the visit." "Oh, I don't return visits. I've got a lot of jobs of my own to do. If I don't put myself out for the Princess, isn't that a sufficient answer to your question?" "I'm by no means sure," said Hyacinth. "If you went to see her, simply and civilly, because she asked you, I shouldn't regard it as a proof that you had taken a fancy to her. Your hanging off is more suspicious. It may mean that you don't trust yourself, that you are in danger of falling in love if you go in for a more intimate acquaintance." "It's a rum job, your wanting me to make up to her. I shouldn't think it would suit your book," Muniment rejoined, staring at the sky, with his hands clasped under his head. "Do you suppose I'm afraid of you?" his companion asked. "Besides," Hyacinth added in a moment, "why the devil should I care now?" Muniment for a little made no rejoinder. He turned over on his side, and with his arm resting on the ground, leaned his head on his hand. Hyacinth felt his eyes on his face, but he also felt himself colouring, and didn't meet them. He had taken a private vow never to indulge, to Muniment, in certain inauspicious references, and the words he had just spoken had slipped out of his mouth too easily. "What do you mean by that?" Paul demanded at last, and when Hyacinth looked at him he saw nothing but his companion's strong, fresh, irresponsible face. Muniment, before speaking, had had time to guess what he meant by it. Suddenly an impulse that he had never known before, or rather that he had always resisted, took possession of him. There was a mystery which it concerned his happiness to clear up, and he became unconscious of his scruples, of his pride, of the strength that he had believed to be in him, the strength for going through his work and passing away without a look behind. He sat forward on the grass, with his arms round his knees, and bent upon Muniment a face lighted up by his difficulties. For a minute the two men's eyes met with extreme clearness, and then Hyacinth exclaimed, "What an extraordinary fellow you are!" "You've hit it there," said Muniment, smiling. "I don't want to make a scene or work on your feelings, but how will you like it when I'm strung up on the gallows?" "You mean for Hoffendal's job?" "That's what you were alluding to just now?" Muniment lay there, in the same attitude, chewing a long blade of dry grass, which he held to his lips with his free hand. "I didn't mean to speak of it, but after all, why shouldn't it come up? Naturally, I have thought of it a good deal." "What good does that do?" Muniment returned. "I hoped you didn't, and I noticed you never spoke of it. You don't like it. You would rather throw it up," he added. There was not in his voice the faintest note of irony or contempt, no sign whatever that he passed judgment on such a tendency. He spoke in such a quiet, human, memorizing manner, as if it had originally quite entered into his thought to allow for weak regrets. Nevertheless, the complete reasonableness of his tone itself cast a chill on his companion's spirit. It was like the touch of a hand at once very firm and very soft, but strangely cold. "I don't want in the least to throw the business up, but did you suppose I liked it?" Hyacinth asked, with rather a forced laugh. "My dear fellow, how could I tell? You like a lot of things I don't. You like excitement and emotion and change. You like remarkable sensations, whereas I go in for a holy calm, for sweet repose." "If you object, for yourself, to change, and are so fond of still waters, why have you associated yourself with the revolutionary movement?" Hyacinth demanded, with a little air of making rather a good point. "Just for that reason," Muniment answered with a smile. "Isn't our revolutionary movement as quiet as the grave? Who knows, who suspects anything like the full extent of it?" "I see. You take only the quiet parts." In speaking these words Hyacinth had had no derisive intention, but a moment later he flushed with the sense that they had a sufficiently petty sound. Muniment, however, appeared to see no offence in them, and it was in the gentlest, most suggestive way, as if he had been thinking over what might comfort his comrade, that he replied, "There's one thing you ought to remember, that it's quite on the cards, it may never come off." "I don't desire that reminder," Hyacinth said, "and moreover, you must let me say that somehow I don't easily fancy you mixed up with things that don't come off. Anything you have to do with will come off, I think." Muniment reflected a moment, as if his little companion were charmingly ingenious. "Surely I have nothing to do with this idea of Hoffendal's?" "With the execution? Perhaps not. But how about the conception? You seemed to me to have a great deal to do with it the night you took me to see him." Muniment changed his position, raising himself, and in a moment he was seated, Turk fashion, beside his mate. He put his arm over his shoulder and held him, studying his face, and then, in the kindest manner in the world, he remarked, "There are 3 or 4 definite chances in your favor." "I don't want comfort, you know," said Hyacinth, with his eyes on the distant atmospheric mixture that represented London. "What the devil do you want?" Muniment asked, still holding him and with perfect good humour. "Well, to get inside of you a little, to know how a chap feels when he's going to part with his best friend." "To part with him?" Muniment repeated. "I mean, putting it at the worst." "I should think you would know by yourself if you're going to part with me." At this Hyacinth prostrated himself, tumbled over on the grass, on his face, which he buried in his arms. He remained in this attitude, saying nothing for a long time, and while he lay there he thought, with a sudden quick flood of association, of many strange things. Most of all he had the sense of the brilliant, charming day, the warm stillness, touched with cries of amusement, the sweetness of loafing there in an interval of work, with a friend who was a tremendously fine fellow, even if he didn't understand the inexpressible. Munimet also kept silent, and Hyacinth perceived that he was unaffectedly puzzled. He wanted now to relieve him, so that he pulled himself together again, and turned round, saying the first thing he could think of, in relation to the general subject of their conversation, that would carry them away from the personal question. "I have asked you before, and you have told me, but somehow I have never quite grasped it, so I just touch on the matter again, exactly what good you think it will do. This idea of Hoffendal's? You must remember that as yet we know only very vaguely what it is. It is difficult, therefore, to measure closely the importance it may have, and I don't think I have ever, in talking with you, pretended to fix that importance. I don't suppose it will matter immensely whether your own engagement is carried out or not. But if it is, it will have been a detail in a scheme of which the general effect will be decidedly useful. I believe, and you pretend to believe, though I am not sure you do, in the advent of the democracy. It will help the democracy to get possession that the classes that keep them down shall be admonished from time to time that they have a very definite and very determined intention of doing so. An immense deal will depend upon that. Hoffendal is a capital admonisher." Hyacinth listened to this explanation with an expression of interest that was not feigned, and after a moment he rejoined, "When you say you believe in the democracy, I take for granted you mean positively wish for their coming into power, as I have always supposed. Now, what I really have never understood is this: why you should desire to put forward a lot of people whom you regard, almost without exception, as donkeys." "Ah, my dear lad," laughed Munimet, "when one undertakes to meddle in human affairs, one must deal with human material. The upper classes have the longest ears." "I have heard you say that you were working for an equality in human conditions, to abolish the immemorial inequality. What you want, then, for all mankind is a similar nuance of asininity." "That's very clever. Did you pick it up in France? The low tone of our fellow mortals is a result of bad conditions. It is the conditions I want to alter. When those that have no start to speak of have a good one, it is but fair to infer that they will go further. I want to try them, you know." "But why equality?" Hyacinth asked. "Somehow the word doesn't say so much to me as it used to. Inequality, inequality, I don't know whether it's by dint of repeating it over to myself, but that doesn't shock me as much as it used." "They didn't put you up to that in France, I'm sure," Munimet exclaimed. "Your point of view has changed. You have risen in the world." "Risen? Good God, what have I risen to?" "True enough. You were always a bloated little swell," and Munimet gave his young friend a sociable slap on the back. There was a momentary bitterness in its being imputed to such a one as Hyacinth, even in joke, that he had taken sides with the fortunate ones of the earth, and he had it on its tongue's end to ask his friend if he had never guessed what his proud titles were: the bastard of a murderess, spawned in a gutter, out of which he had been picked by a sewing girl. But his lifelong reserve on this point was a habit not easily broken, and before such an inquiry could flash through it, Munimet had gone on. "If you cease to believe we can do anything, it will be rather awkward, you know." "I don't know what I believe, God help me," Hyacinth remarked, in a tone of an effect so lugubrious that Paul gave one of his longest, most boyish-sounding laughs. And he added, "I don't want you to think I have ceased to care for the people. What am I but one of the poorest and meanest of them?" "You, my boy? You're a duke in disguise, and so I thought the first time I ever saw you. That night I took you to Hoffendal, you had a little way with you that made me forget it. I mean that your disguise happened to be better than usual. As regards caring for the people, there's surely no obligation at all," Munimet continued. "I wouldn't if I could help it. I promise you that. It all depends on what you see. The way I've used my eyes in this abominable metropolis has led to my seeing that present arrangements won't do. They won't do," he repeated placidly. "Yes, I see that too," said Hyacinth, with the same dolefulness that had marked his tone a moment before. a dolefulness begotten of the rather helpless sense that whatever he saw, and this was always the case, so many other things beside. He saw the immeasurable misery of the people, and yet he saw all that had been, as it were, rescued and redeemed from it, the treasures, the felicities, the splendors, the successes of the world. All this took the form sometimes, to his imagination, of a vast, vague, dazzling presence, and a radiation of light from objects undefined, mixed with the atmosphere of Paris and of Venice. He presently added that 100 things Muniment had told him about, the foul horrors of the worst districts of London, pictures of incredible shame and suffering that he had put before him, came back to him now, with the memory of the passion they had kindled at the time. "Oh, I don't want you to go by what I have told you. I want you to go by what you have seen yourself. I remember there were things you told me that weren't bad in their way." And at this Paul Muniment sprang to his feet, as if their conversation had drawn to an end, or they must at all events be thinking of in their homeward way. Hyacinth got up too, while his companion stood there. Muniment was looking off toward London, with a face that expressed all the healthy singleness of his vision. Suddenly Paul remarked, as if it had occurred to him to complete, or at any rate confirm, the declaration he had made a short time before, "Yes, I don't believe in the millennium, but I do believe in the democracy." The young man, as he spoke these words, struck his comrade as such a fine embodiment of the spirit of the people. He stood there, in his powerful, sturdy newness, with such an air of having learnt what he had learned, and of good nature that had purpose in it, that our hero felt the simple inrush of his old, frequent pride at having a person of that promise, a nature of that capacity, for a friend. He passed his hand into Muniment's arm and said, with an imperceptible tremor in his voice, "It's no use your saying I'm not to go by what you tell me. I would go by what you tell me anywhere. There's no awkwardness to speak of. I don't know that I believe exactly what you believe, but I believe in you, and doesn't that come to the same thing?" Muniment evidently appreciated the cordiality and candor of this little tribute, and the way he showed it was by a movement of his arm to check his companion before they started to leave the spot, and by looking down at him with a certain anxiety of friendliness. "I should never have taken you to Hoffendal if I hadn't thought you would jump at the job. It was that flaring little oration of yours at the club, when you floored Delancey for saying you were afraid, that put me up to it." "I did jump at it, upon my word I did, and it was just what I was looking for. That's all correct," said Hyacinth cheerfully, as they went forward. There was a strain of heroism in these words, of heroism of which the sense was not conveyed to Muniment by a vibration in their interlocked arms. Hyacinth did not make the reflection that he was infernally literal. He dismissed the sentimental problem that had bothered him. He condoned, excused, admired. He merged himself, resting happy for the time in the consciousness that Paul was a grand fellow, that friendship was a purer feeling than love, and that there was an immense deal of affection between them. He did not even observe at that moment that it was preponderantly on his own side. End of Chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A certain Sunday in November, more than 3 months after she had gone to live in Madeira Crescent, was so important an occasion for the Princess Casamassima that I must give as complete an account of it as the limits of my space will allow. Early in the afternoon a loud peal from her door-knocker came to her ear. It had a sound of resolution, almost of defiance, which made her look up from her book and listen. She was sitting by the fire, alone, with a volume of a heavy work on Labour and Capital in her hand. It was not yet 4 o'clock, but she had had candles for an hour. A dense brown fog made the daylight impure, without suggesting an answer to the question whether the scheme of nature had been to veil or to deepen the sabbatical dreariness. She was not tired of Madeira Crescent. Such an idea she would indignantly have repudiated. But the prospect of a visitor was rather pleasant to her. The possibility of his even being an ambassador, or a cabinet minister, or another of the eminent personages with whom she had associated before embracing the ascetic life. They had not knocked at her present door hitherto in any great numbers, for more reasons than one. They were out of town, and she had taken pains to diffuse the belief that she had left England. If the impression prevailed, it was exactly the impression she had desired. She forgot this fact whenever she felt a certain surprise, even, it may be, a certain irritation, in perceiving that people were not taking the way to Madeira Crescent. She was making the discovery, in which she had had many predecessors, that in London it is only too possible to hide oneself. It was very much in that fashion that Godfrey Sholto was in the habit of announcing himself when he reappeared after the intervals she explicitly imposed upon him. There was a kind of artlessness, for so world-worn a personage, in the point he made of showing that he knocked with confidence, that he had as good a right as any other. This afternoon she was ready to accept a visit from him. She was perfectly detached from the shallow, frivolous world in which he lived, but there was still a freshness in her renunciation which coveted reminders and enjoyed comparisons. He would prove to her how right she had been to do exactly what she was doing. It did not occur to her that Hyacinth Robinson might be at her door, for it was understood between them that except by special appointment he was to come to see her only in the evening. She heard in the hall, when the servant arrived, a voice that she failed to recognize, but in a moment the door of the room was thrown open, and the name of Mr. Muniment was pronounced. It may be said at once that she felt great pleasure in hearing it, for she had both wished to see more of Hyacinth's extraordinary friend, and had given him up, so little likely had it begun to appear that he would put himself out for her. She had been glad he wouldn't come, as she had told Hyacinth 3 months before, but now that he had come she was still more glad. Presently he was sitting opposite to her, on the other side of the fire, with his big foot crossed over his big knee, his large gloved hands fumbling with each other, drawing and smoothing the gloves, of very red, new-looking dogskin, in places as if they hurt him. So far as the size of his extremities, and even his attitude and movement went, he might have belonged to her former circle. With the details of his dress remaining vague in the lamplight, which threw into relief mainly his powerful, important head, he might have been one of the most considerable men she had ever known. The first thing she said to him was that she wondered extremely what had brought him at last to come to see her. The idea, when she proposed it, evidently had so little attraction for him. She had only seen him once since, the day she met him coming into Audley Court as she was leaving it, after a visit to his sister, and, as he probably remembered, she had not on that occasion repeated her invitation. "It wouldn't have done any good at the time if you had," Muniment rejoined, with his natural laugh. "Oh, I felt that. My silence wasn't accidental," the Princess exclaimed, joining in his merriment. "I have only come now, since you have asked me the reason, because my sister hammered at me, week after week, dinning it into me that I ought to. Oh, I've been under the lash. If she had left me alone, I wouldn't have come." The Princess blushed on hearing these words, but not with shame or with pain, rather with the happy excitement of being spoken to in a manner so fresh and original. She had never before had a visitor who practised so racy a frankness, or who, indeed, had so curious a story to tell. She had never before so completely failed, and her failure greatly interested her, especially as it seemed now to be turning a little to success. She had succeeded promptly with every one, and the sign of it was that every one had rendered her a monotony of homage. Even poor little Hyacinth had tried, in the beginning, to say sweet things to her. This very different type of man appeared to have his thoughts fixed on anything but sweetness. She felt the liveliest hope that he would move further and further away from it. I remember what you asked me, what good it would do you. I couldn't tell you then, and though I now have had a long time to turn it over, I haven't thought of it yet." "Oh, but I hope it will do me some," said Paul. "A fellow wants a reward when he has made a great effort." "It does me some," the Princess remarked gaily. "Naturally. The awkward things I say amuse you. But I don't say them for that, but just to give you an idea." "You give me a great many ideas. Besides, I know you already a good deal." "From little Robinson, I suppose," said Muniment. The Princess hesitated. "More particularly from Lady Aurora." "Oh, she doesn't know much about me," the young man exclaimed. "It's a pity you say that, because she likes you." "Yes, she likes me," Muniment replied serenely. Again the Princess hesitated. "And I hope you like her." "Aye, she's a dear old girl." The Princess reflected that her visitor was not a gentleman like Hyacinth, but this made no difference in her present attitude. The expectation that he would be a gentleman had had nothing to do with her interest in him. That, in fact, had rested largely on the supposition that he had a rich plebeian strain. "I don't know that there is any one in the world I envy so much," she remarked, an observation which her visitor received in silence. "Better than any one I have ever met she has solved the problem, which, if we are wise, we all try to solve, don't we? Of getting out of herself. She has got out of herself more perfectly than any one I have ever known. She has merged herself in the passion of doing something for others. That's why I envy her," said the Princess, with an explanatory smile, as if perhaps he didn't understand her. "It's an amusement like any other," said Paul Muniment. "Ah, not like any other. It carries light into dark places. It makes a great many wretched people considerably less wretched." "How many, eh?" asked the young man, not exactly as if he wished to dispute, but as if it were always in him to enjoy an argument. The Princess wondered why he should desire to argue at Lady Aurora's expense. "Well, one who is very near to you, to begin with." "Oh, she's kind, she's most kind. It's altogether wonderful. But Rosie makes her considerably less wretched," Paul Muniment rejoined. "Very likely, of course. And so she does me." "May I inquire what you are wretched about?" Muniment went on. "About nothing at all. That's the worst of it. But I am much happier now than I have ever been." "Is that also about nothing?" "No, about a sort of change that has taken place in my life. I have been able to do some little things." "For the poor, I suppose you mean. Do you refer to the presents you have made to Rosie?" the young man inquired. "The presents?" The Princess appeared not to remember. "Oh, those are trifles. It isn't anything one has been able to give. It's some talks one has had, some convictions one has arrived at." "Convictions are a source of very innocent pleasure," said the young man, smiling at his interlocutress with his bold, pleasant eyes, which seemed to project their glance further than any she had seen. "Having them is nothing. It's the acting on them," the Princess replied. "Yes, that doubtless, too, is good." He continued to look at her peacefully, as if he liked to consider that this might be what she had asked him to come for. He said nothing more, and she went on. "It's far better, of course, when one is a man." "I don't know. Women do pretty well what they like. My sister and you have managed, between you, to bring me to this." "It's more your sister, I suspect, than I. But why, after all, should you have disliked so much to come?" "Well, since you ask me," said Paul Muniment, "I will tell you frankly, though I don't mean it uncivilly, that I don't know what to make of you." "Most people don't," returned the Princess, "but they usually take the risk." "Ah, well, I'm the most prudent of men." "I was sure of it. That is one of the reasons why I wanted to know you. I know what some of your ideas are. Hyacinth Robinson has told me. And the source of my interest in them is partly the fact that you consider very carefully what you attempt." "That I do, said Muniment simply. The tone in which he said this would have been almost ignoble, as regards a kind of northern canniness which it expressed, Had it not been corrected by the character of his face, his youth and strength, and his military eye? The Princess recognized both the shrewdness and the latent audacity as she rejoined, "To do anything with you would be very safe. It would be sure to succeed." "That's what poor Hyacinth thinks," said Paul Muniment. The Princess wondered a little that he could allude in that light tone to the faith their young friend had placed in him, considering the consequences such a trustfulness might yet have; but this curious mixture of qualities could only make her visitor, as a tribune of the people, more interesting to her. She abstained for the moment from touching on the subject of Hyacinth's peculiar position, and only said, "Hasn't he told you about me? Hasn't he explained me a little?" "Oh, his explanations are grand!" Muniment exclaimed hilariously. "He's fine sport when he talks about you." "Don't betray him," said the Princess gently. "There's nothing to betray. You would be the first to admire it if you were there. Besides, I don't betray," the young man added. "I love him very much," said the Princess; and it would have been impossible for the most impudent cynic to smile at the manner in which she made the declaration. Paul accepted it respectfully. "He's a sweet little lad, and, putting her ladyship aside, quite the light of our home." There was a short pause after this exchange of amenities, which the Princess terminated by inquiring, "Wouldn't some one else do his work quite as well?" "His work? Why, I'm told he's a master hand." "Oh, I don't mean his bookbinding." Then the Princess added, "I don't know whether you know it, but I am in correspondence with Hoffendahl. I am acquainted with many of our most important men." "Yes, I know it. Hyacinth has told me. Do you mention it as a guarantee, so that I may know you are genuine?" "Not exactly. That would be weak, wouldn't it?" the Princess asked. "My genuineness must be in myself, a matter for you to appreciate, as you know me better. Not in my references and vouchers." "I shall never know you better. What business is it of mine?" "I want to help you," said the Princess, and as she made this earnest appeal her face became transfigured. It wore an expression of the most passionate, yet the purest longing. "I want to do something for the cause you represent, for the millions that are rotting under our feet, the millions whose whole life is passed on the brink of starvation, so that the smallest accident pushes them over. Try me, test me, ask me to put my hand to something, to prove that I am as deeply in earnest as those who have already given proof. I know what I am talking about, what one must meet and face and count with, the nature and immensity of your organization. I am not playing. No, I am not playing." Paul Muniment watched her with his steady smile until this sudden outbreak had spent itself. "I was afraid you would be like this, that you would turn on the fountains and let off the fireworks." "Permit me to believe you thought nothing about it. There is no reason my fireworks should disturb you." "I have always had a fear of women." "I see. That's part of your prudence," said the Princess reflectively. "But you are the sort of man who ought to know how to use them." Muniment said nothing immediately in answer to this. The way he appeared to consider the Princess suggested that he was not following closely what she said, so much as losing himself in certain matters which were beside that question. Her beauty, for instance, her grace, her fragrance, the spectacle of a manner and quality so new to him. After a little, however, he remarked irrelevantly, "I'm afraid I'm very rude." "Of course you are, but it doesn't signify. What I mainly object to is that you don't answer my questions. Would not some one else do Hyacinth Robinson's work quite as well? Is it necessary to take a nature so delicate, so intellectual? Oughtn't we to keep him for something finer?" "Finer than what?" "Than what Hoffendahl will call upon him to do." "And pray what is that?" the young man demanded. "You know nothing about it. No more do I," he added in a moment. "It will require whatever it will. Besides, if some one else might have done it, no one else volunteered. It happened that Robinson did." "Yes, and you nipped him up!" the Princess exclaimed. At this expression Muniment burst out laughing. "I have no doubt you can easily keep him if you want him." "I should like to do it in his place. That's what I should like," said the Princess. "As I say, you don't even know what it is." "It may be nothing," she went on, with her grave eyes fixed on her visitor. "I dare say you think that what I wanted to see you for was to beg you to let him off. But it wasn't. Of course it's his own affair, and you can do nothing. But oughtn't it to make some difference when his opinions have changed?" "His opinions? He never had any opinions," Munimet replied. "He is not like you and me." "Well, then, his feelings, his attachments. He hasn't the passion for democracy he had when I first knew him. He's much more tepid." "Ah, well, he's quite right." The Princess stared. "Do you mean that you are giving up?" "A fine, stiff conservative is a thing I perfectly understand," said Paul Munimet. "If I were on the top, I'd stick there." "I see you are not narrow," the Princess murmured appreciatively. "I beg your pardon, I am. I don't call that wide. One must be narrow to penetrate." "Whatever you are, you'll succeed," said the Princess. "Hyacinth won't, but you will." "It depends upon what you call success," the young man exclaimed. And in a moment before she replied, he added, looking about the room, "You've got a very lovely dwelling." "Lovely? My dear sir, it's hideous. That's what I like it for," the Princess added. "Well, I like it, but perhaps I don't know the reason. I thought you had given up everything, pitched your goods out the window for a grand scramble." "Well, so I have. You should have seen me before." "I should have liked that," said Munimet, smiling. "I like to see solid wealth." "Ah, you're as bad as Hyacinth. I am the only consistent one," the Princess sighed. "You have a great deal left for a person who has given everything away." "These are not mine, these abominations, or I would give them too," Paul's hostess rejoined artlessly. Munimet got up from his chair, still looking about the room. "I would give my nose for such a place as this. At any rate, you are not yet reduced to poverty." "I have a little left to help you." "I dare say you've got a great deal," said Paul, with his North Country accent. "I could get money, the Princess continued gravely. She had also risen and was standing before him. These two remarkable persons faced each other, their eyes met again, and they exchanged a long deep glance of mutual scrutiny. Each seemed to drop a plummet into the other's mind. Then a strange, and to the Princess unexpected expression passed over the countenance of the young man. His lips compressed themselves, as if he were making a strong effort. His color rose, and in a moment he stood there blushing like a boy. He dropped his eyes and stared at the carpet while he observed, "I don't trust women. I don't trust women." "I am sorry, but after all I can understand it," said the Princess. "Therefore I won't insist on the question of your allowing me to work with you. But this appeal I will make to you. Help me a little yourself. Help me." "How do you mean, help you?" Munimet demanded, raising his eyes, which had a new, conscious look. "Advise me. You will know how. I am in trouble. I have gone very far." "I have no doubt of that," said Paul, laughing. "I mean with some of those people abroad. I'm not frightened, but I'm perplexed. I want to know what to do." "No, you are not frightened," Munimet rejoined, after a moment. "I am, however, in a sad entanglement. I think you can straighten it out. I will give you the facts, but not now, for we shall be interrupted. I hear my old lady on the stairs. For this you must come to see me again." At this point the door opened and Madame Grandoni appeared, cautiously, creepingly, as if she didn't know what might be going on in the parlor. "Yes, I will come again," said Paul Munimet in a low but distinct tone, and he walked away, passing Madame Grandoni on the threshold, without having exchanged the handshake of farewell with his hostess. In the hall he paused an instant, feeling she was behind him, and he learned that she had not come to exact from him this omitted observance, but to say once more, dropping her voice, so that her companion through the open door might not hear, "I could get money, I could." Munimet passed his hand through his hair, and, as if he had not heard her, remarked, "I have not given you, after all, half Rosie's messages." "Oh, that doesn't matter," the Princess answered, turning back into the parlor. Madame Grandoni was in the middle of the room, wrapped in an old shawl, looking vaguely around her, and the two ladies heard the house door close. "And pray, who may that be? Isn't it a new face?" the elder one inquired. "He's the brother of the little person I took you to see over the river, the chattering cripple with the wonderful manners." "Ah, she had a brother. That, then, was why you went?" It was striking, the good humour with which the Princess received this rather coarse thrust, which could have been drawn from Madame Grandoni only by the petulance and weariness of increasing age, and the antipathy she now felt to Madeira Crescent and everything it produced. Christina bent a calm, charitable smile upon her ancient companion, and replied, "There could have been no question of our seeing him. He was, of course, at his work." "And how do I know, my dear? And is he a successor?" "A successor?" "To the little bookbinder." "My darling," said the Princess, "you will see how absurd that question is when I tell you he's his greatest friend." Chapter 37 of Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Half an hour after Paul Muniment's departure, the Princess heard another rat-tat-tat at her door, but this was a briefer, discreeter peal, and was accompanied by a faint tintinnabulation. The person who had produced it was presently ushered in, without, however, causing Madame Grandoni to look round, or rather to look up, from an armchair as low as a sitz-bath, and of very much the shape of such a receptacle, in which, near the fire, she had been immersed. She left this care to the Princess, who rose on hearing the name of the visitor pronounced inadequately by her maid. Mr. Fetch, Assunta called it, but the Princess recognized without difficulty the little, fat, reduced fiddler of whom Hyacinth had talked to her, who, as Penny's most intimate friend, had been so mixed up with his existence, and whom she herself had always had a curiosity to see. Hyacinth had not told her he was coming, and the unexpectedness of the apparition added to its interest. Much as she liked seeing queer types and exploring out-of-the-way social corners, she never engaged in a fresh encounter, nor formed a new relation of this kind without a fit of nervousness, a fear that she might be awkward and fail to hit the right tone. She perceived in a moment, however, that Mr. Vetch would take her as she was and require no special adjustments. He was a gentleman and a man of experience, and she would only have to leave the tone to him. He stood there with his large polished hat in his two hands, a hat of the fashion of 10 years before, with a rusty sheen and an undulating brim, stood there without a salutation or a speech, but with a little fixed, acute, tentative smile, which seemed half to inquire and half to explain. What he explained was that he was clever enough to be trusted, and that if he had come to see her that way, abruptly, without an invitation, he had a reason which she would be sure to think good enough when she should hear it. There was even a certain jauntiness in this confidence, an insinuation that he knew how to present himself to a lady, and though it quickly appeared that he really did, that was the only thing about him that was inferior. It suggested a long experience of actresses at rehearsal, with whom he had formed habits of advice and compliment. "I know who you are. I know who you are," said the Princess, though she could easily see that he knew she did. "I wonder whether you also know why I have come to see you," Mr. Vetch replied, presenting the top of his hat to her as if it were a looking-glass. "No, but it doesn't matter. I am very glad. You might even have come before." Then the Princess added, with her characteristic honesty, "Don't you know of the great interest I have taken in your nephew?" "In my nephew? Yes, my young friend Robinson. It is in regard to him that I have ventured to intrude upon you." The Princess had been on the point of pushing a chair toward him, but she stopped in the act, staring with a smile. "Ah, I hope you haven't come to ask me to give him up." On the contrary, the old man rejoined, lifting his hand expressively, and with his head on one side, as if he were holding his violin. "How do you mean, on the contrary?" the Princess demanded, after he had seated himself and she had sunk into her former place. As if that might sound contradictious, she went on, "Surely he hasn't any fear that I shall cease to be a good friend to him?" "I don't know what he fears. I don't know what he hopes," said Mr. Vetch, looking at her now with a face in which she could see there was something more tonic than old-fashioned politeness. "It will be difficult to tell you, but at least I must try. Properly speaking, I suppose, it's no business of mine, as I am not a blood relation to the boy. But I have known him since he was an urchin, and I can't help saying that I thank you for your great kindness to him." "All the same, I don't think you like it," the Princess remarked. "To me it oughtn't to be difficult to say anything." "He has told me very little about you. He doesn't know I have taken this step," the fiddler said, turning his eyes about the room and letting them rest on Madame Grandoni. "Why do you call it a step?" the Princess asked. "That's what people say when they have to do something disagreeable." "I call very seldom on ladies. It's a long time since I have been in the house of a person like the Princess Casamassima. I remember the last time," said the old man. "It was to get some money from a lady at whose party I had been playing, for a dance." "You must bring your fiddle some time and play to us. Of course I don't mean for money," the Princess rejoined. "I will do it with pleasure, or anything else that will gratify you. But my ability is very small. I only know vulgar music, things that are played at theatres." "I don't believe that. There must be things you play for yourself, in your room alone." For a moment the old man made no reply. Then he said, "Now that I see you, that I hear you, it helps me to understand." "I don't think you do see me," cried the Princess, kindly, laughing, while the fiddler went on to ask whether there were any danger of Hyacinth's coming in while he was there. The Princess replied that he only came, unless by prearrangement, in the evening, and Mr. Vetch made a request that she would not let their young friend know that he himself had been with her. "It doesn't matter. He will guess it. He will know it by instinct as soon as he comes in. He is terribly subtle," said the Princess, and she added that she had never been able to hide anything from him. Perhaps it served her right for attempting to make a mystery of things that were not worth it. "How well you know him," Mr. Vetch murmured, with his eyes wandering again to Madame Grandoni, who paid no attention to him as she sat staring at the fire. He delayed, visibly, to say what he had come for, and his hesitation could only be connected with the presence of the old lady. He said to himself that the Princess might have divined this from his manner. He had an idea that he could trust himself to convey such an intimation with clearness and yet with delicacy. But the most she appeared to apprehend was that he desired to be presented to her companion. "You must know the most delightful of women. She takes a particular interest in Mr. Robinson, of a different kind from mine, much more sentimental." And then she explained to the old lady, who seemed absorbed in other ideas, that Mr. Vetch was a distinguished musician, a person whom she, who had known so many in her day, and was so fond of that kind of thing, would like to talk with. The Princess spoke of "that kind of thing" quite as if she herself had given it up, though Madame Grandoni heard her by the hour together, improvising on the piano revolutionary battle songs and paeans. "I think you are laughing at me," Mr. Vetch said to the Princess, while Madame Grandoni twisted herself slowly round in her chair and considered him. She looked at him leisurely, up and down, and then she observed with a sigh, "Strange people, strange people." "It is indeed a strange world, madam," the fiddler replied, and he then inquired of the Princess whether he might have a little conversation with her in private. She looked about her, embarrassed and smiling. "My dear sir, I have only this one room to receive in. We live in a very small way." "Yes, your Excellency is laughing at me. Your ideas are very large, too. However, I would gladly come at any other time that might suit you." "You impute to me higher spirits than I possess. Why should I be so gay?" the Princess asked. "I should be delighted to see you again. I am extremely curious as to what you may have to say to me. I would even meet you anywhere, in Kensington Gardens or the British Museum." The fiddler looked at her a moment before replying. Then, with his white old face flushing a little, he exclaimed, "Poor dear little Hyacinth!" Madame Grandoni made an effort to rise from her chair, but she had sunk so low that at first it was not successful. Mr. Vetch gave her his hand to help her, and she slowly erected herself, keeping hold of him for a moment after she stood there. "What did she tell me? That you are a great musician? Isn't that enough for any man? You ought to be content, my dear gentleman. It has sufficed for people whom I don't believe you surpass." "I don't surpass any one," said poor Mr. Vetch. "I don't know what you take me for." "You are not a conspirator, then? You are not an assassin? It surprises me, but so much the better. In this house one can never know. It is not a good house, and if you are a respectable person, it is a pity you should come here. Yes, she is very gay, and I am very sad. I don't know how it will end. After me, I hope. The world is not good, certainly, but God alone can make it better." And, as the fiddler expressed the hope that he was not the cause of her leaving the room, she went on, "Doch, doch, you are the cause. But why not you as well as another? I am always leaving it for some one or for something, and I would sooner do so for an honest man, if you are one. But, as I say, who can tell? Than for a destroyer. I wander about. I have no rest. I have, however, a very nice room, the best in the house. Me, at least, she does not treat ill. It looks to-day like the end of all things. If you would turn your climate the other side up, the rest would do well enough. Good night to you, whoever you are." The old lady shuffled away in spite of Mr. Vetch's renewed apologies, and the Princess stood before the fire watching her companions while he opened the door. "She goes away, she comes back, it doesn't matter. She thinks it's a bad house, but she knows it would be worse without her. I remember now," the Princess added, "Mr. Robinson told me that you had been a great democrat in old days, but that now you had ceased to care for the people." "The people? The people? That is a vague term. Whom do you mean?" The Princess hesitated. "Those you used to care for, to plead for, those who were underneath every one, everything, and have the whole social mass crushing them." "I see you think I'm a renegade. The way certain classes arrogate to themselves the title of the people has never pleased me. Why are some human beings the people, and the people only, and others not? I am of the people myself. I have worked all my days like a knife grinder, and I have really never changed." "You must not let me make you angry," said the Princess, laughing, and sitting down again. "I am sometimes very provoking, but you must stop me off. You wouldn't think it, perhaps, but no one takes a snub better than I." Mr. Vetch dropped his eyes a minute. He appeared to wish to show that he regarded such a speech as that as one of the Princess's characteristic humours, and knew that he should be wanting in respect to her if he took it seriously or made a personal application of it. "What I want is this," he began after a moment, that you will—" But he stopped before he had got further. She was watching him, listening to him, and she waited while he paused. It was a long pause, and she said nothing. "Princess," the old man broke out at last, "I would give my own life many times for that boy's." "I always told him you must have been fond of him," she cried, with bright exultation. "Fond of him? Pray, who can doubt it? I made him. I invented him." "He knows it, moreover," said the Princess, smiling. "It is an exquisite organization." And as the old man gazed at her, not knowing apparently what to make of her tone, she continued, "It is a very interesting opportunity for me to learn certain things. Speak to me of his early years. How was he as a child? When I like people, I want to know everything about them." "I shouldn't have supposed there was much left for you to learn about our young friend. You have taken possession of his life," the fiddler added gravely. "Yes, but as I understand you, you don't complain of it? Sometimes one does so much more than one has intended. One must use one's influence for good," says the Princess. with the noble, gentle air of accessibility to reason that sometimes lighted up her face. And then she went on, irrelevantly, "I know the terrible story of his mother. He told it me himself when he was staying with me, and in the course of my life I think I have never been more affected." "That was my fault that he ever learned it. I suppose he also told you that?" "Yes, but I think he understood your idea. If you had the question to determine again, would you judge differently?" "I thought it would do him good," said the old man, simply and rather wearily. "Well, I dare say it has," the Princess rejoined, with the manner of wishing to encourage him. "I don't know what was in my head. I wanted him to quarrel with society. Now I want him to be reconciled to it," Mr. Vetch remarked earnestly. He appeared to wish the Princess to understand that he made a great point of this. "Ah, but he is," she immediately returned. "We often talk about that. He is not like me, who see all kinds of abominations. He's a tremendous aristocrat. What more would you have?" "Those are not the opinions that he expresses to me," said Mr. Vetch, shaking his head sadly. "I am greatly distressed, and I don't understand. I have not come here with the presumptuous wish to cross-examine you, but I should like very much to know if I am wrong in believing that he has gone about with you in the bad quarters, in St. Giles and Whitechapel." "We have certainly inquired and explored together," the Princess admitted, "and in the depths of this huge, luxurious, wanton, wasteful city we have seen sights of unspeakable misery and horror. But we have not been only in the slums. We have been to a music hall and a penny reading." The fiddler received this information at first in silence, so that his hostess went on to mention some of the phases of life they had observed, describing with great vividness, but at the same time with a kind of argumentative moderation, several scenes which did little honor to "our boasted civilization." "What wonder is it, then, that he should tell me that things cannot go on any longer as they are?" he asked, when she had finished. "He said only the other day that he should regard himself as one of the most contemptible of human beings if he should do nothing to alter them, to better them." "What wonder, indeed? But if he said that, he was in one of his bad days. He changes constantly, and his impressions change. The misery of the people is by no means always weighing on his heart. You tell me what he has told you? Well, he has told me that the people may perish over and over rather than the conquest of civilization shall be sacrificed to them. He declares at such moments that they will be sacrificed utterly if the ignorant masses get the upper hand." "He needn't be afraid. That will never happen." "I don't know. We can at least try." "Try what you like, madam, but for God's sake get the boy out of his mess." The Princess had suddenly grown excited in speaking of the cause she believed in, and she gave for the moment no heed to this appeal, which broke from Mr. Vetch's lips with a sudden passion of anxiety. Her beautiful head raised itself higher, and the deep expression that was always in her eyes became an extraordinary radiance. "Do you know what I say to Mr. Robinson when he makes such remarks as that to me? I ask him what he means by civilization. Let civilization come a little first, and then we will talk about it. For the present, face to face with those horrors, I scorn it, I deny it." And the Princess laughed ineffable things, like some splendid siren of the Revolution. The world is very sad and very hideous, and I am happy to say that I shall soon have done with it. But before I go, I want to save Hyacinth. If he's a little aristocrat, as you say, there is so much the less fitness in his being ground in your mill. If he doesn't even believe in what he pretends to do, that's a pretty situation. What is he in for, madam? What devilish folly has he undertaken?" "He is a strange mixture of contradictory impulses," said the Princess musingly. Then, as if calling herself back to the old man's question, she continued, "How can I enter into his affairs with you? How can I tell you his secrets? In the first place, I don't know them, and if I did, fancy me!" The fiddler gave a long, low sigh, almost a moan, of discouragement and perplexity. He had told the Princess that now he saw her, he understood how Hyacinth should have become her slave, but he would not have been able to tell her that he understood her own motives and mysteries, that he embraced the immense anomaly of her behavior. It came over him that she was incongruous and perverse, a more complicated form of the feminine character than any he had hitherto dealt with, and he felt helpless and baffled, foredoomed to failure. He had come prepared to flatter her without scruple, thinking that would be the clever, the efficacious method of dealing with her, but he now had a sense that this primitive device had, though it was strange, no application to such a nature, while his embarrassment was increased rather than diminished by the fact that the lady at least made the effort to be accommodating. He had put down his hat on the floor beside him, and his two hands were clasped on the knob of an umbrella which had long since renounced pretensions to compactness. He collapsed a little, and his chin rested on his folded hands. "Why do you take such a line? Why do you believe such things?" he asked, and he was conscious that his tone was weak and his inquiry beside the question. "My dear sir, how do you know what I believe? However, I have my reasons, which it would take too long to tell you, and which, after all, would not particularly interest you. One must see life as one can. It comes, no doubt, to each of us in different ways. You think me affected, of course, and my behavior a fearful pose, but I am only trying to be natural. Are you not yourself a little inconsequent?" the Princess went on, with the bright mildness which had the effect of making Mr. Vetch feel that he should not extract any pledge of assistance from her. "You don't want our young friend to pry into the wretchedness of London because it excites his sense of justice. It is a strange thing to wish, for a person of whom one is fond and whom one esteems, that his sense of justice shall not be excited." "I don't care a fig for his sense of justice. I don't care a fig for the wretchedness of London. And if I were young and beautiful and clever and brilliant, and of a noble position like you, I should care still less. In that case I should have very little to say to a poor mechanic, a youngster who earns his living with a glue pot and scraps of old leather." "Don't misrepresent him. Don't make him out what you know he's not," the Princess retorted with her baffling smile. "You know he's one of the most civilized people possible." The fiddler sat breathing unhappily. "I only want to keep him, to get him free." Then he added, "I don't understand you very well. If you like him because he's one of the lower orders, how can you like him because he's a swell?" The Princess turned her eyes on the fire a moment, as if this little problem might be worth considering, and presently she answered, "Dear Mr. Vetch, I am very sure you don't mean to be impertinent, but some things you say have that effect. Nothing is more annoying than when one's sincerity is doubted. I am not bound to explain myself to you. I ask of my friends to trust me, and of the others to leave me alone. Moreover, anything not very nice you may have said to me, out of awkwardness, is nothing to the insults I am perfectly prepared to see showered upon me before long. I shall do things which will produce a fine crop of them. Oh, I shall do things, my dear sir. But I am determined not to mind them. Come, therefore, pull yourself together. We both take such an interest in young Robinson that I can't see why in the world we should quarrel about him." "My dear lady," the old man pleaded, "I have indeed not the least intention of failing in respect or courtesy, and you must excuse me if I don't look after my manners. How can I, when I am so worried, so haunted? God knows I don't want to quarrel. As I tell you, I only want to get Hyacinth free." "Free from what?" the Princess asked. "From some abominable brotherhood or international league that he belongs to, the thought of which keeps me awake at night. He's just the sort of youngster to be made a cat's paw." "Your fears seem very vague." I hoped you would give me chapter and verse." "On what do your suspicions rest? What grounds have you?" the Princess inquired. "Well, a great many, none of them very definite, but all contributing something. His appearance, his manner, the way he strikes me. Dear madam, one feels those things, one guesses. Do you know that poor infatuated phrasemonger, Eustache Poupin, who works at the same place as Hyacinth?" "He's a very old friend of mine, and he's an honest man, considering everything. But he is always conspiring and corresponding, and pulling strings that make a tinkle which he takes for the death knell of society. He has nothing in life to complain of, and he drives a roaring trade. But he wants folks to be equal, heaven help him, and when he has made them so, I suppose he's going to start a society for making the stars in the sky all of the same size. He isn't serious, though he thinks that he's the only human being who never trifles, and his machinations, which I believe for the most part very innocent, are a matter of habit and tradition with him, like his theory that Christopher Columbus, who discovered America, was a Frenchman, and his hot foot bath on Saturday nights. He has not confessed to me that Hyacinth has taken some secret engagement to do something for the cause which may have nasty consequences, but the way he turns off the idea makes me almost as uncomfortable as if he had. He and his wife are very sweet on Hyacinth, but they can't make up their minds to interfere. Perhaps for them, indeed, as for me, there is no way in which interference can be effective. Only I didn't put him up to those devil's tricks. Or rather, I did originally. The finer the work, I suppose, the higher the privilege of doing it. Yet the Poupins heave socialistic sighs over the boy, and their peace of mind evidently isn't all that it ought to be, if they have given him a noble opportunity. I have appealed to them in good round terms, and they have assured me that every hair of his head is as precious to them as if he were their own child. That doesn't comfort me much, however, for the simple reason that I believe the old woman, whose grandmother in Paris in the Revolution must certainly have carried bloody heads on a pike, would be quite capable of chopping up her own child if it would do any harm to proprietors. Besides, they say, what influence have they on Hyacinth any more? He is a deplorable little backslider. He worships false gods. In short, they will give me no information, and I dare say they themselves are tied up by some unholy vow. They may be afraid of a vengeance if they tell tales. It's all sad rubbish, but rubbish may be a strong motive." The Princess listened attentively, following her visitor with patience. "Don't speak to me of the French. I have never liked them." "That's awkward if you're a socialist. You are likely to meet them." "Why do you call me a socialist? I hate labels and tickets," she declared. Then she added, "What is it you suppose on Mr. Robinson's part? For you must suppose something." "Well, that he may have drawn some accursed lot to do some idiotic thing, something in which even he himself doesn't believe." "I haven't an idea of what sort of thing you mean. But if he doesn't believe in it, he can easily let it alone." "Do you think he's a customer who will back out of an engagement?" the fiddler asked. The Princess hesitated a moment. One can never judge of people in that way until they are tested. The next thing she inquired, "Haven't you even taken the trouble to question him?" "What would be the use? He would tell me nothing. It would be like a man giving notice when he is going to fight a duel." The Princess sat for some moments in thought. She looked up at Mr. Vetch with a pitying, indulgent smile. "I am sure you are worrying about a mere shadow. But that never prevents, does it? I still don't see exactly how I can help you." "Do you want him to commit some atrocity, some infamy?" the old man murmured. "My dear sir, I don't want him to do anything in all the wide world. I have not had the smallest connection with any arrangement of any kind that he may have entered into. Do me the honor to trust me," the Princess went on, with a certain dryness of tone. "I don't know what I have done to deprive myself of your confidence. Trust the young man a little, too. He is a gentleman, and he will behave like a gentleman." The fiddler rose from his chair, smoothing his hat silently with the cuff of his coat. He stood there, whimsical and piteous, as if the sense that he still had something to urge mingled with that of his having received his dismissal, and both of them were tinged with the oddity of another idea. "That's exactly what I am afraid of!" he exclaimed. Then he added, continuing to look at her, "But he must be very fond of life." The Princess took no notice of the insinuation contained in these words, and indeed it was of a sufficiently impalpable character. "Leave him to me, leave him to me. I am sorry for your anxiety, but it was very good of you to come to see me. That has been interesting, because you have been one of our friend's influences." "Unfortunately, yes. If it had not been for me, he would not have known Poupin, and if he hadn't known Poupin, he wouldn't have known his chemical friend, what's his name? Muniment." "And has that done him harm, do you think?" the Princess asked. She had got up. "Surely. That fellow has been the main source of his infection." "I lose patience with you," said the Princess, turning away. And indeed her visitor's persistence was irritating. He went on, lingering, with his head thrust forward and his short arms out at his sides, terminating in his hat and umbrella, which he held grotesquely, as if they were intended for emphasis or illustration. "I have supposed for a long time that it was either Muniment or you that had got him into his scrape. It was you I suspected most, much the most. But if it isn't you, it must be he." "You had better go to him, then." "Of course I will go to him. I scarcely know him. I have seen him but once, but I will speak my mind." The Princess rang for her maid to usher the fiddler out, but at the moment he laid his hand on the door of the room she checked him with a quick gesture. "Now that I think of it, don't go to Mr. Muniment. It will be better to leave him quiet. Leave him to me," she added, smiling. "Why not? Why not?" he pleaded. And as she could not tell him on the instant why not, he added, "Doesn't he know?" "No, he doesn't know. He has nothing to do with it." She suddenly found herself desiring to protect Paul Muniment from the imputation that was in Mr. Vetch's mind, the imputation of an ugly responsibility; and though she was not a person who took the trouble to tell fibs, this repudiation on his behalf issued from her lips before she could check it. It was a result of the same desire, though it was also an inconsequence, that she added, "Don't do that. You'll spoil everything." She went to him, suddenly eager, and herself opened the door for him. "Leave him to me, leave him to me," she continued persuasively, while the fiddler gazed at her, dazzled and submissive, allowed himself to be wafted away. A thought that excited her had come to her with a bound, and after she had heard the house door close behind Mr. Vetch, she walked up and down the room half an hour, restlessly, under the possession of it. End of Chapter 37. Chapter 38 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hyacinth found this winter considerable occupation for his odd hours, his evenings and holidays and scraps of leisure, in putting in hand the books which he had promised himself at Medley to enclose in covers worthy of the high station and splendour of the lady of his life. These brilliant attributes had not then been shuffled out of sight, and of the confidence and generosity she showed him. He had determined she should receive from him something of value, and took pleasure in thinking that after he was gone they would be passed from hand to hand as specimens of rare work, while connoisseurs bent their heads over them, smiling and murmuring, handling them delicately. His invention stirred itself, and he had 100 admirable ideas, many of which he sat up late at night to execute. He used all his skill, and by this time his skill was of a very high order. Old Crookenden recognized it by raising the rates at which he was paid, and though it was not among the traditions of the proprietor of the establishment in Soho, who to the end wore the apron with his workmen to scatter sweet speeches, Hyacinth learned accidentally that several books that he had given him to do had been carried off and placed on a shelf of treasures at the villa, where they were exhibited to the members of the Crookenden circle who came to tea on Sundays. Hyacinth himself, indeed, was included in this company on a great occasion. Invited to a musical party where he made the acquaintance of half a dozen Miss Crookendens, an acquaintance which consisted in his standing in a corner behind several broad-backed old ladies and watching the rotation at the piano and the harp of 3 or 4 of his master's thick-fingered daughters. "You know it's a tremendously musical house," said one of the old ladies to the other. She called it "'ouse," but the principal impression made upon him by the performance of the Miss Crookendens was that it was wonderfully different from the Princess's playing. He knew that he was the only young man from the shop who had been invited, not counting the foreman, who was 60 years old, and wore a wig which constituted in itself a kind of social position, besides being accompanied by a little frightened, furtive wife, who closed her eyes as if in the presence of a blinding splendor when Mrs. Crookenden spoke to her. The Poupins were not there, which, however, was not a surprise to Hyacinth, who knew that, even if they had been asked, which they were not, they had objections of principle to putting their feet chez les bourgeois. They were not asked because, in spite of the place Eustache had made for himself in the prosperity of the business, it had come to be known that his wife was somehow not his wife, though she was certainly no one's else, and the evidence of this irregularity was conceived to reside, vaguely, in the fact that she had never been seen save in a camisole. There had doubtless been an apprehension that if she had come to the villa she would not have come with the proper number of hooks and eyes, though Hyacinth, on 2 or 3 occasions, notably the night he took the pair to Mr. Vetch's theatre, had been witness of the proportions to which she could reduce her figure when she wished to give the impression of a lawful wife. It was not clear to him how the distinction conferred upon him became known in Soho, where, however, it excited no sharpness of jealousy, Grugan, Roker, and Hodgkin being hardly more likely to envy a person condemned to spend a genteel evening than they were to envy a monkey performing antics on a barrel organ. Both forms of effort indicated an urbanity painfully acquired. But Roker took his young comrade's breath half away with his elbow, and remarked that he supposed he saw the old man had spotted him for one of the darlings at home, inquiring furthermore what would become in that case of the little thing he took to France, the one to whom he had stood champagne and lobster. This was the first allusion Hyacinth had heard made to the idea that he might some day marry his master's daughter like the virtuous apprentice of tradition, but the suggestion somehow was not inspiring, even when he thought of an incident or two which gave colour to it. None of the Miss Crookendens spoke to him. They all had large faces and short legs, and a comical resemblance to that elderly male with wide nostrils, their father, and unlike the Miss Marchants at Medley, they knew who he was. But their mother, who had on her head the plumage of a cockatoo, mingled with a structure of glass beads, looked at him with an almost awful fixedness, and asked him 3 distinct times if he would have a glass of negus. He had much difficulty in getting his books from the Princess, for when he reminded her of the promise she had given him at Medley to make over to him as many volumes as he should require, she answered that everything was changed since then, that she was completely dépouillée, that she now had no pretension to have a library, and that, in fine, he had much better leave the matter alone. He was welcome to any books that were in the house, but, as he could see for himself, these were cheap editions, on which it would be foolish to expend such work as his. He asked Madame Grandoni to help him, to tell him at least whether there were not some good volumes among the things the Princess had sent to be warehoused, it being known to him, through casual admissions of her own, that she had allowed her maid to save certain articles from the wreck and pack them away at the Pantechnicon. This had all been Assunta's work. The woman had begged so hard for a few reservations, a loaf of bread for their old days, but the Princess herself had washed her hands of business. Que, there are boxes, I am sure, in that place with a little of everything," said the old lady in answer to his inquiry, and Hyacinth conferred with Assunta, who took a sympathetic, talkative Italian interest in his undertaking, and promised to fish out for him whatever worthy volume should remain. She came to his lodging one evening in a cab with an armful of pretty books, and when he asked her where they had come from, waved her forefinger in front of her nose in a manner both mysterious and expressive. He brought each volume to the Princess as it was finished, but her manner of receiving it was to shake her head over it with a kind, sad smile. "It's beautiful, I am sure, but I have lost my sense for such things. Besides, you must always remember what you once told me, that a woman, even the most cultivated, is incapable of feeling the difference between a bad binding and a good. I remember your once saying that fine ladies had brought shoemakers' bindings to your shop and wished them imitated. Certainly those are not the differences I most feel. My dear fellow, such things have ceased to speak to me. They are doubtless charming, but they leave me cold. What will you have? One can't serve God and Mammon." Her thoughts were fixed on far other matters than the delight of dainty covers, and she evidently considered that in caring so much for them Hyacinth resembled the mad emperor who fiddled in the flames of Rome. European society, to her mind, was in flames, and no frivolous occupation could give the measure of the emotion with which she watched them. It produced occasionally demonstrations of hilarity, of joy and hope, but these always took some form connected with the life of the people. It was the people she had gone to see when she accompanied Hyacinth to a music hall in the Edgware Road, and all her excursions and pastimes this winter were prompted by her interest in the classes on whose behalf the revolution was to be wrought. To ask himself whether she were in earnest was now an old story to him, and indeed the conviction he might arrive at on this head had ceased to have any practical relevancy. It was just as she was, superficial or profound, that she held him, and she was at any rate sufficiently animated by a purpose for her doings to have consequences actual and possible. Some of these might be serious, even if she herself were not, and there were times when Hyacinth was much visited by the apprehension of them. On the Sundays that she had gone with him into the darkest places, the most fetid holes in London, she had always taken money with her, in considerable quantities, and always left it behind. She said very naturally that one couldn't go and stare at people for an impression without paying them, and she gave alms right and left indiscriminately, without inquiry or judgment, as simply as the abbess of some beggar-haunted convent, or a Lady Bountiful of the superstitious, unscientific ages, who should have hoped to be assisted to heaven by her doles. Hyacinth never said to her, though he sometimes thought it, that since she was so full of the modern spirit, her charity should be administered according to the modern lights, the principles of economical science, partly because she was not a woman to be directed and regulated. She could take other people's ideas, but she could never take their way. Besides, what did it matter? To himself, what did it matter to-day whether he were drawn into right methods or wrong ones, his time being too short for regret or for cheer? The Princess was an embodied passion, she was not a system, and her behaviour, after all, was more addressed to relieving herself than to relieving others. And then misery was sown so thick in her path that wherever her money was dropped it fell into some trembling palm. He wondered that she should still have so much cash to dispose of, until she explained to him that she came by it through putting her personal expenditure on a rigid footing. What she gave away was her savings, the margin she had succeeded in creating, and now that she had tasted of the satisfaction of making little hoards for such a purpose, she regarded her other years, with their idleness and waste, their merely personal motives, as a long, stupid sleep of the conscience. To do something for others was not only so much more human, but so much more amusing. She made strange acquaintances under Hyacinth's conduct. She listened to extraordinary stories, and formed theories about them, and about the persons who narrated them to her, which were often still more extraordinary. She took romantic fancies to the vagabonds of either sex, attempted to establish social relations with them, and was the cause of infinite agitation to the gentleman who lived near her in the Crescent, who was always smoking at the window, and who reminded Hyacinth of Mr. Micawber. She received visits that were a scandal to the Crescent, and Hyacinth neglected his affairs, whatever they were, to see what tatterdemalion would next turn up at her door. This intercourse, it is true, took a more fruitful form as her intimacy with Lady Aurora deepened. Her ladyship practised discriminations which she brought the Princess to recognise, and before the winter was over Hyacinth's services in the slums were found unnecessary. He gave way with relief, with delight to Lady Aurora, for he had not in the least understood his behaviour for the previous 4 months, nor taken himself seriously as a cicerone. He had plunged into a sea of barbarism without having any civilizing energy to put forth. He was conscious that the people were miserable, more conscious, it often seemed to him, than they themselves were. So frequently was he struck with their brutal insensibility, a grossness impervious to the taste of better things or to any desire for them. He knew it so well that the repetition of contact could add no vividness to the conviction. It rather smothered and befogged his impression, peopled it with contradictions and difficulties, a violence of reaction, a sense of the inevitable and insurmountable. In these hours the poverty and ignorance of the multitude seemed so vast and preponderant, and so much the law of life, that those who had managed to escape from the black gulf were only the happy few, people of resource as well as children of luck. They inspired in some degree the interest and sympathy that one should feel for survivors and victors, those who have come safely out of a shipwreck or a battle. What was most in Hyacinth's mind was the idea, of which every pulsation of the general life of his time was a syllable, that the flood of democracy was rising over the world, that it would sweep all the traditions of the past before it, that whatever it might fail to bring, it would at least carry in its bosom a magnificent energy, and that it might be trusted to look after its own. When democracy should have its way everywhere, it would be its fault, whose else, if want and suffering and crime should continue to be ingredients of the human lot. With his mixed, divided nature, his conflicting sympathies, his eternal habit of swinging from one view to another, Hyacinth regarded this prospect, in different moods, with different kinds of emotion. In spite of the example Eustache Poupin gave him of the reconcilement of disparities, he was afraid the democracy wouldn't care for perfect bindings or for the finest sort of conversation. The Princess gave up these things in proportion as she advanced in the direction she had so audaciously chosen, and if the Princess could give them up, it would take very transcendent natures to stick to them. At the same time there was joy, exultation, in the thought of surrendering oneself to the wave of revolt, of floating in the tremendous tide, of feeling oneself lifted and tossed, carried higher on the sun-touched crests of billows than one could ever be by a dry, lonely effort of one's own. That vision could deepen to a kind of ecstasy, make it indifferent whether one's ultimate fate, in such a heaving sea, were not almost certainly to be submerged in bottomless depths, or dashed to pieces on resisting cliffs. Hyacinth felt that whether his personal sympathy should rest finally with the victors or the vanquished, the victorious force was colossal and would require no testimony from the irresolute. The reader will doubtless smile at his mental debates and oscillations, and not understand why a little bastard bookbinder should attach importance to his conclusions. They were not important for either cause, but they were important for himself, if only because they would rescue him from the torment of his present life, the perpetual laceration of the rebound. There was no peace for him between the two currents that flowed in his nature, the blood of his passionate plebeian mother and that of his long-descended, super-civilized sire. They continued to toss him from one side to the other. They arrayed him in intolerable defiances and revenges against himself. He had a high ambition. He wanted neither more nor less than to get hold of the truth and wear it in his heart. He believed, with the candour of youth, that it is brilliant and clear-cut like a royal diamond, but in whatever direction he turned in the effort to find it, he seemed to know that behind him, bent on him in reproach, was a tragic, wounded face. The thought of his mother had filled him originally with the vague, clumsy fermentation of his first impulses toward social criticism. But since the problem had become more complex by the fact that many things in the world as it was constituted grew intensely dear to him, he had tried more and more to construct some conceivable and human countenance for his father, some expression of honor, of tenderness and recognition, of unmerited suffering, or at least of an adequate expiation. To desert one of these presences for the other, the idea had a kind of shame in it, as an act of treachery would have had, for he could almost hear the voice of his father ask him if it were the conduct of a gentleman to take up the opinions and emulate the crudities of fanatics and cads. He had got over thinking that it would not have become his father to talk of what was proper to gentlemen, and making the mental reflection that from him at least the biggest cad in London could not have deserved less consideration. He had worked himself round to allowances, to interpretations, to such hypotheses as the evidence in the Times, read in the British Museum on that never-to-be-forgotten afternoon, did not exclude. Though they had been frequent enough, and too frequent, his hours of hot resentment against the man who had attached to him the stigma he was to carry forever, he threw himself, in other conditions, and with a certain success, into the effort to find condonnations, excuses for him. It was comparatively easy for him to accept himself as the son of a terribly light Frenchwoman. There seemed a deeper obloquy even than that in his having for his other parent a nobleman altogether wanting in nobleness. He was too poor to afford it. Sometimes, in his imagination, he sacrificed one to the other, throwing over Lord Frederick much the oftener. Sometimes, when the theory failed that his father would have done great things for him if he had lived, or the assumption broke down that he had been Florentine Vivier's only lover, he cursed and disowned them alike. Sometimes he arrived at conceptions which presented them side by side, looking at him with eyes infinitely sad but quite unashamed, eyes which seemed to tell him that they had been hideously unfortunate but had not been base. Of course his worst moments now, as they had always been the worst, were those in which his grounds for thinking that Lord Frederick had really been his father perversely fell away from him. It must be added that they always passed, for the mixture that he felt himself so tormentingly, so insolubly to be, could be accounted for in no other manner. I mention these dim broodings not because they belong in an especial degree to the history of our young man during the winter of the Princess's residence in Madeira Crescent, but because they were a constant element in his moral life and need to be remembered in any view of him at a given time. There were nights of November and December, as he trod the greasy pavements that lay between Westminster and Paddington, groping his way through the baffled lamplight and tasting the smoke-season fog, when there was more happiness in his heart than he had ever known. The influence of his permeating London had closed over him again. Paris and Milan and Venice had shimmered away into reminiscence and picture. And as the great city which was most his own lay round him under her pall, like an immeasurable breathing monster, he felt with a vague excitement, as he had felt before, only now with more knowledge, that it was the richest expression of the life of man. His horizon had been immensely widened, but it was filled again by the expanse that sent dim night gleams and strange blurred reflections and emanations into a sky without stars. He suspended, as it were, his small sensibility in the midst of it, and it quivered there with joy and hope and ambition, as well as with the effort of renunciation. The Princess's quiet fireside glowed with deeper assurances, with associations of intimacy, through the dusk and the immensity. The thought of it was with him always, and his relations with the mistress of it were more organized than they had been in his first vision of her. Whether or no it was better for the cause she cherished that she should have been reduced to her present simplicity, It was better at least for Hyacinth. It made her more near and him more free, and if there had been a danger of her nature seeming really to take the tone of the vulgar things about her, he would only have to remember her as she was at Medley, to restore the perspective. In truth, her beauty always appeared to have the setting that best became it. Her fairness made the element in which she lived, and among the meanest accessories, constituted a kind of splendor. Nature had multiplied the difficulties in the way of her successfully representing herself as having properties in common with the horrible populace of London. Hyacinth used to smile at this pretension in his night walks to Paddington or homeward. The populace of London were scattered upon his path, and he asked himself by what wizardry they could ever be raised to high participations. There were nights when every one he met appeared to reek with gin and filth, and he found himself elbowed by figures as foul as lepers. Some of the women and girls in particular were appalling, saturated with alcohol and vice, brutal, bedraggled, obscene. What remedy but another deluge, what alchemy but annihilation, he asked himself as he went his way, and he wondered what fate there could be in the great scheme of things for a planet overgrown with such vermin, what redemption but to be hurled against a ball of consuming fire. If it was the fault of the rich, as Paul Muniment held, the selfish, congested rich, who allowed such abominations to flourish, that made no difference, and only shifted the shame, for the terrestrial globe, of visible failure, produced the cause as well as the effect. It did not occur to Hyacinth that the Princess had withdrawn her confidence from him because, for the work of investigating still further the condition of the poor, she placed herself in the hands of Lady Aurora. He could have no jealousy of the noble spinster. He had too much respect for her philanthropy, the thoroughness of her knowledge, and her capacity to answer any question it could come into the Princess's extemporizing head to ask, and too acute a consciousness of his own desultory and superficial attitude towards the great question. It was enough for him that the little parlour in Madeira Crescent was a spot round which his thoughts could revolve, and toward which his steps could direct themselves with an unalloyed sense of security and privilege. The picture of it hung before him half the time in colours, to which the feelings of the place gave a rarity that doubtless did not literally characterize the scene. His relations with the Princess had long since ceased to appear to him to belong to the world of fable. They were as natural as anything else. Everything in life was queer enough. He had by this time assimilated them, as it were, and they were an indispensable part of the happiness of each. Of each. Hyacinth risked that, for there was no particular vanity now involved in his perceiving that the most remarkable woman in Europe was simply very fond of him. The quiet, familiar fraternal welcome he found on the nasty winter nights was proof enough of that. They sat together like very old friends, whom long pauses, during which they simply looked at each other with kind, acquainted eyes, could not make uncomfortable. Not that the element of silence was the principal part of their conversation, for it interposed only when they had talked a great deal. Hyacinth, on the opposite side of the fire, felt at times almost as if he were married to his hostess, so many things were taken for granted between them. For intercourse of that sort, intimate, easy, humorous, circumscribed by drawn curtains and shaded lamplight, and interfused with domestic embarrassments and confidences, all turning to the jocular, the Princess was incomparable. It was her theory of her present existence that she was picnicking, but all the accidents of the business were happy accidents. There was a household quietude in her steps and gestures, in the way she sat, in the way she listened, in the way she played with the cat or looked after the fire, or folded Madame Grandoni's ubiquitous shawl. Above all, in the inveteracy with which she spent her evenings at home, never dining out nor going to parties, ignorant of the dissipations of the town. There was something in the isolation of the room, when the kettle was on the hob and he had given his wet umbrella to the maid, and the Princess made him sit in a certain place near the fire, the better to dry his shoes, There was something that evoked the idea of the vie de province as he had read about it in French works. The French term came to him because it represented more the especial note of the princess's company, the cultivation, the facility of talk. She expressed herself often in the French tongue itself. She could borrow that convenience for certain shades of meaning, though she had told Hyacinth that she didn't like the people to whom it was native. Certainly the quality of her conversation was not provincial. It was singularly free and unrestricted. There was nothing one mightn't say to her, or that she was not liable to say herself. She had cast off prejudices, and gave no heed to conventional danger posts. Hyacinth admired the movement his eyes seemed to see it with which, at any direction, intellectually, she could fling open her windows. There was an extraordinary charm in this mixture of liberty and humility, in seeing a creature capable, socially, of immeasurable flights sit dove-like with folded wings. The young man met Lady Aurora several times in Madeira Crescent. Her days, like his own, were filled with work, and she came in the evening. And he knew that her friendship with the princess had arrived at a rich maturity. The two ladies were a source of almost rapturous interest to each other, and each rejoiced that the other was not a bit different. The princess prophesied freely that her visitor would give her up. All nice people did, very soon. But to Hyacinth the end of her ladyship's almost breathless enthusiasm was not yet in view. She was bewildered, but she was fascinated, and she thought the princess not only the most distinguished, the most startling, the most edifying, and the most original person in the world, but the most amusing and the most delightful to have tea with. As for the princess, her sentiment about Lady Aurora was the same that Hyacinth's had been. She thought her a saint, the first she had ever seen, and the purest specimen conceivable, as good in her way as St. Francis of Assisi, as tender and naive and transparent, of a spirit of charity as sublime. She held that when one met a human flower as fresh as that in the dusty ways of the world, one should pluck it and wear it, and she was always inhaling Lady Aurora's fragrance, always kissing her and holding her hand. The spinster was frightened at her generosity, at the way her imagination embroidered. She wanted to convince her, as the princess did on her own side, that such exaggerations destroyed their unfortunate subject. The princess delighted in her clothes, in the way she put them on and wore them, in the economy she practised in order to have money for the charity, and the ingenuity with which these slender resources were made to go far, in the very manner in which she spoke, a kind of startled simplicity. She wished to emulate her in all these particulars, to learn how to economize still more cunningly, to get her bonnets at the same shop, to care as little for the fit of her gloves, to ask, in the same tone, "Isn't it a bore Susan Crotty's husband has got a ticket of leave?" She said Lady Aurora made her feel like a French milliner, and that if there was anything in the world she loathed, it was a French milliner. Each of these persons was powerfully affected by the other's idiosyncrasies, and each wanted the other to remain as she was, while she herself should be transformed into the image of her friend. One evening, going to Madeira Crescent a little later than usual, Hyacinth met Lady Aurora on the doorstep leaving the house. She had a different air from any he had seen in her before, appeared flushed and even a little agitated, as if she had been learning a piece of bad news. She said, "Oh, how do you do?" with her customary quick, vague laugh, but she went her way without stopping to talk. Hyacinth, on going in, mentioned to the princess that he had encountered her, and this lady replied, "It's a pity you didn't come a little sooner. You would have assisted at a scene." "At a scene?" Hyacinth repeated, not understanding what violence could have taken place between mutual adorers. "She made me a scene of tears, of earnest remonstrance, perfectly well meant, I needn't tell you. She thinks I am going too far." "I imagine you tell her things that you don't tell me," said Hyacinth. "Oh, you, my dear fellow," the princess murmured. She spoke absent-mindedly, as if she was thinking of what had passed with Lady Aurora, and as if the futility of telling things to Hyacinth had become a commonplace. There was no annoyance for him in this, his pretensions to keep pace with her views being quite extinct. The tone they now for the most part took with each other was one of mutual derision, of shrugging commiseration for insanity on the one hand and benightedness on the other. In discussing with her he exaggerated deliberately, went to fantastic lengths in the way of reaction, and it was their habit and their entertainment to hurl all manner of denunciation at each other's head. They had given up serious discussion altogether, and when they were not engaged in bandying, in the spirit of burlesque, the amenities I have mentioned, they talked of matters as to which it could not occur to them to differ. There were evenings when the Princess did nothing but relate her life and all she had seen of humanity from her earliest years in a variety of countries. If the evil side of it appeared mainly to have been presented to her view, this did not diminish the interest and vividness of her reminiscences, nor her power, the greatest Hyacinth had ever encountered, of light, pictorial, dramatic evocation. She was irreverent and invidious, but she made him hang on her lips, and when she regaled him with anecdotes of foreign courts (he delighted to know how sovereigns lived and conversed), there was often, for hours together, nothing to indicate that she would have liked to get into a conspiracy, and he would have liked to get out of one. Nevertheless, his mind was by no means exempt from wonder as to what she was really doing in the dark, and in what queer consequences she might find herself landed. When he questioned her, she wished to know by what title, with his sentiments, he pretended to inquire. He did so but little, not being himself altogether convinced of the validity of his warrant. But on one occasion, when she challenged him, he replied, smiling and hesitating, "Well, I must say, it seems to me that from what I have told you, it ought to strike you that I have a title." "You mean your famous engagement, your vow? Oh, that will never come to anything." "Why won't it come to anything?" "It's too absurd, it's too vague, it's like some silly humbug in a novel." "Vous me rendez la vie," said Hyacinth theatrically. "You won't have to do it," the Princess went on. "I think you mean I won't do it. I have offered, at least. Isn't that a title?" "Well, then, you won't do it," said the Princess, and they looked at each other a couple of minutes in silence. "You will, I think, at the pace you are going," the young man resumed. "What do you know about the pace? You are not worthy to know." He did know, however. That is, he knew that she was in communication with foreign socialists, and had, or believed she had, irons on the fire; that she held in her hands some of the strings that are pulled in great moments. She received letters that made Madame Grandoni watch her askance, of which, though she knew nothing of their contents, and had only her general suspicions and her scent for disaster, now become constant, the old woman had spoken more than once to Hyacinth. Madame Grandoni had begun to have sombre visions of the interference of the police. She was haunted with the idea of a search for compromising papers, of being dragged herself as an accomplice in direful plots into a court of justice, possibly into a prison. If she would only burn, if she would only burn! But she keeps, I know she keeps, she groaned to Hyacinth in her helpless gloom. Hyacinth could only guess what it might be that she kept, asking himself whether she were seriously entangled, were being exploited by revolutionary bohemians, predatory adventurers who counted on her getting frightened at a given moment and offering hush money to be allowed to slip out of a complicity which they, of course, would never have taken seriously, or were merely coquetting with paper schemes, giving herself cheap sensations, discussing preliminaries which for her could have no second stage. It would have been easy for Hyacinth to smile at the Princess's impression that she was in it, and to conclude that even the cleverest women do not know when they are superficial, had not the vibration remained which had been imparted to his nerves 2 years before, of which he had spoken to his hostess at Medley, the sense, vividly kindled and never quenched, that the forces secretly arrayed against the present social order were pervasive and universal, in the air one breathed, in the ground one trod, in the hand of an acquaintance that one might touch, or the eye of a stranger that might rest a moment upon one's own. They were above, below, within, without, in every contact and combination of life, and it was no disproof of them to say it was too odd that they should lurk in a particular improbable form. To lurk in improbable forms was precisely their strength, and they would doubtless exhibit much stranger incidents than this of the Princess's being a genuine participant, even when she flattered herself that she was. "You do go too far," Hyacinth said to her the evening Lady Aurora had passed him at the door. To which she answered, "Of course I do. That's exactly what I mean. How else does one know one has gone far enough? That poor dear woman, she's an angel, but she isn't the least in it," she added in a moment. She would give him no further satisfaction on the subject. When he pressed her, she inquired whether he had brought the copy of Browning that he had promised the last time. If he had, he was to sit down and read it to her. In such a case as this, Hyacinth had no disposition to insist. He was glad enough not to talk about the everlasting nightmare. He took Men and Women from his pocket, and read aloud for half an hour, but on his making some remark on one of the poems at the end of this time, he perceived the Princess had been paying no attention. When he charged her with this levity, she only replied, looking at him musingly, "How can one, after all, go too far? That's a word of cowards." "Do you mean her ladyship is a coward?" "Yes, in not having the courage of her opinions, of her conclusions. The way the English can go half-way to a thing and then stick in the middle," the Princess exclaimed impatiently. "That's not your fault, certainly," said Hyacinth. "But it seems to me that Lady Aurora, for herself, goes pretty far." "We are all afraid of some things, and brave about others," the Princess went on. "The thing Lady Aurora is most afraid of is the Princess Casamassima," Hyacinth remarked. His companion looked at him, but she did not take this up. "There is one particular in which she would be very brave. She would marry her friend, your friend, Mr. Muniment." "Marry him, do you think?" "Who else, pray?" the Princess asked. "She adores the ground he walks on." "And what would Belgrave Square and Inglefield and all the rest of it say?" "What do they say already, and how much does it make her swerve? She would do it in a moment. And it would be fine to see it. It would be magnificent," said the Princess, kindling, as she was apt to kindle, at the idea of any great freedom of action. "That certainly wouldn't be a case of what you call sticking in the middle," Hyacinth rejoined. "Ah, it wouldn't be a matter of logic. It would be a matter of passion. When it's a question of that, the English, to do them justice, don't stick." This speculation of the Princess's was by no means new to Hyacinth, and he had not thought it heroic, after all, that their high-strung friend should feel herself capable of sacrificing her family, her name, and the few habits of gentility that survived in her life, of making herself a scandal, a fable, and a 9 days' wonder, for Muniment's sake. The young chemist's assistant being, to his mind, as we know, exactly the type of man who produced convulsions, made ruptures and renunciations easy. But it was less clear to him what ideas Muniment might have on the subject of a union with a young woman who should have come out of her class for him. He would marry some day, evidently, because he would do all the natural, human, productive things. But for the present he had business on hand which would be likely to pass first. Besides, Hyacinth had seen him give evidence of this. He didn't think people could really come out of their class. He held that the stamp of one's origin is ineffaceable, and that the best thing one can do is to wear it and fight for it. Hyacinth could easily imagine how it would put him out to be mixed up, closely, with a person who, like Lady Aurora, was fighting on the wrong side. "She can't marry him unless he asks her, I suppose, and perhaps he won't," he reflected. "Yes, perhaps he won't," said the Princess thoughtfully. End of Chapter 38. Chapter 39 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On Saturday afternoons Paul Muniment was able to leave his work at 4 o'clock, and on one of these occasions, some time after his visit to Madeira Crescent, he came into Rosie's room at about 5, carefully dressed and brushed, and ruddy with the freshness of an abundant washing. He stood at the foot of her sofa with a conscious smile, knowing how she chaffed him when his necktie was new, and after a moment, during which she ceased singing to herself as she twisted the strands of her long black hair together, and let her eyes travel over his whole person, inspecting every detail, she said to him, "My dear Mr. Muniment, you are going to see the Princess." "Well, have you anything against it?" Mr. Muniment asked. "Not a word. You know I like princesses. But you have." "Well, my girl, I'll not speak to you," the young man rejoined. "There's something to be said against everything, if you'll give yourself trouble enough." "I should be very sorry if ever anything was said against you." "The man's a sneak who is only and always praised," Muniment remarked. "If you didn't hope to be finely abused, where would be the encouragement?" "Ay, but not with reason," said Rosie, who always brightened to an argument. "The better the reason, the greater the incentive to expose one's self. However, you won't hear it if people do heave bricks at me." "I won't hear it? Pray, don't I hear everything? I should like any one to keep anything from me." And Miss Muniment gave a toss of her recumbent head. "There's a good deal I keep you from, my dear," said Paul rather dryly. "You mean there are things I don't want, I don't take any trouble to know. Indeed, and indeed there are, things I wouldn't know for the world, that no amount of persuasion would induce me, not if you was to go down on your knees. But if I did, I promise you that just as I lie here, I should have them all in my pocket. Now there are others," the young woman went on, "there are others that you will just be so good as to tell me. When the Princess asked you to come and see her, you refused, and you wanted to know what good it would do. I hoped you would go then. I should have liked you to go, because I wanted to know how she lived, and whether she had things handsome or only in the poor way she said. But I didn't push you, because I couldn't have told you what good it would do you. That was only the good it would have done me. At present I have heard everything from Lady Aurora, and I know that it's all quite decent and tidy, though not really like a princess a bit, and that she knows how to turn everything about and put it best end foremost, just as I do like, though I oughtn't to say it, no doubt." "Well, you have been, and more than once, and I have had nothing to do with it, of which I am very glad now, for reasons that you perfectly know. You're too honest a man to pretend you don't. Therefore, when I see you going again, I just inquire of you, as you inquired of her, what good does it do you?" I like it, my dear," said Paul, with his fresh, unembarrassed smile. "I dare say you do. So should I in your place. But it's the first time I have heard you express the idea that we ought to do everything we like." "Why not, when it doesn't hurt any one else?" "Oh, Mr. Muniment, Mr. Muniment!" Rosie exclaimed, with exaggerated solemnity, holding up a straight, attenuated forefinger at him. Then she added, "No, she doesn't do you good, that beautiful, brilliant woman." "Give her time, my dear, give her time," said Paul, looking at his watch. "Of course you are impatient, but you must hear me. I have no doubt she'll wait for you. You won't lose your turn. Please, what would you do if any one was to break down altogether?" "My bonny lassie," the young man rejoined, "if you only keep going, I don't care who fails." "Oh, I shall keep going, if it's only to look after my friends and get justice for them," said Miss Muniment. "The delicate, sensitive creatures who require support and protection. Have you really forgotten that we have such a one as that?" The young man walked to the window with his hands in his pockets and looked out at the fading light. "Why does she go herself, then, if she doesn't like her?" Rose Muniment hesitated a moment. "Well, I'm glad I'm not a man," she broke out. "I think a woman on her back is cleverer than a man on his 2 legs. And you such a wonderful one, too." "You are all too clever for me, my dear. If she goes, and 20 times a week, too, why shouldn't I go, once in ever so long? Especially as I like her, and Lady Aurora doesn't." "Lady Aurora doesn't? Do you think she'd be guilty of hypocrisy? Lady Aurora delights in her. She won't let me say that she herself is fit to dust the princess's shoes. I needn't tell you how she goes down before them she likes. And I don't believe you care a button. You've got something in your head, some wicked game or other, that you think she can hatch for you." At this Paul Muniment turned round and looked at his sister a moment, smiling still, and whistling just audibly. "Why shouldn't I care? Ain't I soft? Ain't I susceptible?" "I never thought I should hear you ask that, after what I have seen these 4 years. For 4 years she has come, and it's all for you, as well it might be, and you never showing any more sense of what she'd be willing to do for you than if you had been that woolen cat on the hearth-rug." "What would you like me to do? Would you like me to hang round her neck and hold her hand the same as you do?" Muniment asked. "Yes, it would do me good, I can tell you. It's better than what I see, the poor lady getting spotted and dim like a mirror that wants rubbing." "You know a good deal, Rosie, but you don't know everything," Muniment remarked in a moment, with a face that gave no sign of seeing a reason in what she said. "Your mind is too poetical. There's nothing that I should care for that her ladyship would be willing to do for me." "She would marry you at a day's notice. She'd do that." "I shouldn't care for that. Besides, if I were to ask her, she would never come into the place again. And I shouldn't care for that, for you." "Never mind me. I'll take the risk," cried Rosie gaily. "But what's to be gained if I can have her for you without any risk?" "You won't have her for me or for any one when she's dead of a broken heart." "Dead of a broken teacup," said the young man. "And pray, what should we live on when you had got us set up? The three of us, without counting the kids." He evidently was arguing from pure good nature, and not in the least from curiosity. But his sister replied as eagerly as if he would be floored by her answer. "Hasn't she got 200 a year of her own? Don't I know every penny of her affairs?" Paul Muniment gave no sign of any mental criticism he may have made on Rosie's conception of the delicate course, or of a superior policy. Perhaps, indeed, for it is perfectly possible, her inquiry did not strike him as having a mixture of motives. He only rejoined, with a little pleasant, patient sigh, "I don't want the dear old girl's money." His sister, in spite of her eagerness, waited 20 seconds. Then she flashed at him, "Pray, do you like the princesses better?" "If I did, there would be more of it," he answered quietly. "How could she marry you? Hasn't she got a husband?" Rosie cried. "Lord, how you give me away!" laughed her brother. "Daughters of earls, wives of princes, I have only to pick." "I don't speak of the princess so long as there's a prince. But if you haven't seen that Lady Aurora is a beautiful, wonderful exception, and quite unlike any one else in all the wide world, well, all I can say is that I have." "I thought it was your opinion," Paul objected, "that the swells should remain swells and the high ones keep their place." "And pray, would she lose hers if she were to marry you?" "Her place at Inglefield, certainly," said Paul, as patiently as if his sister could never tire him with any insistence or any minuteness. "Hasn't she lost that already? Does she ever go there?" "Surely you appear to think so from the way you always question her about it," replied Paul. "Well, they think her so mad already that they can't think her any madder," his sister continued. "They have given her up, and if she were to marry you—" "If she were to marry me, they wouldn't touch her with a 10-foot pole," Paul broke in. Rosie flinched a moment, then she said serenely, "Oh, I don't care for that." "You ought to be consistent. Though possibly she shouldn't, admitting that she wouldn't. You have more imagination than logic. Which, of course, for a woman is quite right. That's what makes you say that her ladyship is in affliction because I go to a place that she herself goes to without the least compulsion." "She goes to keep you off," said Rosie with decision. "To keep me off?" "To interpose with the princess, to be nice to her and conciliate her, so that she may not take you." "Did she tell you any such rigmarole as that?" Paul inquired, this time staring a little. "Do I need to be told things to know them? I am not a fine, strong, superior male. Therefore I can discover them for myself," answered Rosie, with a dauntless little laugh and a light in her eyes which might indeed have made it appear that she was capable of wizardry. "You make her out at once too passionate and too calculating," the young man rejoined. "She has no personal feeling. She wants nothing for herself. She only wants one thing in the world, to make the poor a little less poor." "Precisely, and she regards you, a helpless, blundering bachelor, as one of them." "She knows I am not helpless so long as you are about the place, and that my blunders don't matter so long as you correct them." "She wants to assist me to assist you, then," the girl exclaimed, with the levity with which her earnestness was always interfused. It was a spirit that seemed at moments in argument to mock at her own contention. "Besides, isn't that the very thing you want to bring about?" she went on. "Isn't that what you are plotting and working and waiting for? She wants to throw herself into it, to work with you." "My dear girl, she doesn't understand a pennyworth of what I think. She couldn't if she would." "And no more do I suppose you mean." "No more do you, but with you it's different. If you would, you could. However, it matters little who understands and who doesn't, for there's mighty little of it. I'm not doing much, you know." Rosie lay there, looking up at him. "It must be pretty thick, when you talk that way. However, I don't care what happens, for I know I shall be looked after." "Nothing will happen, nothing will happen," Paul remarked simply. The girl's rejoinder to this was to say in a moment, "You have a different tone since you have taken up the Princess." She spoke with a certain severity, but he broke out, as if he had not heard her. "I like your idea of the female aristocracy quarrelling over a dirty brute like me." "I don't know how dirty you are, but I know you smell of soap," said Rosie, with serenity. "They won't quarrel. That's not the way they do it. Yes, you are taking a different tone, for some purpose that I can't discover just yet." "What do you mean by that? When did I ever take a tone?" her brother asked. "Why, then, do you speak as if you were not remarkable, immensely remarkable, more remarkable than anything any one, male or female, good or bad, of the aristocracy or of the vulgar sort, can ever do for you?" "What on earth have I ever done to show it?" Paul demanded. "Oh, I don't know your secrets, and that's one of them. But we're out of the common beyond any one, you and I, and between ourselves, with the door fastened, we might as well admit it." "I admit it for you with all my heart," said the young man, laughing. "Well, then, if I admit it for you, that's all that's required." The brother and sister considered each other a while in silence, as if each were tasting agreeably the distinction the other conferred. Then Muniman said, "If I'm such an awfully superior chap, why shouldn't I behave in keeping?" "Oh, you do, you do." "All the same, you don't like it." "It isn't so much what you do, it's what she does." "How do you mean, what she does?" "She makes Lady Aurora suffer." "Oh, I can't go into that," said Paul. "A man feels like a muff talking about the women that suffer for him." "Well, if they do, I think you might bear it," Rosie exclaimed. "That's what a man is. When it comes to being sorry, oh, that's too ridiculous." "There are plenty of things in the world I'm sorry for," Paul rejoined, smiling. "One of them is that you should keep me gossiping here when I want to go out." "Oh, I don't care if I worry her a little. Does she do it on purpose?" Rosie continued. "You ladies must settle all that together," Muniman answered, rubbing his hat with the cuff of his coat. It was a new one, the bravest he had ever possessed, and in a moment he put it on his head as if to reinforce his reminder to his sister that it was time she should release him. "Well, you do look genteel," she remarked complacently, gazing up at him. "No wonder she has lost her head. I mean the Princess," she explained. "You never went to any such expense for her ladyship." "My dear, the Princess is worth it. She's worth it," said the young man, speaking seriously now, and reflectively. "Will she help you very much?" Rosie demanded, with a strange sudden transition to eagerness. "Well," said Paul, "that's rather what I look for." She threw herself forward on her sofa, With a movement that was rare with her, and shaking her clasped hands, she exclaimed, "Then go off quickly!" He came round and kissed her, as if he were not more struck than usual with her freakish inconsequence. "It's not bad to have a little person at home who wants a fellow to succeed." "Oh, I know they will look after me," she said, sinking back upon her pillow with an air of agreeable security. He was aware that whenever she said "they" without further elucidation, she meant the populace surging up in his rear, and he rejoined, always hilarious, "I don't think we'll leave it much to them." "No, it's not much you'll leave to them, I'll be bound." He gave a louder laugh at this, and said, "You're the deepest of the lot, Miss Muniment." Her eyes kindled at his praise, and as she rested them on her brother's, she murmured, "Well, I pity the poor Princess, too, you know." "Well, now, I'm not conceited, but I don't," Paul returned, passing in front of the little mirror on the mantel-shelf. "Yes, you'll succeed, and so shall I, but she won't," Rosie went on. Muniment stopped a moment with his hand on the latch of the door, and said, gravely, almost sententiously, "She is not only beautiful as a picture, but she is uncommon sharp, and she has taking ways beyond anything that was ever known." "I know her ways," his sister replied. Then, as he left the room, she called after him, "But I don't care for anything so long as you become Prime Minister of England." 3/4 of an hour after this, Muniment knocked at the door in Madeira Crescent, and was immediately ushered into the parlor, where the Princess in her bonnet and mantle sat alone. She made no movement as he came in; she only looked up at him with a smile. "You are braver than I gave you credit for," she said in her rich voice. "I shall learn to be brave if I associate a while longer with you. But I shall never cease to be shy," Muniment added, standing there and looking tall in the middle of the small room. He cast his eyes about him for a place to sit down, but the Princess gave him no help to choose. She only watched him in silence from her own place, with her hands quietly folded in her lap. At last, when, without remonstrance from her, he had selected the most uncomfortable chair in the room, she replied, "That's only another name for desperate courage. I put on my bonnet on the chance, but I didn't expect you." "Well, here I am, that's the great thing," Muniment said good-humoredly. "Yes, no doubt, it's a very great thing, but it will be a still greater thing when you are there." "I am afraid you hope too much," the young man observed. "Where is it? I don't think you told me." The Princess drew a small folded letter from her pocket, and without saying anything held it out to him. He got up to take it from her, opened it, and as he read it remained standing in front of her. Then he went straight to the fire and thrust the paper into it. At this movement she rose quickly, as if to save the document, but the expression of his face as he turned round to her made her stop. The smile that came into her own was a little forced. "What are you afraid of?" she asked. "I take it the house is known. If we go, I suppose we may admit that we go." Muniment's face showed that he had been annoyed, but he answered quietly enough, "No writing, no writing." "You are terribly careful," said the Princess. "Careful of you, yes." She sank down upon her sofa again, asking her companion to ring for tea. They would do much better to have some before going out. When the order had been given, she remarked, "I see I shall have much less keen emotion than when I acted by myself." "Is that what you go in for? Keen emotion?" "Surely, Mr. Muniment. Don't you?" "God forbid! I hope to have as little of it as possible." "Of course one doesn't want any vague rhodomontade. One wants to do something. But it would be hard if one couldn't have a little pleasure by the way." "My pleasure is in quietness," said Paul Muniment, smiling. "So is mine, but it depends on how you understand it. Quietness, I mean, in the midst of a tumult." "You have rare ideas about tumults. They are not good in themselves." The Princess considered this a moment, then she remarked, "I wonder if you are too prudent. I shouldn't like that. If it is made an accusation against you that you have been where we are going, shall you deny it?" "With that prospect it would be simpler not to go at all, wouldn't it?" Munimet inquired. "Which prospect do you mean? That of being found out, or that of having to lie?" "I suppose that if you lie you are not found out," Munimet replied humorously. "You won't take me seriously," said the Princess. She spoke without irritation, without resentment, with a kind of resigned sadness; but there was a certain fineness of reproach in the tone in which she added, "I don't believe you want to go at all." "Why else should I have come, especially if I don't take you seriously?" "That has never been a reason for a man's not going to see a woman," said the Princess. "It's usually a reason in favor of it." Munimet turned his smiling eyes over the room, looking from one article of furniture to another. This was a way he had when he was engaged in a discussion, and it suggested not so much that he was reflecting on what his interlocutor said as that his thoughts were pursuing a cheerfully independent course. Presently he observed, "I don't know that I quite understand what you mean by that question of taking a woman seriously." "Ah, you are very perfect," murmured the Princess. "Don't you consider that the changes you look for will be also for our benefit?" "I don't think they will alter your position." "If I didn't hope for that, I wouldn't do anything," said the Princess. "Oh, I have no doubt you'll do a great deal." The young man's companion was silent for some minutes, during which he also was content to say nothing. "I wonder if you can find it in your conscience to work with me," she observed at last. "It isn't in my conscience I find it," said Munimet, laughing. The maid-servant brought in the tea, and while the Princess was making a place for it on a little table beside her, she exclaimed, "Well, I don't care, for I think I have you in my power." "You have every one in your power," returned Munimet. "Every one is no one," the Princess replied rather dryly, and a moment later she said to him, "That extraordinary little sister of yours, surely you take her seriously?" "I'm wonderfully fond of her, if that's what you mean. But I don't think her position will ever be altered." "Are you alluding to her position in bed? If you consider that she will never recover her health," the Princess said, "I am very sorry to hear it." "Oh, her health will do. I mean that she will continue to be, like all the most amiable women, just a kind of ornament to life." The Princess had already perceived that he pronounced amiable amiable, but she had accepted this peculiarity of her visitor in the spirit of imaginative transfigurement in which she had accepted several others. "To your life, of course. She can hardly be said to be an ornament to her own." "Her life and mine are all one." "She is certainly magnificent," said the Princess. While he was drinking his tea, she remarked to him that for a revolutionist he was certainly the most extraordinary, and he inquired in answer whether it were not rather in keeping for revolutionists to be extraordinary. He drank 3 cups, declaring that his hostess's decoction was fine. It was better even than Lady Aurora's. This led him to observe, as he put down his 3rd cup, looking round the room again lovingly, almost covetously, "You've got everything so handy, I don't see what interest you can have." "How do you mean, what interest?" "In getting in so uncommon deep." On the instant the Princess's expression flashed into pure passion. "Do you consider that I am in really far?" "Up to your neck, ma'am." "And do you think that il y va of my neck? I mean that it's in danger?" she translated eagerly. "Oh, I understand your French. Well, I'll look after you," Munimet said. "Remember then definitely that I expect not to lie." "Not even for me?" Then Munimet added in the same familiar tone, which was not rough nor wanting in respect, but only homely and direct, suggestive of growing acquaintance, "If I was your husband, I would come and take you away." "Please don't speak of my husband," said the Princess gravely. "You have no qualification for doing so. You know nothing whatever about him." "I know what Hyacinth has told me." "Oh, Hyacinth! the Princess murmured impatiently. There was another silence for some minutes, not disconnected, apparently, from this reference to the little bookbinder, but when Muniment spoke after the interval, it was not to carry on the illusion. "Of course you think me very plain, very rude." "Certainly you have not such a nice address as Hyacinth," the Princess rejoined, not desiring on her side to evade the topic. "But that is given to very few," she added, "and I don't know that pretty manners are exactly what we are working for." "Ah, it won't be very endearing when we cut down a few allowances," said Muniment. "But I want to please you. I want to be as much as possible like Hyacinth," he went on. "That is not the way to please me. I don't forgive him. He's very silly." "Ah, don't say that. He's a little brick," Muniment exclaimed. "He's a dear fellow, with extraordinary qualities, but so deplorably conventional." "Yes, talking about taking things seriously, he takes them seriously," remarked Muniment. "Has he ever told you his life?" asked the Princess. "He hasn't required to tell me. I've seen a good bit of it." "Yes, but I mean before you knew him." Muniment reflected a moment. "His birth, and his poor mother? I think it was Rosie told me about that." "And pray, how did she know?" "Ah, when you come to the way Rosie knows," said Muniment, laughing. "She doesn't like people in that predicament. She thinks we ought all to be finely born." "Then they agree, for so does poor Hyacinth." The Princess hesitated an instant. Then she said, as if with a quick effort, "I want to ask you something. Have you had a visit from Mr. Vetch?" "The old gentleman who fiddles? No, he has never done me that honour." "It was because I prevented him then. I told him to leave it to me." "To leave what now?" Muniment looked at her in placid perplexity. "He is in great distress about Hyacinth, about the danger he runs. You know what I mean." "Yes, I know what you mean," Muniment replied slowly. "But what does he know about it? I thought it was supposed to be a deadly secret." "So it is. He doesn't know anything. He only suspects." "How do you know, then?" The Princess hesitated again. "Oh, I'm like Rosie. I find out. Mr. Vetch, as I suppose you are aware, has known Hyacinth all his life. He takes a most affectionate interest in him. He believes there is something hanging over him, and he wants it to be turned off, to be stopped." The Princess paused at this, but her visitor made no response, and she continued. "He was going to see you, to beg you to do something, to interfere. He seemed to think that your power in such a matter would be very great. But, as I tell you, I requested him, as a particular favour to me, to let you alone." "What favour would it be to you?" Muniment asked. "It would give me the satisfaction of feeling that you were not worried." Muniment appeared struck with the curious inadequacy of this explanation, considering what was at stake. He broke into a laugh and remarked, "That was considerate of you beyond everything." "It was not meant as consideration for you. It was a piece of calculation." The Princess, having made this announcement, gathered up her gloves and turned away, walking to the chimney-piece, where she stood a moment arranging her bonnet ribbons in the mirror with which it was decorated. Muniment watched her with evident curiosity, in spite both of his inaccessibility to nervous agitation and of the sceptical theories he entertained about her. He was not proof against her general faculty of creating a feeling of suspense, a tension of interest, on the part of those who associated with her. He followed her movements, but plainly he didn't follow her calculations, so that he could only listen more attentively when she inquired suddenly, "Do you know why I asked you to come and see me? Do you know why I went to see your sister? It was all a plan," said the Princess. "We hoped it was just an ordinary humane social impulse," the young man returned. "It was humane, it was even social, but it was not ordinary. I wanted to save Hyacinth." "To save him?" "I wanted to be able to talk with you, just as I am talking now." "That was a fine idea," Muniment exclaimed ingenuously. "I have an exceeding, a quite inexpressible regard for him. I have no patience with some of his opinions, and that is why I permitted myself to say just now that he is silly. But after all, the opinions of our friends are not what we love them for, and therefore I don't see why they should be what we hate them for. Hyacinth Robinson's nature is singularly generous, and his intelligence very fine, though there are some things he muddles up. You just now expressed strongly your own regard for him. Therefore we ought to be perfectly agreed. Agreed, I mean, about getting him out of his scrape." Mutimer had the air of a man who felt that he must consider a little before he assented to these successive propositions, it being a limitation of his intellect that he could not respond without understanding. After a moment he answered, referring to the Princess's last remark, in which the others appeared to culminate, and at the same time shaking his head a little and smiling. "His scrape isn't important." "You thought it was when you got him into it." "I thought it would give him pleasure," said Mutimer. "That's not a reason for letting people do what isn't good for them?" "I wasn't thinking so much about what would be good for him as about what would be bad for some others. He can do as he likes." "That's easy to say. They must be persuaded not to call upon him." "Persuade them, then, dear madam." "How can I persuade them? If I could, I wouldn't have approached you. I have no influence, and even if I had, my motives would be suspected. You are the one to interpose." "Shall I tell them he funks it?" Mutimer asked. "He doesn't! He doesn't!" exclaimed the Princess. "On what ground, then, shall I put it?" "Tell them he has changed his opinions." "Wouldn't that be rather like denouncing him as a traitor, and doing it hypocritically?" "Tell them, then, it's simply my wish." "That won't do you much good," Mutimer said, with his natural laugh. "Will it put me in danger? That's exactly what I want." "Yes, but as I understand you, you want to suffer for the people, not by them. You are very fond of Robinson. It couldn't be otherwise," the young man went on. "But you ought to remember that, in the line you have chosen, our affections, our natural ties, our timidities, our shrinkings—" His voice had become low and grave, and he paused a little, while the Princess's deep and lovely eyes, attaching themselves to his face, showed that in an instant she was affected by this unwonted adjuration. He spoke now as if he were taking her seriously. "All those things are as nothing, and must never weigh a feather beside our service." The Princess began to draw on her gloves. "You're a most extraordinary man." "That's what Rosie tells me." "Why don't you do it yourself?" "Do Hyacinth's job? Because it's better to do my own." "And pray, what is your own?" "I don't know," said Paul Mutimer, with perfect serenity and good nature. "I expect to be instructed." "Have you taken an oath like Hyacinth?" "Ah, madam, the oaths I take I don't tell," said the young man gravely. "Oh, you—" the Princess murmured, with an ambiguous cadence. She appeared to dismiss the question, but to suggest at the same time that he was very abnormal. This imputation was further conveyed by the next word she uttered. "And can you see a dear friend whirled away like that?" At this, for the first time, Paul Mutimer exhibited a certain irritation. "You had better leave my dear friend to me." The Princess, with her eyes still fixed upon him, gave a long, soft sigh. "Well, then, shall we go?" Mutimer took up his hat again, but he made no movement toward the door. "If you did me the honour to seek my acquaintance, to ask me to come and see you, only in order to say what you have just said about Hyacinth, perhaps we needn't carry out the form of going to the place you proposed. Wasn't this your only pretext?" "I believe you are afraid," the Princess exclaimed; but in spite of her exclamation the pair presently went out of the house. They quitted the door together, after having stood on the step for a moment, looking up and down apparently for a cab. So far as the darkness, which was now complete, permitted the prospect to be scanned, there was no such vehicle within hail. They turned to the left, and after a walk of several minutes, during which they were engaged in small, dull by-streets, emerged upon a more populous way, where there were lighted shops and omnibuses, and the evident chance of a hansom. Here they paused again, and very soon an empty hansom passed, and, at a sign, pulled up near them. Meanwhile, it should be recorded they had been followed, at an interval, by a cautious figure, a person who, in Madeira Crescent, when they came out of the house, was stationed on the other side of the street, at a considerable distance. When they appeared, he retreated a little, still, however, keeping them in sight. When they moved away, he moved in the same direction, watching them but maintaining his distance. He drew nearer, seemingly because he could not control his eagerness, as they turned into Westbourne Grove, and during the minute they stood there he was exposed to recognition by the Princess if she had happened to turn her head. In the event of her having felt such an impulse, she would have discovered in the lamplight that her noble husband was hovering in her rear. But the Princess was otherwise occupied. She failed to see that at one moment he came so close as to suggest that he had an intention of addressing himself to the couple. The reader scarcely needs to be informed that his real intention was to satisfy himself as to the kind of person his wife was walking with. The time allowed him for this research was brief, especially as he had perceived, more rapidly than he sometimes perceived things, that they were looking for a vehicle, and that, with its assistance, they would pass out of his range, a reflection which caused him to give half his attention to the business of hailing any second cab which should come that way. There are parts of London in which you may never see a cab at all, but there are none in which you may see only one. In accordance with which fortunate truth, Prince Casamassima was able to wave his stick to good purpose as soon as the two objects of his pursuit had rattled away. Behind them now, in the gloom, he had no fear of being seen. In little more than an instant he had jumped into another hansom, the driver of which accompanied the usual exclamation of "All right, sir," with a small amused grunt, which the Prince thought eminently British, after he had hissed at him, over the hood, expressively, and in a manner by no means indicative of that nationality, the injunction, "Follow, follow, follow." End of Chapter 39. Chapter 40 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An hour after the Princess had left the house with Paul Muniment, Madame Grandoni came down to supper, a meal of which she partook in gloomy solitude in the little back parlour. She had pushed away her plate and sat motionless, staring at the crumpled cloth, with her hands folded on the edge of the table, when she became aware that a gentleman had been ushered into the drawing-room and was standing before the fire in an attitude of discreet expectancy. At the same moment the maidservant approached the old lady, remarking with bated breath, the Prince, mum. It's you we've asked for, mum." Upon this, Madame Grandoni called out to the visitor from her place, addressed him as her poor illustrious friend, and bade him come and give her his arm. He obeyed with solemn alacrity, and conducted her into the front room near the fire. He helped her to arrange herself in her armchair, and to gather her shawl about her. Then he seated himself near her, and remained with his dismal eyes bent upon her. After a moment she said, "Tell me something about Rome. The grass in the Villa Borghese must already be thick with flowers." "I would have brought you some if I had thought," he answered. Then he turned his gaze about the room. "Yes, you may well ask, in such a black little hole as this. My wife should not live here," he added. "Ah, my dear friend, for all that she's your wife!" the old woman exclaimed. The Prince sprang up in sudden passionate agitation, and then she saw that the rigid quietness with which he had come into the room and greeted her was only an effort of his good manners. He was really trembling with excitement. "It is true, it is true. She has lovers, she has lovers," he broke out. "I have seen it with my eyes, and I have come here to know." I don't know what you have seen, but your coming here to know will not have helped you much. Besides, if you have seen, you know for yourself. At any rate, I have ceased to be able to tell you." "You are afraid! You are afraid!" cried the visitor, with a wild, accusatory gesture. Madame Grandoni looked up at him with slow speculation. "Sit down and be tranquil, very tranquil. I have ceased to pay attention. I take no heed." "Well, I do, then," said the Prince, subsiding a little. "Don't you know she has gone out to a house in a horrible quarter with a man?" "I think it highly probable, dear Prince." "And who is he? That's what I want to discover." "How can I tell you? I haven't seen him." He looked at her a moment with his distended eyes. "Dear lady, is that kind to me, when I have counted on you?" "Oh, I am not kind any more. It's not a question of that. I am angry, as angry almost as you." "Then why don't you watch her, eh?" "It's not with her I am angry. It's with myself," said Madame Grandoni, meditatively. "For becoming so indifferent, do you mean?" "On the contrary, for staying in the house." "Thank God you are still here, or I couldn't have come. But what a lodging for the Princess!" the visitor exclaimed. "She might at least live in a manner befitting." The last time you were in London you thought it was too costly," she cried. He hesitated a moment. "Whatever she does is wrong. Is it because it's so bad that you must go?" he went on. "It is foolish, foolish, foolish," said Madame Grandoni, slowly, impressively. "Foolish! Che! He was in the house nearly an hour, this one." "In the house? In what house?" "Here, where you sit. I saw him go in, and when he came out it was after a long time with her." "And where were you, meanwhile?" Again Prince Casamassima hesitated. "I was on the other side of the street. When they came out I followed them. It was more than an hour ago." "Was it for that you came to London?" "Ah, what I came for! To put myself in hell." "You had better go back to Rome," said Madame Grandoni. "Of course I will go back. But if you will tell me who this one is! How can you be ignorant, dear friend, when he comes freely in and out of the house, where I have to watch at the door for a moment that I can snatch? He was not the same as the other." "As the other?" "Doubtless there are 50. I mean the little one whom I met in the other house that Sunday afternoon." "I sit in my room almost always now," said the old woman. "I only come down to eat." "Dear lady, it would be better if you would sit here," the Prince remarked. "Better for whom?" "I mean that if you did not withdraw yourself you could at least answer my questions." "Ah, but I have not the slightest desire to answer them," Madame Grandoni replied. "You must remember that I am not here as your spy." "No," said the Prince, in a tone of extreme and simple melancholy. "If you had given me more information I should not have been obliged to come here myself. I arrived in London only this morning, and this evening I spent 2 hours walking up and down opposite the house, like a groom waiting for his master to come back from a ride. I wanted a personal impression. It was so that I saw him come in. He is not a gentleman, not even like some of the strange ones here." "I think he is Scotch," remarked Madame Grandoni. "Ah, then, you have seen him?" "No, but I have heard him. He speaks very loud. The floors of this house are not built as we build in Italy, and his voice is the same that I have heard in the people of that country. Besides, she has told me some things. He is a chemist's assistant." "A chemist's assistant? Santo Dio! And the other one, a year ago, more than a year ago, was a bookbinder." "Oh, the bookbinder," murmured Madame Grandoni. "And does she associate with no people of good? Has she no other society?" "For me to tell you more, Prince, you must wait till I am free," said the old lady. "How do you mean free?" "I must choose. I must either go away, and then I can tell you what I have seen, or if I stay here I must hold my tongue." "But if you go away you will have seen nothing," the Prince objected. "Ah, plenty as it is. More than I ever expected to." The Prince clasped his hands together in tremulous suppliance, but at the same time he smiled as if to conciliate, to corrupt. "Dearest friend, you torment my curiosity. If you will tell me this, I will never ask you anything more. Where did they go? For the love of God, what is that house?" "I know nothing of their houses," she returned with an impatient shrug. "Then there are others? There are many?" She made no answer, but sat brooding, with her chin in her protrusive kerchief. Her visitor presently continued, in a soft, earnest tone, with his beautiful Italian distinctness, as if his lips cut and carved the sound, while his fine fingers quivered into quick, emphasizing gestures. "The street is small and black, but it is like all the streets. It has no importance. It is at the end of an endless imbroglio. They drove for 20 minutes. Then they stopped their cab and got out. They went together on foot some minutes more. There were many turns. They seemed to know them well. For me, it was very difficult. Of course, I also got out. I had to stay so far behind, close against the houses. Chiffinch Street, northeast. That was the name," the Prince continued, pronouncing the word with difficulty. "And the house is number 32. I looked at that after they went in. It's a very bad house, worse than this, but it has no sign of a chemist, and there are no shops in the street. They rang the bell only once, though they waited a long time. It seemed to me, at least, that they did not touch it again. It was several minutes before the door was opened, and that was a bad time for me, because as they stood there they looked up and down. Fortunately, you know the air of this place. I saw no light in the house, not even after they went in. Who let them enter I couldn't tell. I waited nearly half an hour to see how long they would stay, and what they would do on coming out. Then, at last, my impatience brought me here, for to know she was absent made me hope I might see you. While I was there 2 persons went in, 2 men together smoking, who looked like artisti. I didn't see them near. But no one came out. I could see they took their cigars, and you can fancy what tobacco, into the presence of the Princess. Formerly," pursued Madame Grandoni's visitor, with a touching attempt at a jocular treatment of this point, "she never tolerated smoking, never mine, at least. The street is very quiet. Very few people pass. Now, what is the house? Is it where that man lives?" he asked, almost in a whisper. He had been encouraged by her consenting, in spite of her first protests, to listen to him. He could see she was listening, and he was still more encouraged when, after a moment, she answered his question by a question of her own. "Did you cross the river to go there? I know that he lives over the water." "Ah, no. It was not in that part. I tried to ask the cabman who brought me back to explain to me what it is called, but I couldn't make him understand. They have heavy minds," the Prince declared. Then he pursued, drawing a little closer to his hostess. "But what were they doing there? Why did she go with him?" "They are plotting there," said Madame Grandoni. "You mean a secret society? A band of revolutionists and murderers? Capisco bene. That is not new to me. But perhaps they only pretend it's for that," added the Prince. "Only pretend? Why should they pretend? That is not Christina's way." "There are other possibilities," the Prince observed. "Oh, of course, when your wife goes away with strange men in the dark to far-away houses, you can think anything you like, and I have nothing to say to your thoughts. I have my own, but they are my own affair, and I shall not undertake to defend Christina, for she is indefensible. When she does the things she does, she provokes, she invites, the worst construction. There let it rest, save for this one remark, which I will content myself with making. If she were a licentious woman, she would not behave as she does now. She would not expose herself to irresistible interpretations. The appearance of everything would be good and proper. I simply tell you what I believe. If I believed that what she is doing concerned you alone, I should say nothing about it, at least sitting here. But it concerns others, it concerns every one, so I will open my mouth at last. She has gone to that house to break up society." "To break it up, yes, as she has wanted before?" "Oh, more than before. She is very much entangled. She has relations with people who are watched by the police. She has not told me, but I have perceived it by simply living with her." Prince Casamassima stared. "And is she watched by the police?" "I can't tell you. It is very possible, except that the police here is not like that of other countries." "It is more stupid," said the Prince. He gazed at Madame Grandoni with a flush of shame on his face. "Will she bring us to that scandal? It would be the worst of all." "There is one chance, the chance that she will get tired of it," the old lady remarked. "Only the scandal may come before that." "Dear friend, she is the devil," said the Prince solemnly. "No, she is not the devil, because she wishes to do good." "What good did she ever wish to do me?" the Italian demanded, with glowing eyes. Madame Grandoni shook her head very sadly. "You can do no good of any kind to each other. Each on your own side. You must be quiet." "How can I be quiet when I hear of such infamies?" Prince Casamassima got up in his violence, and, in a tone which caused his companion to burst into a short, incongruous laugh as soon as she heard the words, exclaimed, "She shall not break up society." "No, she will bore herself before the trick is played. Make up your mind to that." "That is what I expected to find, that the caprice was over. She has passed through so many follies." "Give her time, give her time," replied Madame Grandoni. "Time to drag my name into an assize court? Those people are robbers, incendiaries, murderers." "You can say nothing to me about them that I haven't said to her." "And how does she defend herself?" "Defend herself? Did you ever hear Christina do that?" Madame Grandoni asked. "The only thing she says to me is, 'Don't be afraid. I promise you by all that's sacred that you shan't suffer.' She speaks as if she had it all in her hands. That is very well. No doubt I'm a selfish old woman, but after all one has a heart for others." "And so have I think I may pretend," said the Prince. "You tell me to give her time, and it is certain that she will take it, whether I give it or not. But I can at least stop giving her money. By heaven, it's my duty as an honest man." "She tells me that as it is you don't give her much." "Much, dear lady? It depends on what you call so. It's enough to make all these scoundrels flock around her." "They are not all scoundrels, any more than she is. That is the strange part of it," said the old woman, with a weary sigh. "But this fellow, the chemist, to-night, what do you call him?" "She has spoken to me of him as a most estimable young man." "But she thinks it's estimable to blow us all up," the Prince returned. "Doesn't he take her money?" "I don't know what he takes. But there are some things, heaven forbid one should forget them. The misery of London is something fearful." "Chi vuole? There is misery everywhere," returned the Prince. "It is the will of God. Ci vuol pazienza. And in this country does no one give alms?" "Every one, I believe. But it appears that it is not enough." The Prince said nothing for a moment. This statement of Madame Grandoni's seemed to present difficulties. The solution, however, soon suggested itself. It was expressed in the inquiry, "What will you have in a country which has not the true faith?" "Ah, the true faith is a great thing, but there is suffering even in countries that have it." "Evidentemente. But it helps suffering to be borne, and later it makes it up. Whereas here," said the old lady's visitor, with a melancholy smile, "if I may speak of myself, it is to me, in my circumstances, a support." "That is good," said Madame Grandoni. He stood before her, resting his eyes for a moment on the floor. "And the famous Ciolto, Godfrey Gerald, does he come no more?" "I haven't seen him for months, and know nothing about him." "He doesn't like the chemists and the bookbinders, eh?" asked the Prince. "Ah, it was he who first brought them, to gratify your wife." "If they have turned him out, then that is very well. Now, if only some one could turn them out." Aspetta, aspetta, said the old woman. That is very good advice, but to follow it isn't amusing. Then the prince added, You alluded just now, as to something particular, to quel giovane, the young artisan whom I met in the other house. Is he also estimable, or has he paid the penalty of his crimes? He has paid the penalty, but I don't know of what. I have nothing bad to tell you of him, except that I think his star is on the wane. Poverino! The prince exclaimed. That is exactly the manner in which I addressed him the first time I saw him. I didn't know how it would happen, but I felt that it would happen somehow. It has happened through his changing his opinions. He has now the same idea as you, that ci vuol pazienza. The prince listened with the same expression of wounded eagerness, the same parted lips and excited eyes, to every added fact that dropped from Madame Grandoni's lips. That at least is more honest. Then he doesn't go to Chiffinch Street? I don't know about Chiffinch Street, but it would be my impression that he doesn't go anywhere that Christina and the other one, the Scotchman, go together. But these are delicate matters, the old woman pursued. They seemed much to interest her interlocutor. Do you mean that the Scotchman is, what shall I call it, his successor? For a moment Madame Grandoni made no reply. I think that this case is different, but I don't understand. It was the other, the little one, that helped her to know the Scotchman. And now they have quarrelled about my wife? It is all tremendously edifying, the prince exclaimed. I can't tell you, and shouldn't have attempted it, only that Assunta talks to me. I wish he would talk to me, said the prince wistfully. Ah, my friend, if Christina were to find you getting at her servants! How could it be worse for me than it is now? However, I don't know why I speak as if I cared, for I don't care any more. I have given her up. It is finished. I am glad to hear it, said Madame Grandoni gravely. You yourself made the distinction perfectly. So long as she endeavoured only to injure me, and in my private capacity, I could condone, I could wait, I could hope. But since she has so recklessly thrown herself into the most criminal undertakings, since she lifts her hand with the determined purpose, as you tell me, against the most sacred institutions, it is too much. Ah, yes, it is too much. She may go her way. She is no wife of mine. Not another penny of mine shall go into her pocket and into that of the wretches who prey upon her, who have corrupted her. Dear Prince, I think you are right, and yet I am sorry, sighed the old woman, extending her hand for assistance to rise from her chair. If she becomes really poor, it will be much more difficult for me to leave her. This is not poverty, and not even a good imitation of it, as she would like it to be. But what will be said of me if, having remained with her through so much of her splendour, I turn away from her the moment she begins to want? Dear lady, do you ask that to make me relent? The prince inquired, after a hesitation. Not in the least, for whatever is said and whatever you do, there is nothing for me in decency at present but to pack my trunk. Judge by the way I have tattled. If you will stay on, she shall have everything. The prince spoke in a very low tone, with a manner that betrayed the shame he felt at his attempt at bribery. Madame Grandoni gave him an astonished glance and moved away from him. What does that mean? I thought you didn't care. I know not what explanation of his inconsequence her companion would have given her if at that moment the door of the room had not been pushed open to permit the entrance of Hyacinth Robinson. He stopped short on perceiving that Madame Grandoni had a visitor, but before he had time to say anything, the old lady addressed him with a certain curtness. "Ah, you don't fall well. The princess isn't at home." "That was mentioned to me, but I ventured to come in to see you, as I have done before," Hyacinth replied. Then he added, as if he were retreating, "I beg many pardons. I was not told that you were not alone." "My visitor is going, but I am going too," said Madame Grandoni. I must take myself to my room. I am all falling to pieces. Therefore kindly excuse me." Hyacinth had had time to recognize the Prince, and this nobleman paid him the same compliment, as was proved by his asking of Madame Grandoni in a rapid aside, in Italian, "Isn't it the bookbinder?" "Sicuro," said the old lady, while Hyacinth, murmuring a regret that he should find her indisposed, turned back to the door. One moment, I pray," the Prince interposed, raising his hand persuasively, and looking at him with an unexpected, exaggerated smile. "Please introduce me to the gentleman," he added in English to Madame Grandoni. She manifested no surprise at the request. She had none left, apparently, for anything, but pronounced the name of Prince Casamassima, and then added, for Hyacinth's benefit, "He knows who you are." "Will you permit me to keep you a very little minute?" the Prince continued, addressing the other visitor, after which he remarked to Madame Grandoni, "I will speak with him a little. It is perhaps not necessary that we should incommode you if you do not wish to stay." She had for a moment, as she tossed off a satirical little laugh, a return of her ancient drollery. "Remember that if you talk long she may come back. Yes, yes, I will go upstairs. Felicissima notte, signori." She took her way to the door, which Hyacinth, considerably bewildered, held open for her. The reasons for which Prince Casamassima wished to converse with him were mysterious. Nevertheless, he was about to close the door behind Madame Grandoni as a sign that he was at the service of her companion. At this moment the latter extended again a courteous, remonstrant hand. "After all, as my visit is finished, and as yours comes to nothing, might we not go out?" "Certainly, I will go with you," said Hyacinth. He spoke with an instinctive stiffness, in spite of the Prince's queer affability, and in spite also of the fact that he felt sorry for the nobleman, to whose countenance Madame Grandoni's last injunction, uttered in English, had brought a deep and painful blush. It is needless to go into the question of what Hyacinth, face to face with an aggrieved husband, may have had on his conscience, but he assumed, naturally enough, that the situation might be grave, though indeed the Prince's manner was, for the moment, incongruously conciliatory. Hyacinth invited his new acquaintance to pass, and in a minute they were in the street together. "Do you go here? Do you go there?" the Prince inquired, as they stood a moment before the house. "If you will permit, I will take the same direction." On Hyacinth's answering that it was indifferent to him, the Prince said, turning to the right, "Well then, here, but slowly, if that pleases you, and only a little way." His English was far from perfect, but his errors were mainly errors of pronunciation, and Hyacinth was struck with his effort to express himself very distinctly, so that in intercourse with a little representative of the British populace his foreignness should not put him at a disadvantage. Quick as he was to perceive and appreciate, Hyacinth noted how a certain quality of breeding that was in his companion enabled him to compass that coolness, and he mentally applauded his success in a difficult feat. Difficult he judged it, because it seemed to him that the purpose for which the Prince wished to speak to him was one which must require a great deal of explanation, and it was a sign of training to explain adequately, in a foreign tongue, especially if one were agitated, to a person in a social position very different from one's own. Hyacinth knew what the Prince's estimate of his importance must be. He could have no illusions as to the character of the people his wife received. But while he heard him carefully put one word after the other, he was able to smile to himself at his needless precautions. Hyacinth reflected that at a pinch he could have encountered him in his own tongue. During his stay at Venice he had picked up an Italian vocabulary. "With Madame Grandoni I spoke of you," the Prince announced, dispassionately, as they walked along. "She told me a thing that interested me," he added. "That is why I walk with you." Hyacinth said nothing, deeming that better by silence than in any other fashion he held himself at the disposal of his interlocutor. "She told me you have changed. You have no more the same opinions." "The same opinions?" "About the arrangement of society. You desire no more the assassination of the rich." "I never desired any such thing," said Hyacinth indignantly. "Oh, if you have changed, you can confess," the Prince rejoined in an encouraging tone. "It is very good for some people to be rich. It would not be right for all to be poor." "It would be pleasant if all could be rich," Hyacinth suggested. "Yes, but not by stealing and shooting." "No, not by stealing and shooting. I never desired that." Ah, no doubt she was mistaken. "But to day you think we must have patience," the Prince went on, as if he hoped very much that Hyacinth would allow this valuable conviction to be attributed to him. "That is also my view." "Oh yes, we must have patience," said Hyacinth, who was now smiling to himself in the dark. They had by this time reached the end of the little crescent, where the Prince paused under the street lamp. He considered Hyacinth's countenance for a moment by its help, and then he pronounced, "If I am not mistaken, you know very well the Princess?" Hyacinth hesitated a moment. "She has been very kind to me." "She is my wife. Perhaps you know." Again Hyacinth hesitated, but after a moment he replied, "She has told me that she is married." As soon as he had spoken these words he thought them idiotic. "You mean you would not know if she had not told you, I suppose. Evidently there is nothing to show it. You can think if that is agreeable to me." "Oh, I can't think, I can't judge," said Hyacinth. "You are right. That is impossible." The Prince stood before his companion, and in the pale gaslight the latter saw more of his face. It had an unnatural expression, a look of wasted anxiety. The eyes seemed to glitter, and Hyacinth conceived the unfortunate nobleman to be feverish and ill. He continued in a moment, "Of course you think it strange, my conversation. I want you to tell me something." "I am afraid you are very unwell," said Hyacinth. "Yes, I am unwell, but I shall be better if you will tell me. It is because you have come back to good ideas. That is why I ask you." A sense that the situation of the Princess's husband was really pitiful, that at any rate he suffered and was helpless, that he was a gentleman and even a person who would never have done any great harm. A perception of these appealing truths came into Hyacinth's heart, and stirred there a desire to be kind to him, to render him any service that in reason he might ask. It appeared to Hyacinth that he must be pretty sick to ask any service at all, but that was his own affair. "If you would like me to see you safely home, I will do that," our young man remarked, and even while he spoke he was struck with the oddity of his being already on such friendly terms with a person whom he had hitherto supposed to be the worst enemy of the rarest of women. He found himself unable to consider the Prince with resentment. This personage acknowledged the civility of his offer with a slight inclination of his high slimness. "I am very much obliged to you, but I will not go home. I will not go home till I know this. To what house has she gone? Will you tell me that?" "To what house?" Hyacinth repeated. "She has gone with a person whom you know. Madame Grandoni told me that. He is a Scotch chemist." "A Scotch chemist?" Hyacinth stared. "I saw them myself, 2 hours, 3 hours ago. Listen, listen, I will be very clear," said the Prince, laying his forefinger on the other hand with an explanatory gesture. "He came to that house, this one, where we have been, I mean, and stayed there a long time. I was here in the street. I have passed my day in the street. They came out together, and I watched them. I followed them." Hyacinth had listened with wonder, and even with suspense. The Prince's manner gave an air of such importance, such mystery, to what he had to relate. But at this he broke out. "This is not my business. I can't hear it. I don't watch. I don't follow." The Prince stared a moment in surprise. Then he rejoined, more quickly than he had spoken yet, "But they went to a house where they conspire, where they prepare horrible acts. How can you like that?" "How do you know it, sir?" Hyacinth inquired gravely. "It is Madame Grandoni who has told me." "Why, then, do you ask me?" "Because I am not sure. I don't think she knows. I want to know more, to be sure of what is done in that house. Does she go there only for the Revolution?" the Prince demanded, "or does she go there to be alone with him?" "With him?" The Prince's tone and his excited eyes infused a kind of vividness into the suggestion. "With the tall man, the chemist. They got into a hansom together. The house is far away, in the lost quarters." Hyacinth drew himself together. "I know nothing about the matter, and I don't care. If that is all you wish to ask me, we had better separate." The Prince's face elongated; it seemed to grow paler. "Then it is not true that you hate these abominations?" Hyacinth hesitated a moment. "How can you know about my opinions? How can they interest you?" The Prince looked at him with sick eyes. He raised his arms a moment, a certain distance, and then let them drop at his sides. "I hoped you would help me." "When we are in trouble we can't help each other much," our young man exclaimed. But this austere reflection was lost upon the Prince, who at the moment Hyacinth spoke had already turned to look in the direction from which they had proceeded, the other end of the crescent, his attention apparently being called thither by the sound of a rapid hansom. The place was still and empty, and the wheels of this vehicle reverberated. The Prince peered at it through the darkness, and in an instant he cried, under his breath, excitedly, "They have come back! They have come back! Now you can see! Yes, the two!" The hansom had slackened pace and pulled up. The house before which it stopped was clearly the house the two men had lately quitted. Hyacinth felt his arm seized by the Prince, who hastily, by a strong effort, drew him forward several yards. At this moment a part of the agitation that possessed the unhappy Italian seemed to pass into his own blood. A wave of anxiety rushed through him. Anxiety as to the relations of the two persons who had descended from the cab. He had, in short, for several instants, a very exact revelation of the state of feeling of a jealous husband. If he had been told, half an hour before, that he was capable of surreptitious peepings, in the interest of such jealousy, he would have resented the insult, yet he allowed himself to be checked by his companion just at the nearest point at which they might safely consider the proceedings of the couple who alighted. It was, in fact, the Princess, accompanied by Paul Muniment. Hyacinth noticed that the latter paid the cabman, who immediately drove away, from his own pocket. He stood with the Princess for some minutes at the door of the house, minutes during which Hyacinth felt his heart beat insanely, ignobly, he couldn't tell why. "What does he say? What does she say?" hissed the Prince, and when he demanded, the next moment, "Will he go in again, or will he go away?" our sensitive youth felt that a voice was given to his most eager thought. The pair were talking together, with rapid sequences, and as the door had not yet been opened it was clear that, to prolong the conversation on the steps, the Princess delayed to ring. "It will make 3-4 hours he has been with her," moaned the Prince. "He may be with her 50 hours," Hyacinth answered with a laugh, turning away, ashamed of himself. "He has gone in! Sangue di Dio!" cried the Prince, catching his companion again by the arm and making him look. All that Hyacinth saw was the door just closing. The Princess and Muniment were on the other side of it. "Is that for the Revolution?" the trembling nobleman panted. But Hyacinth made no answer. He only gazed at the closed door an instant, and then, disengaging himself, walked straight away, leaving the Italian in the darkness to direct a great, helpless, futile shake of his stick at the indifferent house. End of Chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Princess Casamassima. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hyacinth waited a long time, but when at last Millicent came to the door, the splendor of her appearance did much to justify her delay. He heard an immense rustling on the staircase, accompanied by a creaking of that inexpensive structure, and then she rushed forward into the narrow, dusky passage where he had been standing for a quarter of an hour. She looked flushed, she exhaled a strong, cheap perfume, and she instantly thrust her muff, a tight, fat, beribboned receptacle, at him, to be held while she adjusted her gloves to her large, vulgar hands. Hyacinth opened the door; it was so natural an assumption that they would not be able to talk properly in the passage; and they came out to the low steps, lingering there in the yellow Sunday sunshine. A loud ejaculation on the beauty of the day broke from Millicent, though, as we know, she was not addicted to facile admirations. The winter was not over, but the spring had begun, and the smoky London air allowed the baffled citizens, by way of a change, to see through it. The town could refresh its recollections of the sky, and the sky could ascertain the geographical position of the town. The essential dimness of the low perspectives had by no means disappeared, but it had loosened its folds. It lingered as a blur of mist interwoven with pretty sun tints and faint transparencies. There was warmth and there was light, and a view of the shutters of shops, and the church bells were ringing. Miss Henning remarked that it was a shime she couldn't have a place to ask a gentleman to sit down, but what were you to do when you had such a grind for your living, and a room to keep yourself tidy no bigger than a pill-box? She couldn't herself abide waiting outside. She knew something about it when she took things home to ladies to choose. The time they spent was long enough to choose a husband. And it always made her feel quite miserable. It was something cruel. If she could have what she liked, she knew what she would have. And she hinted at a mystic bower where a visitor could sit and enjoy himself, with the morning paper, or a nice view out of the window, or even a glass of sherry, so that in an adjacent apartment she could dress without getting in a fidget, which always made her red in the face. "I don't know how I have pitched on my things," she remarked, presenting her magnificence to Hyacinth, who became aware that she had put a small plump book into her muff. He explained that, the day being so fine, he had come to propose to her to take a walk with him, in the manner of ancient times. They might spend an hour or two in the park, and stroll beside the Serpentine, or even paddle about on it, if she liked, and watch the lambkins, or feed the ducks, if she would put a crust in her pocket. The prospect of paddling Miss Henning entirely declined. She had no idea of wetting her flounces, and she left those rough pleasures, especially of a Sunday, to a lower class of young woman. But she didn't mind if she did go for a turn, though he didn't deserve any such favor, after the way he hadn't been near her if she had died in her garret. She was not one of those that was to be dropped and taken up at any man's convenience. She didn't keep any one of those offices for servants out of the place. Millicent expressed the belief that if the day had not been so lovely, she would have sent Hyacinth about his business. It was lucky for him that she was always forgiving, such was her sensitive, generous nature, when the sun was out. Only there was one thing: she couldn't abide making no difference for Sunday. It was her personal habit to go to church, and she should have it on her conscience if she gave it up for a lark. Hyacinth had already been impressed, more than once, by the manner in which his blooming friend stickled for the religious observance. Of all the queer disparities of her nature, her devotional turn struck him as perhaps the queerest. She held her head erect through the longest and dullest sermon, and came out of the place of worship with her fine face embellished by the publicity of her virtue. She was exasperated by the general secularity of Hyacinth's behavior, especially taken in conjunction with his general straightness, and was only consoled a little by the fact that if he didn't drink, or fight, or steal, at least he indulged in unlimited wickedness of opinion, theories as bad as anything that people got 10 years for. Hyacinth had not yet revealed to her that his theories had somehow lately come to be held with less tension. An instinct of kindness had forbidden him to deprive her of a grievance which ministered so much to sociability. He had not reflected that she would have been more aggrieved, and consequently more delightful, if her condemnation of his godlessness had been deprived of confirmatory indications. On the present occasion she let him know that she would go for a walk with him if he would first accompany her to church, and it was in vain he represented to her that this proceeding would deprive them of their morning, inasmuch as after church she would have to dine, and in the interval there would be no time left. She replied, with a toss of her head, that she dined when she liked. Besides, on Sunday she had cold fare. It was left out for her, an argument to which Hyacinth had to assent, his ignorance of her domestic economy being complete, thanks to the maidenly mystery, the vagueness of reference and explanation, in which, in spite of great freedom of complaint, perpetual announcements of intended change, impending promotion and high bids for her services in other quarters, she had always enshrouded her private affairs. Hyacinth walked by her side to the place of worship she preferred. Her choice was made apparently from a large experience, and as they went he remarked that it was a good job he wasn't married to her. Lord, how she would bully him, how she would squeeze him in such a case! The worst of it would be that, such was his amiable, peace-loving nature, he would obey like a showman's poodle. And pray, whom was a man to obey, asked Millicent, if he was not to obey his wife? She sat up in her pew with a majesty that carried out this idea. She seemed to answer in her proper person for creeds and communions and sacraments. She was more than devotional, she was almost pontifical. Hyacinth had never felt himself under such distinguished protection. The Princess Casamassima came back to him in comparison as a bohemian, a shabby adventuress. He had come to see her to-day not for the sake of her austerity, he had had too gloomy a week for that, but for that of her genial side. Yet now that she treated him to the severer spectacle, it struck him for the moment as really grand sport, a kind of magnification of her rich vitality. She had her phrases and caprices, like the Princess herself, and if they were not the same as those of the lady of Madeira Crescent, they proved at least that she was as brave a woman. No one but a capital girl could give herself such airs. She would have a consciousness of the large reserve of pliancy required for making up for them. The Princess wished to destroy society, and Millicent wished to uphold it. And as Hyacinth, by the side of his childhood's friend, listened to practised intonings, he was obliged to recognize the liberality of a fate which had sometimes appeared invidious. He had been provided with the best opportunities for choosing between the beauty of the original and the beauty of the conventional. Fortunately, on this particular Sunday, there was no sermon. Fortunately, I mean from the point of view of Hyacinth's heretical impatience, so that after the congregation dispersed there was still plenty of time for a walk in the park. Our friends traversed that barely interrupted expanse of irrepressible herbage which stretches from the Birdcage Walk to Hyde Park Corner, and took their way to Kensington Gardens beside the Serpentine. Once Millicent's religious exercises were over for the day, she as rigidly forbore to repeat them in the afternoon as she made a point of the first service. Once she had lifted her voice in prayer and praise, she changed her allure, moving to a different measure, uttering her sentiments in a high, free manner, and not minding that it should be perceived that she had on her very best gown, and was out, if need be, for the day. She was mainly engaged for some time in overhauling Hyacinth for his long absence, demanding, as usual, some account of what he had been "up to." He listened to her philosophically, liking and enjoying her chaff, which seemed to him, oddly enough, wholesome and refreshing, and absolutely declining to satisfy her. He remarked, as he had had occasion to do before, that if he asked no explanations of her, the least he had a right to expect in return was that she should let him off as easily, and even the indignation with which she received this plea did not make him feel that an éclaircissement between them could be a serious thing. There was nothing to explain and nothing to forgive. They were a pair of very fallible individuals, united much more by their weaknesses than by any consistency or fidelity that they might pretend to practice toward each other. It was an old acquaintance, the oldest thing to-day, except Mr. Vetch's friendship in Hyacinth's life; and strange as this may appear, it inspired our young man with a kind of indulgent piety. The probability that Millicent kept company with other men had quite ceased to torment his imagination. It was no longer necessary to his happiness to be certain about it in order that he might dismiss her from his mind. He could be as happy without it as with it, and he felt a new modesty in regard to prying into her affairs. He was so little in a position to be stern with her that her assumption that he recognized a right on her own part to chide him seemed to him only a part of her perpetual clumsiness, a clumsiness that was not soothing, but was nevertheless in its rich spontaneity one of the things he liked her for. "If you have come to see me only to make jokes at my expense, you had better have stayed away altogether," she said with dignity, as they came out of the Green Park. "In the first place it's rude, in the second place it's silly, and in the third place I see through you." "My dear Millicent, the motions you go through, the resentment you profess, are purely perfunctory," her companion replied. "But it doesn't matter. Go on. Say anything you like. I came to see you for recreation, for a little entertainment without effort of my own. I scarcely ventured to hope, however, that you would make me laugh. I have been so dismal for a long time. In fact, I am dismal still. I wish I had your disposition. My mirth is feverish." "The first thing I require of any friend is that he should respect me," Miss Henning announced. "You lead a bad life. I know what to think about that," she continued irrelevantly. "And is it out of respect for you that you wish me to lead a better one? To-day, then, is so much saved out of my wickedness. Let us get on the grass," Hyacinth continued. "It is innocent and pastoral to feel it under one's feet. It's jolly to be with you. You understand everything." "I don't understand everything you say, but I understand everything you hide," the young woman returned, as the great central expanse of Hyde Park, looking intensely green and browsable, stretched away before them. "Then I shall soon become a mystery to you, for I mean from this time forth to cease to seek safety in concealment. You'll know nothing about me then, for it will all be under your nose." "Well, there's nothing so pretty as nature," Millicent observed, surveying the smutty sheep who find pasturage in the fields that extend from Knightsbridge to the Bayswater Road. "What will you do when you're so bad you can't go to the shop?" she added, with a sudden transition. And when he asked why he should ever be so bad as that, she said she could see he was in a fever. She hadn't noticed it at first, because he never had had any more complexion than a cheese. Was it something he had caught in some of those back slums, where he went prying about with his wicked ideas? It served him right for taking as little good into such places as ever came out of them. Would his fine friends, a precious lot they were, that put it off on him to do all the nasty part, would they find the doctor, and the port wine, and the money, and all the rest, when he was laid up, perhaps for months, through their putting such rot into his head, and his putting it into others that could carry it even less? Millicent stopped on the grass in the watery sunshine, and bent on her companion an eye in which he perceived, freshly, an awakened curiosity, a friendly, reckless ray, a pledge of substantial comradeship. Suddenly she exclaimed, quitting the tone of exaggerated derision which she had used a moment before, "You little rascal, you've got something on your heart. Has your princess given you the sack?" "My poor girl, your talk is a queer mixture," Hyacinth murmured. "But it may well be. It is not queerer than my life." "Well, I'm glad you admit that," the young woman cried, walking on with a flutter of her ribbons. "Your ideas about my ideas," Hyacinth continued. "Yes, you should see me in the back slums. I'm a bigger Philistine than you, Miss Henning." "You've got more ridiculous names, if that's what you mean. I don't believe that half the time you know what you do mean yourself. I don't believe you even know, with all your thinking, what you do think. That's your disease." "It's astonishing how you sometimes put your finger on the place," Hyacinth rejoined. "I mean to think no more. I mean to give it up. Avoid it yourself, my dear Millicent. Avoid it as you would a baleful vice. It confers no true happiness. Let us live in the world of irreflective contemplation. Let us live in the present hour." "I don't care how I live, nor where I live," said Millicent, "so long as I can do as I like. It's them that are over you; it's them that cut it fine. But you never were really satisfactory to me; not as one friend should be to another," she pursued, reverting irresistibly to the concrete, and turning still upon her companion that fine fairness which had no cause to shrink from a daylight exhibition. "Do you remember that day I came back to Lomax Place, ever so long ago, and called on poor dear Miss Pinsent? She couldn't abide me; she didn't like my form. And waited till you came in, and went out for a walk with you, and had tea at a coffee shop? Well, I don't mind telling you that you weren't satisfactory to me then, and that I consider myself remarkably good natured ever since to have kept you so little up to the mark. You always tried to carry it off as if you were telling one everything, and you never told one nothing at all." "What is it you want me to tell, my dear child?" Hyacinth inquired, putting his hand into her arm. "I'll tell you anything you like." "I dare say you'll tell me a lot of trash. Certainly I tried kindness," Miss Henning declared. "Try it again; don't give it up," said her companion, strolling along with her in close association. She stopped short, detaching herself, though not with intention. "Well, then, has she chucked you over?" Hyacinth turned his eyes away. He looked at the green expanse, misty and sunny, dotted with Sunday-keeping figures, which made it seem larger, at the wooded boundary of the park, beyond the grassy moat of Kensington Gardens, at a shining reach of the Serpentine on one side, and the far facades of Bayswater, brightened by the fine weather and the privilege of their view, on the other. "Well, you know, I rather think so," he replied in a moment. "Ah, the nasty brute!" cried Millicent, as they resumed their walk. Upwards of an hour later they were sitting under the great trees of Kensington Gardens, those scattered over the slope which rises gently from the side of the water most distant from the old red palace. They had taken possession of a couple of the chairs placed there for the convenience of that part of the public for which a penny is not, as the French say, an affair, and Millicent, of whom such speculations were highly characteristic, had devoted considerable conjecture to the question whether the functionary charged with collecting the said penny would omit to come and ask for his fee. Miss Henning liked to enjoy her pleasures gratis, as well as to see others do so, and even that of sitting in a penny chair could touch her more deeply in proportion as she might feel that nothing would be paid for it. The man came round, however, and after that her pleasure could only take the form of sitting as long as possible to recover her money. This question had been settled, and two or three others, of a much weightier kind, had come up. At the moment we again participate in the conversation of the pair, Millicent was leaning forward, earnest and attentive, with her hands clasped in her lap, and her multitudinous silver bracelets tumbled forward upon her wrists. Her face, with its parted lips and eyes clouded to gentleness, wore an expression which Hyacinth had never seen there before, and which caused him to say to her, "After all, dear Milly, you're a good old fellow." "Why did you never tell me before, years ago?" she asked. "It's always soon enough to commit an imbecility. I don't know why I tell you to day, sitting here in a charming place, in balmy air, amid pleasing suggestions, without any reason or practical end. The story is hideous, and I've held my tongue for so long. It would have been an effort, an impossible effort, at any time to do otherwise. Somehow to day it hasn't been an effort, and indeed I have spoken just because the air is sweet, and the place ornamental, and the day a holiday, and your company exhilarating. All this has had the effect that an object has if you plunge it into a cup of water. The water overflows. Only in my case it's not water, but a very foul liquid indeed. Excuse the bad odor." There had been a flush of excitement in Millicent's face while she listened to what had gone before. It lingered there, and as a color heightened by emotion is never unbecoming to a handsome woman, it enriched her exceptional expression. I wouldn't have been so rough with you," she presently remarked. "My dear lass, this isn't rough!" her companion exclaimed. "You're all of a tremble." She put out her hand and laid it on his own, as if she had been a nurse feeling his pulse. "Very likely. I'm a nervous little beast," said Hyacinth. "Any one would be nervous to think of anything so awful. And when it's yourself!" And the girl's manner represented the dreadfulness of such a contingency. "You require sympathy," she added, in a tone that made Hyacinth smile. The words sounded like a medical prescription. "A tablespoonful every half hour," he rejoined, keeping her hand, which she was about to draw away. "You would have been nicer, too," Millicent went on. "How do you mean, I would have been nicer?" "Well, I like you now," said Miss Henning. And this time she drew away her hand, as if after a speech, to recover her dignity. "It's a pity I have always been so terribly under the influence of women," Hyacinth murmured, folding his arms. He was surprised at the delicacy with which Millicent replied. "You must remember that they have a great deal to make up to you." "Do you mean from my mother? Ah, she would have made it up if they had let her. But the sex in general have been very nice to me," he continued. "It's wonderful the kindness they have shown me, and the amount of pleasure I have derived from their society." It would perhaps be inquiring too closely to consider whether this reference to sources of consolation other than those that sprang from her own bosom had an irritating effect on Millicent. At all events, after a moment's silence, she answered it by asking, "Does she know your trumpery princess?" "Yes, but she doesn't mind it." "That's most uncommonly kind of her," cried the girl, with a scornful laugh. "It annoys me very much to hear you apply invidious epithets to her. You know nothing about her." "How do you know what I know, please?" Millicent asked this question with the habit of her natural pugnacity; but the next instant she dropped her voice, as if she remembered that she was in the presence of a great misfortune. "Hasn't she treated you most shamefully? And you such a regular dear?" "Not in the least. It is I that, as you may say, have rounded on her. She made my acquaintance because I was interested in the same things as she was. Her interest has continued, has increased, but mine, for some reason or other, has declined. She has been consistent, and I have been fickle." "Your interest has declined in the Princess?" Millicent questioned, following imperfectly this somewhat complicated statement. "Oh dear no. I mean only in some views that I used to have." "Ay, when you thought everything should go to the lowest, that's a good job!" Miss Henning exclaimed with an indulgent laugh, as if, after all, Hyacinth's views and the changes in his views were not what was most important. "And your grand lady still holds for the costermongers?" "She wants to take hold of the great question of material misery. She wants to do something to make that misery less. I don't care for her means, I don't like her processes; but when I think of what there is to be done, and of the courage and devotion of those that set themselves to do it, it seems to me sometimes that with my reserves and scruples I'm a very poor creature." "You are a poor creature, to sit there and put such accusations on yourself," the girl flashed out. "If you haven't a spirit for yourself, I promise you I've got one for you. If she hasn't chucked you over, why, in the name of common sense, did you say just now that she has? And why is your dear old face as white as my stocking?" Hyacinth looked at her a while without answering, as if he took a placid pleasure in her violence. "I don't know. I don't understand." She put out her hand and took possession of his own. For a minute she held it, as if she wished to check herself, finding some influence in his touch that would help her. They sat in silence, looking at the ornamental water and the landscape gardening beyond, which was reflected in it, until Millicent turned her eyes again upon her companion and remarked, "Well, that's the way I'd have served him, too." It took him a moment to perceive that she was alluding to the vengeance wrought upon Lord Frederick. "Don't speak of that. You'll never again hear a word about it on my lips. It's all darkness." I always knew you were a gentleman," the girl went on. "A queer variety, cara mia," her companion rejoined, not very candidly, as we know the theories he himself had cultivated on this point. "Of course you had heard poor Pinnie's incurable indiscretions. They used to exasperate me when she was alive, but I forgive her now. It's time I should, when I begin to talk myself. I think I'm breaking up." "Oh, it wasn't Miss Vincent. It was just yourself." "Pray, what did I ever say in those days?" "It wasn't what you said," Millicent answered, with refinement. "I guessed the whole business, except, of course, what she got her time for, and you being taken to that deathbed. That day I came back to the place. Couldn't you see I was turning it over? And did I ever throw it up at you, whatever high words we might have had? Therefore what I say now is no more than what I thought then. It only makes you nicer." She was crude, she was common, she even had the vice of unskilful exaggeration, for he himself honestly could not understand how the situation he had described could make him nicer. But when the faculty of affection that was in her rose, as it were, to the surface, it diffused a sense of rest, almost of protection, deepening at any rate the luxury of the balmy holiday, the interlude in the grind of the week's work, so that, though neither of them had dined, Hyacinth would have been delighted to sit with her there the whole afternoon. It seemed a pause in something bitter that was happening to him, making it stop a while, or pushing it off to a distance. His thoughts hovered about that with a pertinacity of which they themselves were weary, but they regarded it now with a kind of wounded indifference. It would be too much, no doubt, to say that Millicent's society appeared a compensation, but it seemed at least a resource. She, too, evidently was highly content. She made no proposal to retrace their steps. She interrogated him about his father's family, and whether they were going to let him go on like that always, without ever holding out so much as a little finger to him; and she declared, in a manner that was meant to gratify him by the indignation it conveyed, though the awkwardness of the turn made him smile, that if she were one of them she couldn't abear the thought of a relation of hers being in such a poor way. Hyacinth already knew what Miss Henning thought of his business at old Crookenden's, and of the feebleness of a young man of his parts contenting himself with a career which was, after all, a mere getting of one's living by one's ands. He had to do with books, but so had any shop boy who should carry such articles to the residence of purchases; and plainly Millicent had never discovered wherein the art he practised differed from that of a plumber, a glazier. He had not forgotten the shock he had once administered to her by letting her know that he wore an apron. She looked down on such conditions from the summit of her own intellectual profession, for she wore mantles and jackets and shawls, and the long trains of robes exhibited in the window on dummies of wire, and taken down to be transferred to her own undulating person, and had never a scrap to do with making them up, but just with talking about them and showing them off, and persuading people of their beauty and cheapness. It had been a source of endless comfort to her, in her arduous evolution, that she herself never worked with her ands. Hyacinth answered her inquiries, as she had answered his own of old, by asking her what those people owed to the son of a person who had brought murder and mourning into their bright sublimities, and whether she thought he was very highly recommended to them. His question made her reflect for a moment, after which she returned with the finest spirit. "Well, if your position was so miserable, ain't that all the more reason they should give you a lift? Oh, it's something cruel!" she cried; and she added that in his place she would have found a way to bring herself under their notice. She wouldn't have drudged out her life in Soho if she had had gentlefolk's blood in her veins. If they had noticed you, they would have liked you, she was so good as to observe; but she immediately remembered also that in that case he would have been carried away quite over her head. She was not prepared to say that she would have given him up, little good as she had ever got of him. In that case he would have been thick with real swells, and she emphasized the real by way of a thrust at the fine lady of Madeira Crescent, An artifice which was wasted, however, inasmuch as Hyacinth was sure she had extracted from Sholto a tolerably detailed history of the personage in question. Millicent was tender and tenderly sportive, and he was struck with the fact that his base birth really made little impression upon her. She accounted it an accident much less grave than he had been in the habit of doing. She was touched and moved, but what moved her was his story of his mother's dreadful revenge, her long imprisonment, and his childish visit to the jail, with the later discovery of his peculiar footing in the world. These things produced a generous agitation, something the same in kind as the impression she had occasionally derived from the perusal of the Family Herald. What affected her most, and what she came back to, was the whole element of Lord Frederick, and the misery of Hyacinth's having got so little good out of his affiliation to that nobleman. She couldn't get over his friends not having done something, though her imagination was still vague as to what they might have done. It was the queerest thing in the world to Hyacinth to find her apparently assuming that if he had not been so inefficient he might have "worked" the whole dark episode as a source of distinction, of glory. She wouldn't have been a nobleman's daughter for nothing. Oh, the left hand was as good as the right; her respectability for the moment didn't care for that. His long silence was what most astonished her. It put her out of patience, and there was a strange candour in her wonderment at his not having bragged about his grand relations. They had become vivid and concrete to her now in comparison with the timid shadows that Pinnie had set into spasmodic circulation. Millicent bumped about in the hushed past of her companion with the oddest mixture of sympathy and criticism, and with good intentions which had the effect of profane voices holloaing for echoes. "Me only? Me and her? Certainly I ought to be obliged, even though it is late in the day. The first time you saw her, I suppose you told her? That night you went into her box at the theatre, eh? She'd have worse to tell you, I'm sure, if she could ever bring herself to speak the truth. And do you mean to say you never broke it to your big friend in the chemical line?" "No, we have never talked about it." "Men are rare creatures," Millicent cried. "You never so much as mentioned it?" "It wasn't necessary. He knew it otherwise. He knew it through his sister." "How do you know that, if he never spoke?" "Oh, because he was jolly good to me," said Hyacinth. "Well, I don't suppose that ruined him," Miss Henning rejoined. "And how did his sister know it?" "Oh, I don't know. She guessed it." Millicent stared. It was none of her business. Then she added, "He was jolly good to you. Ain't he good to you now?" She asked this question in her loud, free voice, which rang through the bright stillness of the place. Hyacinth delayed for a minute to answer her, and when at last he did so it was without looking at her. "I don't know. I can't make it out." "Well, I can, then." And Millicent jerked him round toward her and inspected him with her big bright eyes. "You silly baby, has he been serving you?" She pressed her question upon him. She asked if that was what disagreed with him. His lips gave her no answer, but apparently after an instant she found one in his face. "Has he been making up to her ladyship? Is that his game?" she broke out. "Do you mean to say she'd look at the likes of him?" "The likes of him? He's as fine a man as stands," said Hyacinth. "They have the same views. They are doing the same work." "Oh, he hasn't changed his opinions, then? Not like you?" "No, he knows what he wants. He knows what he thinks." "Very much the same work, I'll be bound," cried Millicent in large derision. "He knows what he wants, and I dare say he'll get it." Hyacinth got up, turning away from her, but she also rose and passed her hand into his arm. "It's their own business. They can do as they please." "Oh, don't try to be a saint. You put me out of patience," the girl responded with characteristic energy. "They're a precious pair, and it would do me good to hear you say so." "A man shouldn't turn against his friends," Hyacinth went on, with desperate sententiousness. "That's for them to remember. There's no danger of your forgetting it." They had begun to walk, but she stopped him. She was suddenly smiling at him, and her face was radiant. She went on, with caressing inconsequence. All that you have told me. It has made you nicer." "I don't see that, but it has certainly made you so. My dear girl, you're a comfort," Hyacinth added, as they strolled on again. Chapter 42. of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He had no intention of going in the evening to Madeira Crescent, and that is why he asked his companion, before they separated, if he might not see her again after tea. The evenings were bitter to him now, and he feared them in advance. The darkness had become a haunted element. It had visions for him that passed even before his closed eyes, sharp doubts and fears and suspicions, suggestions of evil, revelations of suffering. He wanted company to light up his gloom, and this had driven him back to Millicent in a manner not altogether consistent with the respect which it was still his theory that he owed to his nobler part. He felt no longer free to drop in at the Crescent, and tried to persuade himself, in case his mistrust should be overdone, that his reasons were reasons of magnanimity. If Paul Muniment was seriously occupied with the Princess, if they had work in hand for which their most earnest attention was required, and Saturday was very likely to be the day they would take, they had spent so much of the previous Sunday together, it would be delicate on his part to stay away, to leave his friend a clear field. There was something inexpressibly representative to him in the way that friend had abruptly decided to re-enter the house, after pausing outside with its mistress at the moment he himself stood peering through the fog with the Prince. The movement repeated itself innumerable times to his moral perception, suggesting to him things that he couldn't bear to learn. Hyacinth was afraid of being jealous, even after he had become so, and to prove to himself that he was not, he had gone to see the Princess one evening in the middle of the week. Hadn't he wanted Paul to know her, months and months before, and now was he to entertain a vile feeling at the first manifestation of an intimacy which rested, in each party to it, upon aspirations that he respected? The Princess had not been at home, and he had turned away from the door without asking for Madame Grandoni. He had not forgotten that on the occasion of his previous visit she had excused herself from remaining in the drawing-room. After the little maid in the Crescent had told him the Princess was out, he walked away with a quick curiosity, a curiosity which, if he had listened to it, would have led him to mount upon the first omnibus that travelled in the direction of Camberwell. Was Paul Muniment, who was such a rare one in general for stopping at home of an evening, was he also out, and would Rosie in this case be in the humour to mention, for of course she would know, where he had gone? Hyacinth let the omnibus pass, for he suddenly became aware, with a throb of horror, that he was in danger of playing the spy. He had not been near Muniment since, on purpose to leave his curiosity unsatisfied. He allowed himself, however, to notice that the Princess had now not written him a word of consolation, as she had been so kind to do once or twice before when he had knocked at her door without finding her. At present he had missed her twice in succession, and yet she had given no sign of regret even on his own behalf. This determined him to stay away a while longer. It was such a proof that she was absorbingly occupied. Hyacinth's glimpse of the Princess in earnest conversation with Muniment as they returned from the excursion described by the Prince, his memory of Paul's relenting figure crossing the threshold once more, could leave him no doubt as to the degree of that absorption. Millicent hesitated when Hyacinth proposed to her that they should finish the day together. She smiled, and her splendid eyes rested on his with an air of indulgent interrogation. They seemed to ask whether it were worth her while, in face of his probable incredulity, to mention the real reason why she could not have the pleasure of acceding to his delightful suggestion. Since he would be sure to deride her explanation, would not some trumped-up excuse do as well, since he could knock that about without hurting her? I know not exactly in what sense Miss Henning decided, but she confessed at last that there was an odious obstacle to their meeting again later, a promise she had made to go and see a young lady, the forewoman of her department, who was kept indoors with a bad face and nothing in life to help her pass the time. She was under a pledge to spend the evening with her, and it was not her way to disappoint an expectation. Hyacinth made no comment on this speech. He received it in silence, looking at the girl gloomily. "I know what's passing in your mind," Millicent suddenly broke out. "Why don't you say it at once and give me a chance to contradict it? I oughtn't to care, but I do care." "Stop, stop! Don't let us fight." Hyacinth spoke in a tone of pleading weariness. She had never heard just that accent before. Millicent considered a moment. "I've a mind to play her false. She is a real lady, highly connected, and the best friend I have. I don't count men," the girl interpolated, smiling, "and there isn't one in the world I'd do such a thing for but you." "No, keep your promise. Don't play any one false," said Hyacinth. "Well, you are a gentleman," Miss Henning murmured, with a sweetness that her voice occasionally took. "Especially—" Hyacinth began, but he suddenly stopped. "Especially what? Something impudent, I'll engage. Especially as you don't believe me?" "Oh no, don't let's fight," he repeated. "Fight, my darling! I'd fight for you," Miss Henning declared. Hyacinth offered himself, after tea, the choice between a visit to Lady Aurora and a pilgrimage to Lisson Grove. He was in a little doubt about the former experiment, having an idea that her ladyship's family might have returned to Belgrave Square. He reflected, however, that he could not recognize that as a reason for not going to see her. His relations with her were not clandestine, and she had given him the kindest general invitation. If her august progenitors were at home, she was probably at dinner with them. He would take that risk. He had taken it before, without disastrous results. He was determined not to spend the evening alone, and he would keep the Poupins as a more substantial alternative in case her ladyship should not be able to receive him. As soon as the great portal in Belgrave Square was drawn open before him, he perceived that the house was occupied and animated, if the latter term might properly be applied to a place which had hitherto given Hyacinth the impression of a magnificent mausoleum. It was pervaded by subdued light and tall domestics. Hyacinth found himself looking down a kind of colonnade of colossal footmen, an array more imposing even than the retinue of the Princess at Medley. His inquiry died away on his lips, and he stood there struggling with dumbness. It was manifest to him that some high festival was taking place, at which his presence could only be deeply irrelevant, and when a large official out of livery, bending over him for a voice that faltered, suggested, not unencouragingly, that it might be Lady Aurora he wished to see, he replied in a low, melancholy accent, "Yes, yes, but it can't be possible." The butler took no pains to controvert this proposition verbally. He merely turned round, with a majestic air of leading the way, and as at the same moment two of the footmen closed the wings of the door behind the visitor, Hyacinth judged that it was his cue to follow him. In this manner, after traversing a passage where, in the perfect silence of the servants, he heard the shorter click of his plebeian shoes upon a marble floor, he found himself ushered into a small apartment lighted by a veiled lamp, which, when he had been left there alone, without further remark on the part of his conductor, he recognized as the scene, only now more amply decorated, of one of his former interviews. Lady Aurora kept him waiting a few moments, and then fluttered in with an anxious, incoherent apology. The same transformation had taken place in her own appearance as in the aspect of her parental halls. She had on a light-coloured, crumpled-looking, faintly rustling dress. Her head was adorned with a kind of languid plume terminating in little pink tips, and in her hand she carried a pair of white gloves. All her repressed eagerness was in her face, and she smiled as if she wished to anticipate any scruples or embarrassments on the part of her visitor. frankly recognizing the brilliancy of her attire and the startling implications it might convey. Hyacinth said to her that no doubt, on perceiving her family had returned to town, he ought to have backed out. He knew that must make a difference in her life. But he had been marched in spite of himself, and now it was clear that he had interrupted her at dinner. She answered that no one who asked for her at any hour was ever turned away. She had managed to arrange that, and she was very happy in her success. She didn't usually dine, there were so many of them, and it took so long. Most of her friends couldn't come at visiting hours, and it wouldn't be right that she shouldn't ever receive them. On that occasion she had been dining, but it was all over. She was only sitting there because she was going to a party. Her parents were dining out, and she was just in the drawing-room with some of her sisters. When they were alone it wasn't so long, though it was rather long afterwards when they went up again. It wasn't time yet. The carriage wouldn't come for nearly half an hour. She hadn't been to an evening thing for months and months, but, didn't he know, one sometimes had to do it. Lady Aurora expressed the idea that one ought to be fair all round, and that one's duties were not all of the same species. Some of them would come up from time to time that were quite different from the others. Of course it wasn't just, unless one did all, and that was why she was in for something to-night. It was nothing of consequence, only the family meeting the family, as they might do of a Sunday, at one of their houses. It was there that papa and mamma were dining. Since they had given her that room for any hour she wanted, it was really tremendously convenient. She had determined to do a party now and then, like a respectable young woman, because it pleased them, though why it should, to see her at a place, was more than she could imagine. She supposed it was because it would perhaps keep some people, a little, from thinking she was mad and not safe to be at large, which was of course a sort of thing that people didn't like to have thought of their belongings. Lady Aurora explained and expatiated with a kind of nervous superabundance. She talked more continuously than Hyacinth had ever heard her do before, and the young man saw that she was not in her natural equilibrium. He thought it scarcely probable that she was excited by the simple prospect of again dipping into the great world she had forsworn, and he presently perceived that he himself had an agitating effect upon her. Her senses were fine enough to make him feel that he revived certain associations and quickened certain wounds. She suddenly stopped talking, and the two of them sat there looking at each other in a kind of an occult community of suffering. Hyacinth made several mechanical remarks, explaining insufficiently why he had come, and in the course of a very few moments, quite independently of these observations, it seemed to him that there was a deeper, a measurelessly deep, confidence between them. A tacit confession passed and repassed, and each understood the situation of the other. They wouldn't speak of it. It was very definite that they would never do that, for there was something in their common consciousness that was inconsistent with the grossness of accusation. Besides, the grievance of each was an apprehension, an instinct of the soul, not a sharp, definite wrong supported by proof. It was in the air and in their restless pulses, and not in anything that they could exhibit or complain of. Strange enough, it seemed to Hyacinth that the history of each should be the counterpart of that of the other. What had each done but lose that which he or she had never had? Things had gone ill with them, but even if they had gone well, if the Princess had not combined with his friend in that manner which made his heart sink, and produced an effect exactly corresponding upon that of Lady Aurora, even in this case, what would prosperity, what would success, have amounted to? They would have been very barren. He was sure the singular creature before him would never have had a chance to take the unprecedented social step for the sake of which he was ready to go forth from Belgrave Square for ever. Hyacinth had judged the smallness of Paul Muniment's appetite for that complication sufficiently to have begun really to pity her ladyship long ago. And now, even when he most felt the sweetness of her sympathy, he might wonder what she could have imagined for him in the event of his not having been supplanted. What security, what completer promotion, what honourable, satisfying sequel? They were unhappy because they were unhappy, and they were right not to rail about that. "Oh, I like to see you. I like to talk with you," said Lady Aurora simply. They talked for a quarter of an hour, and he made her such a visit as any gentleman might have made to any lady. They exchanged remarks about the lateness of the spring, about the Loan Exhibition at Burlington House, which Hyacinth had paid his shilling to see, about the question of opening the museums on Sunday, about the danger of too much coddling legislation on behalf of the working classes. He declared that it gave him great pleasure to see any sign of her amusing self. It was unnatural never to do that, and he hoped that now she had taken a turn she would keep it up. At this she looked down smiling at her frugal finery, and then she replied, "I dare say I shall begin to go to balls. Who knows?" "That's what our friends in Audley Court think, you know, that it's the worst mistake you can make not to drink deeply of the cup while you have it." "Oh, I'll do it then. I'll do it for them," Lady Aurora exclaimed. "I dare say that as regards all that I haven't listened to them enough." This was the only allusion that passed on the subject of the muniments. Hyacinth got up. He had stayed long enough, as she was going out, and as he held out his hand to her she seemed to him a heroine. She would try to cultivate the pleasures of her class, if the brother and sister in Camberwell thought it right, try even to be a woman of fashion in order to console herself. Paul Muniment didn't care for her, but she was capable of considering that it might be her duty to regulate her life by the very advice that made an abyss between them. Hyacinth didn't believe in the success of this attempt. There passed before his imagination a picture of the poor lady coming home and pulling off her feathers for ever after an evening spent in watching the agitation of a ballroom from the outer edge of the circle with a white irresponsive face. "Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die," he said, laughing. "Oh, I don't mind dying." "I think I do," Hyacinth declared as he turned away. There had been no mention whatever of the Princess. It was early enough in the evening for him to risk a visit to Lisson Grove. He calculated that the Poupins would still be sitting up. When he reached their house he found this calculation justified. The brilliancy of the light in the window appeared to announce that Madame was holding a salon. He ascended to this apartment without delay. It was free to a visitor to open the house door himself, and, having knocked, obeyed the hostess's invitation to enter. Poupin and his wife were seated, with a third person, at a table in the middle of the room, round a staring kerosene lamp adorned with a globe of clear glass, of which the transparency was mitigated only by a circular pattern of bunches of grapes. The third person was his friend Schinkel, who had been a member of the little party that waited upon Hoffendahl. No one said anything as Hyacinth came in, but in their silence the three others got up, looking at him, as he thought, rather strangely. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "My child, you are always welcome," said Eustache Poupin, taking Hyacinth's hand in both his own and holding it for some moments. An impression had come to our young man immediately that they were talking about him before he appeared, and that they would rather have been left to talk at their ease. He even thought he saw in Poupin's face the kind of consciousness that comes from detection, or at least interruption, in a nefarious act. With Poupin, however, it was difficult to tell. He always looked so heated and exalted, so like a conspirator defying the approach of justice. Hyacinth contemplated the others. They were standing as if they had shuffled something on the table out of sight, as if they had been engaged in the manufacture of counterfeit coin. Poupin kept hold of his hand. The Frenchman's ardent eyes, fixed, unwinking, always expressive of the greatness of the occasion, whatever the occasion was, had never seemed to him to protrude so far from his head. "Ah, my dear friend, nous causions justement de vous," Eustache remarked, as if this were a very extraordinary fact. "Oh, nous causions," his wife exclaimed, as if to deprecate an indiscreet exaggeration. One may mention a friend, I suppose, in the way of conversation, without taking such a liberty." "A cat may look at a king, as your English proverb says," added Schinkel jocosely. He smiled so hard at his own pleasantry that his eyes closed up and vanished, an effect which Hyacinth, who had observed it before, thought particularly unbecoming to him, appearing as it did to administer the last perfection to his ugliness. He would have consulted his interests by cultivating immobility of feature. "Oh, a king, murmured Poupin, shaking his head up and down. "That's what it's not good to be, au point où nous en sommes." "I just came in to wish you good night," said Hyacinth. "I'm afraid it's rather late for a call, though Schinkel is here." "It's always too late, my very dear, when you come," the Frenchman rejoined. "You know if you have a place at our fireside." "I esteem it too much to disturb it," said Hyacinth, smiling and looking round at the three. "We can easily sit down. We are a comfortable party. Put yourself beside me." And the Frenchman drew a chair close to the one at the table that he had just quitted. "He has had a long walk. He is tired. He will certainly accept a little glass," Madame Poupin announced with decision, moving toward the tray containing the small gilded liqueur service. "We will each accept one, ma bonne. It is a very good occasion for a drop of fine," her husband interposed, while Hyacinth seated himself in the chair his hostess designated. Schinkel resumed his place, which was opposite. He looked across at Hyacinth without speaking, but his long face continued to flatten itself into a representation of mirth. He had on a green coat, which Hyacinth had seen before. It was a garment of ceremony, such as our young man judged it would have been impossible to procure in London or in any modern time. It was eminently German and of high antiquity, and had a tall, stiff, clumsy collar which came up to the wearer's ears and almost concealed his perpetual bandage. When Hyacinth had sat down, Eustache Poupin did not take possession of his own chair, but stood beside him, resting his hand on his head. At that touch something came over Hyacinth, and his heart sprang into his throat. The idea that occurred to him, conveyed in Poupin's whole manner as well as in the reassuring intention of that caress, and in his wife's uneasy, instant offer of refreshment, explained the embarrassment of the circle, and reminded our young man of the engagement he had taken with himself to exhibit an extraordinary quietness when a certain crisis in his life should have arrived. It seemed to him that this crisis was in the air, very near, that he should touch it if he made another movement. The pressure of the Frenchman's hand, which was meant as a solvent, only operated as a warning. As he looked across at Schinkel, he felt dizzy and a little sick. For a moment, to his senses, the room whirled round. His resolution to be quiet appeared only too easy to keep. He couldn't break it even to the extent of speaking. He knew that his voice would tremble, and that is why he made no answer to Schinkel's rather honeyed words, uttered after an hesitation. "Also, my dear Robinson, have you passed your Sunday well? Have you had a nappy day?" Why was every one so endearing? His eyes questioned the table, but it encountered nothing but its well-wiped surface, polished for so many years by the gustatory elbows of the Frenchman and his wife, and the lady's dirty pack of cards for patience (she had apparently been engaged in this exercise when Schinkel came in), which indeed gave a little the impression of gamblers surprised, who might have shuffled away the stakes. Madame Poupin, who had dived into a cupboard, came back with a bottle of green Chartreuse, an apparition which led the German to exclaim, "Lieber Gott, you French, how well you manage! What would you have more?" The hostess distributed the liquor, but Hyacinth was scarcely able to swallow it, though it was highly appreciated by his companions. His indifference to this luxury excited much discussion and conjecture, the others bandying theories and contradictions, and even ineffectual jokes about him, over his head, with a volubility which seemed to him unnatural. Poupin and Schinkel professed the belief that there must be something very curious the matter with a man who couldn't smack his lips over a drop of that tap. He must either be in love or have some still more insidious complaint. It was true that Hyacinth was always in love, that was no secret to his friends, and it had never been observed to stop his thirst. The Frenchwoman poured scorn on this view of the case, declaring that the effect of the tender passion was to make one enjoy one's victual, when everything went straight, bien entendu, and how could an ear be deaf to the whisperings of such a dear little bonhomme as Hyacinth? In proof of which she deposed that she had never eaten and drunk with such relish as at the time, it was far away now, when she had a soft spot in her heart for her rascal of a husband. For Madame Poupin to allude to her husband as a rascal indicated a high degree of conviviality. Hyacinth sat staring at the empty table with the feeling that he was, somehow, a detached, irresponsible witness of the evolution of his fate. Finally he looked up and said to his friends, collectively, "What on earth's the matter with you all?" And he followed this inquiry by an invitation that they should tell him what it was they had been saying about him since they admitted that he had been the subject of their conversation. Madame Poupin answered for them, that they had simply been saying how much they loved him, but that they wouldn't love him any more if he became suspicious and grincheux. She had been telling Mr. Shinkle's fortune on the cards, and she would tell Hyacinth's if he liked. There was nothing much for Mr. Shinkle, only that he would find something some day that he had lost, but would probably lose it again and serve him right if he did. He objected that he had never had anything to lose, and never expected to have, but that was a vain remark, inasmuch as the time was fast coming when every one would have something, though indeed it was to be hoped that he would keep it when he had got it. Eustache rebuked his wife for her levity, reminded her that their young friend cared nothing for old women's tricks, and said he was sure Hyacinth had come to talk over a very different matter, the question, he was so good as to take an interest in it, as he had done in everything that related to them, of the terms which M. Poupin might owe it to himself, to his dignity, to a just though not exaggerated sentiment of his value, to make in accepting Mr. Crookenden's offer of the foremanship of the establishment at Soho, an offer not yet formally enunciated, but visibly in the air and destined, it would seem at least, to arrive within a day or two. The old foreman was going to set up for himself. The Frenchman intimated that before accepting any such proposal he must have the most substantial guarantees. "Il me faudrait des conditions très particulières." It was singular to Hyacinth to hear M. Poupin talk so comfortably about these high contingencies, the chasm by which he himself was divided from the future having suddenly doubled in its width. His host and hostess sat down on either side of him, and Poupin gave a sketch in somewhat sombre tints of the situation in Soho, enumerating certain elements of decomposition which he perceived to be at work there, and which he would not undertake to deal with unless he should be given a completely free hand. Did Shinkle understand, and was that what Shinkle was grinning at? Did Shinkle understand that poor Eustache was the victim of an absurd hallucination, and that there was not the smallest chance of his being invited to assume a lieutenancy? He had less capacity for tackling the British workman to-day than when he began to rub shoulders with him, and Mr. Crookenden had never in his life made a mistake, at least in the use of his tools. Hyacinth's responses were few and mechanical, and he presently ceased to try to look as if he were entering into the Frenchman's ideas. "You have some news about me," he remarked abruptly to Shinkle. "You don't like it, you don't like to have to give it to me, and you came to ask our friends whether they wouldn't help you out with it. But I don't think they will assist you particularly, poor dears. Why do you mind? You oughtn't to mind more than I do. That isn't the way." Qu'est-ce qu'il dit, le pauvre chéri?" Madame Poupin demanded eagerly, while Shinkle looked very hard at her husband as if to ask for direction. "My dear child, vous vous faites des idées," the latter exclaimed, laying his hand on him remonstrantly. But Hyacinth pushed away his chair and got up. "If you have anything to tell me, it is cruel of you to let me see it, as you have done, and yet not satisfy me." "Why should I have anything to tell you?" Schinkel asked. "I don't know that, but I believe you have. I perceive things, I guess things quickly. That's my nature at all times, and I do it much more now." "You do it indeed. It is very wonderful," said Schinkel. "Mr. Schinkel, will you do me the pleasure to go away? I don't care where, out of this house," Madame Poupin broke out in French. "Yes, that will be the best thing, and I will go with you," said Hyacinth. "If you would retire, my child, I think it would be a service that you would render us," Poupin returned, appealing to his young friend. "Won't you do us the justice to believe that you may leave your interests in our hands?" Hyacinth hesitated a moment. It was now perfectly clear to him that Schinkel had some sort of message for him, and his curiosity as to what it might be had become nearly intolerable. "I am surprised at your weakness," he observed, as sternly as he could manage it, to Poupin. The Frenchman stared at him an instant, then fell on his neck. "You are sublime, my young friend, you are sublime." "Will you be so good as to tell me what you are doing with that young man?" demanded Madame Poupin, glaring at Schinkel. "It's none of your business, my poor lady," Hyacinth replied, disengaging himself from her husband. "Schinkel, I wish you would walk away with me." "Calmons-nous, entendons-nous, expliquons-nous. The situation is very simple," Poupin went on. "I will go with you if it will give you pleasure," said Schinkel, very obligingly to Hyacinth. "Then you will give me that letter first," Madame Poupin, erecting herself, declared to the German. "My wife, you are an imbecile!" Poupin groaned, lifting his hands and shoulders and turning away. "I may be an imbecile, but I won't be a party. No, God help me, not to that!" protested the Frenchwoman, planted before Schinkel as if to prevent his moving. "If you have a letter for me, you ought to give it to me," said Hyacinth to Schinkel. "You have no right to give it to any one else." "I will bring it to you in your house, my good friend," Schinkel replied, with a little wink that seemed to say that Madame Poupin would have to be considered. "Oh, in his house! I'll go to his house!" cried the lady. "I regard you, I have always regarded you as my child," she declared to Hyacinth. "And if this isn't an occasion for a mother—" "It's you that are making it an occasion. I don't know what you are talking about," said Hyacinth. He had been questioning Schinkel's eye, and he thought he saw there a little twinkle of assurance that he might really depend upon him. "I have disturbed you, and I think I had better go away." Poupin had turned round again. He seized the young man's arm eagerly, as if to prevent his retiring before he had given a certain satisfaction. "How can you care when you know everything is changed?" "What do you mean, everything is changed?" "Your opinions, your sympathies, your whole attitude. I don't approve of it, je le constate. You have withdrawn your confidence from the people, you have said things in this spot where you stand now that have given pain to my wife and me." "If we didn't love you, we should say that you had betrayed us," cried Madame Poupin quickly, taking her husband's idea. "Oh, I shall never betray you," said Hyacinth, smiling. "You will never betray us, of course you think so, but you have no right to act for the people when you have ceased to believe in the people. Il faut être conséquent, nom de Dieu," Poupin went on. "You will give up all thoughts of acting for me. Je ne permets pas ça," explained his wife. "It is probably not of importance, only a little fraternal greeting," Schinkel suggested soothingly. "We repudiate you, we deny you, we denounce you," shouted Poupin, more and more excited. "My poor friends, it is you who have broken down, not I," said Hyacinth. "I am much obliged to you for your solicitude, but the inconsequence is yours. At all events, good night." He turned away from them, and was leaving the room when Madame Poupin threw herself upon him, as her husband had done a moment before, but in silence, and with an extraordinary force of passion and distress. Being stout and powerful, she quickly got the better of him, and pressed him to her ample bosom in a long, dumb embrace. "I don't know what you want me to do," said Hyacinth, as soon as he could speak. "It's for me to judge of my convictions." "We want you to do nothing, because we know you have changed," Poupin replied. "Doesn't it stick out of you in every glance of your eye and every breath of your lips? It's only for that, because it alters everything." "Does it alter my engagement? There are some things in which one can't change. I didn't promise to believe. I promised to obey." "We want you to be sincere, that's the great thing," said Poupin edifyingly. "I will go to see them. I will make them understand." "Ah, you should have done that before," Madame Poupin groaned. "I don't know whom you are talking about, but I will allow no one to meddle in my affairs." Hyacinth spoke with sudden vehemence. The scene was cruel to his nerves, which were not in a condition to bear it. "When it is Hoffendahl, it is no good to meddle," Schinkel remarked, smiling. "And pray, who is Hoffendahl, and what authority has he got?" demanded Madame Poupin, who had caught his meaning. "Who has put him over us all, and is there nothing to do but to lie down in the dust before him? Let him attend to his little affairs himself, and not put them off on innocent children, no matter whether they are with us or against us." This protest went so far that, evidently, Poupin felt a little ashamed of his wife. "He has no authority but what we give him, but you know that we respect him, that he is one of the pure, ma bonne. Hyacinth can do exactly as he likes. He knows that as well as we do. He knows there is not a feather's weight of compulsion. He knows that, for my part, I long since ceased to expect anything from him." "Certainly there is no compulsion," said Schinkel. "It's to take or to leave. Only they keep the books." Hyacinth stood there before the three with his eyes on the floor. "Of course I can do as I like, and what I like is what I shall do. Besides, what are we talking about with such sudden passion?" he asked, looking up. "I have no summons, I have no sign. When the call reaches me, it will be time to discuss it. Let it come or not come, it's not my affair." "Certainly it is not your affair," said Schinkel. "I can't think why Monsieur Paul has never done anything all this time, knowing that everything is different now," Madame Poupin exclaimed. "Yes, my dear boy, I don't understand our friend," her husband remarked, watching Hyacinth with suspicious, contentious eyes. "It's none of his business any more than ours. It's none of anyone's business," Schinkel declared. "Muniment walks straight. The best thing you can do is to imitate him," said Hyacinth, trying to pass Poupin, who had placed himself before the door. "Promise me only this, not to do anything till I have seen you first," the Frenchman begged, almost piteously. "My poor old friend, you are very weak." And Hyacinth opened the door in spite of him, and passed out. "Ah, well, if you are with us, that's all I want to know," the young man heard him say, behind him, at the top of the stairs, in a different voice, a tone of sudden, exaggerated fortitude. End of Chapter 43. Chapter 44 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hyacinth hurried down and got out of the house, but he had not the least intention of losing sight of Schinkel. The odd behaviour of the Poupins was a surprise and annoyance, and he had wished to shake himself free from it. He was candidly astonished at the alarm they were so good as to feel for him, for he had never perceived that they had gone round to the hope that the note he had signed, as it were, to Hoffendahl, would not be presented. What had he said, what had he done, after all, to give them the right to fasten on him the charge of apostasy? He had always been a free critic of everything, and it was natural that on certain occasions, in the little parlour in Lisson Grove, he should have spoken in accordance with that freedom. But it was only with the Princess that he had permitted himself really to rail at the democracy, and given the full measure of his scepticism. He would have thought it indelicate to express contempt for the opinions of his old foreign friends, to whom associations that made them venerable were attached. And moreover, for Hyacinth, the change of heart was, in the nature of things, much more an occasion for a hush of publicity and a kind of retrospective reserve. It couldn't prompt one to aggression or jubilation. When one had but lately discovered what could be said on the opposite side, one didn't want to boast of one's sharpness, not even when one's new convictions cast shadows that looked like the ghosts of the old. Hyacinth lingered in the street, a certain distance from the house, watching for Shinkle's exit, and prepared to remain there if necessary till the dawn of another day. He had said to his friends just before that the manner in which the communication they looked so askance at should reach him was none of his business. It might reach him as it could. This was true enough in theory, but in fact his desire was overwhelming to know what Madame Poupin had meant by her allusion to a letter, destined for him, in Shinkle's possession, an allusion confirmed by Shinkle's own virtual acknowledgment. It was indeed this eagerness that had driven him out of the house, for he had reason to believe that the German would not fail him, and it galled his suspense to see the foolish Poupins try to interpose, to divert the missive from its course. He had waited and waited, in the faith that Shinkle was dealing with him in his slow, categorical, Teutonic way, and only objurgated the cabinet-maker for having in the first place paltered with his sacred trust. Why hadn't he come straight to him, whatever the mysterious document was, instead of talking it over with French featherheads? Passers were rare at this hour in Lisson Grove, and lights were mainly extinguished. There was nothing to look at but the vista of the low black houses, the dim interspaced street lamps, the prowling cats who darted occasionally across the road, and the terrible, mysterious, far-off stars, which appeared to him more than ever to see everything and to tell nothing. A policeman creaked along on the opposite side of the way, looking across at him as he passed, and stood for some minutes on the corner as if to keep an eye on him. Hyacinth had the leisure to reflect that the day was perhaps not far off when a policeman might have his eye on him for a very good reason, might walk up and down, pass and repass, as he mounted guard over him. It seemed horribly long before Shinkle came out of the house, but it was probably only half an hour. In the stillness of the street he heard Poupin let his visitor out, and at the sound he stepped back into the recess of a doorway on the same side, so that in looking out the Frenchman should not see him waiting. There was another delay, for the two stood talking together interminably and in a low tone on the doorstep. At last, however, Poupin went in again, and then Shinkle came down the street towards Hyacinth, who had calculated that he would proceed in that direction, it being, as Hyacinth happened to know, that of his own lodging. After he had heard Poupin go in, he stopped and looked up and down. It was evidently his idea that Hyacinth would be waiting for him. Our hero stepped out of the shallow recess in which he had been flattening himself, and came straight to him, and the two men stood there face to face in the dusky, empty, sordid street. "You didn't let them have the letter?" "Oh, no, I retained it," said Shinkle, with his eyes more than ever like invisible points. "Then hadn't you better give it to me?" "We will talk of that, we will talk." Shinkle made no motion to satisfy his friend. He had his hands in the pockets of his trousers, and his appearance was characterized by an exasperating assumption that they had the whole night before them. He was intolerably methodical. "Why should we talk? Haven't you talked enough with those people all the evening? What have they to say about it? What right have you to detain a letter that belongs to me?" "Erlauben Sie, I will light my pipe," the German remarked. And he proceeded to this business methodically, while Hyacinth's pale, excited face showed in the glow of the match that he ignited on the rusty railings beside them. "It is not yours unless I have given it to you," Shinkle went on as they walked along. "Be patient, and I will tell you," he added, passing his hand into his companion's arm. "Your way, not so? We will go down toward the park." Hyacinth tried to be patient, and he listened with interest when Shinkle said, "She tried to take it, she attacked me with her hands, but that was not what I went for, to give it up." "Is she mad? I don't recognize them," Hyacinth murmured. "No, but they lofe you." "Why, then, do they try to disgrace me?" "They think it is no disgrace if you have changed." "That's very well for her, but it's pitiful for him, and I declare it surprises me." "Oh, he came round and he helped me to resist. He pulled his wife off. It was the first shock," said Shinkle. "You oughtn't to have shocked them, my dear fellow," Hyacinth replied. "I was shocked myself. I couldn't help it." "Lord, how shaky you all are!" "You take it well. I am very sorry. But it is a fine chance," Shinkle went on, smoking away. His pipe for the moment seemed to absorb him, so that after a silence Hyacinth resumed. "Be so good as to reflect that all this while I don't in the least understand what you are talking about." "Well, it was this morning early," said the German. "You know, in my country we don't lie in bed late, and what they do in my country I try to do everywhere. I think it is good enough. In winter I get up, of course, long before the sun, and in summer I get up almost at the same time. I should see the fine spectacle of the sunrise if in London you could see. The first thing I do of a Sunday is to smoke a pipe at my window, which is at the front, you remember, and looks into a little dirty street. At that hour there is nothing to see there. You English are so slow to leave the bed. Not much, however, at any time. It is not important, my little street. But my first pipe is the one I enjoy most. I want nothing else when I have that pleasure. I look out at the new, fresh light, though in London it is not very fresh, and I think it is the beginning of another day. I wonder what such a day will bring, whether it will bring anything good to us poor devils. But I have seen a great many pass, and nothing has come. This morning, however, brought something at least to you. On the other side of the way I saw a young man who stood just opposite to my house, looking up at my window. He looked at me straight, without any ceremony, and I smoked my pipe and looked at him. I wondered what he wanted, but he made no sign and spoke no word. He was a nice young man. He had an umbrella, and he wore spectacles. We remained that way, face to face, perhaps for a quarter of an hour, and at last he took out his watch—he had a watch, too—and held it in his hand, just glancing at it every few minutes, as if to let me know that he would rather not give me the whole day. Then it came over me that he wanted to speak to me. You would have guessed that before, but we good Germans are slow. When we understand, however, we act, so I nodded to him to let him know I would come down. I put on my coat and my shoes, for I was only in my shirt and stockings, though of course I had on my trousers, and I went down into the street. When he saw me come he walked slowly away, but at the end of a little distance he waited for me. When I came near him I saw that he was a very nice young man indeed, very young, with a very pleasant, friendly face. He was also very neat, and he had gloves, and his umbrella was of silk. I liked him very much. He said I should come round the corner, so we went round the corner together. I thought there would be some one there waiting for us, but there was nothing, only the closed shops, and the early light, and a little spring mist, which told that the day would be fine. I didn't know what he wanted. Perhaps it was some of our business. That's what I first thought. And perhaps it was only a little game. So I was very careful. I didn't ask him to come into the house. Yet I told him that he must excuse me for not understanding more quickly that he wished to speak with me. And when I said that, he said it was not of consequence. He would have waited there for the chance to see me all day. I told him I was glad I had spared him that at least, and we had some very polite conversation. He was a very nice young man. But what he wanted was simply to put a letter in my hand. As he said himself, he was only a kind of private postman. He gave me the letter. It was not addressed, and when I had taken it, I asked how he knew, and if he wouldn't be sorry if it should turn out that I was not the man for whom the letter was meant. But I didn't give him a start. He told me he knew all it was necessary for him to know. He knew exactly what to do and how to do it. I think he is a valuable member. I asked him if the letter required an answer, and he told me he had nothing to do with that. He was only to put it in my hand. He recommended me to wait till I had gone into the house again to read it. We had a little more talk, always very polite, and he mentioned that he had come so early because he thought I might go out if he delayed. and because also he had a great deal to do and had to take his time when he could. It is true that he looked as if he had plenty to do, as if he was in some very good occupation. I should tell you that he spoke to me always in English, but he is not English. He sounded his words like some kind of foreigner. I suppose he is not German, or he would have spoken to me in German. But there are so many, of all countries. I said if he had so much to do I wouldn't keep him. I would go to my room and open my letter. He said it wasn't important, and then I asked him if he wouldn't come into my room also and rest. I told him it wasn't very handsome, my room, because he looked like a young man who would have for himself a very neat lodging. Then I found he meant it wasn't important that we should talk any more, and he went away without even offering to shake hands. I don't know if he had other letters to give, but he went away, as I have said, like a postman on his rounds, without giving me any more information. It took Schinkel a long time to unfold this story. His calm and conscientious thoroughness made no allowance for any painful acuteness of curiosity that Hyacinth might feel. He went from step to step and treated his different points with friendly explicitness, as if each would have exactly the same interest for his companion. The latter made no attempt to hurry him, and indeed he listened now with a kind of intense patience, for he was interested, and moreover it was clear to him that he was safe with Schinkel. The German would satisfy him in time, wouldn't worry him with attaching conditions to their transaction, in spite of the mistake he had made in going for guidance to Listen Grove. Hyacinth learned in due course that on returning to his apartment and opening the little packet of which he had been put into possession, Mr. Schinkel had found himself confronted with two separate articles, one a sealed letter superscribed with our young man's name, the other a sheet of paper containing in 3 lines a request that within 2 days of receiving it he would hand the letter to the young Robinson. The 3 lines in question were signed D.H., and the letter was addressed in the same hand. Schinkel professed that he already knew the writing. It was that of Dietrich Hoffendahl. "Good, good," he said, exerting a soothing pressure upon Hyacinth's arm. "I will walk with you to your door, and I will give it to you there, unless you like better that I should keep it till tomorrow morning, so that you may have a quiet sleep. I mean, in case it might contain anything that will be disagreeable to you. But it is probably nothing. It is probably only a word to say that you need think no more about your engagement." "Why should it be that?" Hyacinth asked. "Probably he has heard that you repent." "That I repent?" Hyacinth stopped him short just as they reached the top of Park Lane. "To whom have I given a right to say that?" "Ah, well, if you haven't, so much the better. It may be, then, for some other reason." "Don't be an idiot, Schinkel," Hyacinth returned as they walked along; and in a moment he went on, "What the devil did you go and tattle to the Poupins for?" "Because I thought they would like to know. Besides, I felt my responsibility. I thought I should carry it better if they knew it. And then, I'm like them. I love you." Hyacinth made no answer to this profession. He asked the next instant, "Why didn't your young man bring the letter directly to me?" "Ah, I didn't ask him that. The reason was probably not complicated, but simple, that those who wrote it knew my address and didn't know yours. And wasn't I one of your guarantors?" "Yes, but not the principal one. The principal one was Muniment. Why was the letter not sent to me through him?" "My dear Robinson, you want to know too many things. Depend upon it, there are always good reasons. I should have liked it better if it had been Muniment. But if they didn't send it to him—" Schinkel interrupted himself. The remainder of his sentence was lost in a cloud of smoke. "Well, if they didn't send it to him," Hyacinth persisted. "You're a great friend of his. How can I tell you?" At this Hyacinth looked up at his companion askance, and caught an odd glance, accompanied with a smile, which the mild, circumspect German directed toward him. "If it's anything against him, my being his friend makes me just the man to hear it. I can defend him." "Well, it's a possibility that they are not satisfied." "How do you mean it, not satisfied?" "How shall I say it? That they don't trust him." "Don't trust him! And yet they trust me." "Ah, my boy, depend upon it, there are reasons," Schinkel replied; and in a moment he added, "They know everything, everything. Oh, they go straight." The pair pursued the rest of their course for the most part in silence, Hyacinth being considerably struck with something that dropped from his companion in answer to a question he asked as to what Eustache Poupin had said when Schinkel, that evening, first told him what he had come to see him about. "Il vaut du gamme, il vaut du gamme." That was the German's version of the Frenchman's words, and Hyacinth repeated them over to himself several times, almost with the same accent. They had a certain soothing effect. In fact, the good Schinkel was soothing altogether, as our hero felt when they stopped at last at the door of his lodging in Westminster, and stood there face to face, while Hyacinth waited. The sharpness of his impatience had passed away, and he watched without irritation the loving manner in which the German shook the ashes out of his big pipe and laid it to rest in its coffin. It was only after he had gone through this business, with his usual attention to every detail of it, that he said, "Also, now for the letter," and putting his hand inside of his waistcoat, drew forth the important document. It passed instantly into Hyacinth's grasp, and our young man transferred it to his own pocket without looking at it. He thought he saw a shade of disappointment in Schinkel's ugly, kindly face at this indication that he should have no present knowledge of its contents; but he liked that better than his pretending to say again that it was nothing, that it was only a release. Schinkel had now the good sense, or the good taste, not to repeat that remark, and as the letter pressed against his heart, Hyacinth felt still more distinctly that it was something, that it was a command. What Schinkel did say in a moment was, "Now that you have got it, I am very glad. It is more comfortable for me." "I should think so!" Hyacinth exclaimed. "If you hadn't done your job, you would have paid for it." Schinkel hesitated a moment while he lingered; then, as Hyacinth turned away, putting in his door key, he replied, "And if you don't do yours, so will you." "Yes, as you say, they go straight. Good night." And our young man let himself in. The passage and staircase were never lighted, and the lodgers either groped their way bedward with the infallibility of practice, or scraped the wall with a casual match which, in the milder gloom of day, was visible in 100 rich streaks. Hyacinth's room was on the second floor, behind, and as he approached it he was startled by seeing a light proceed from the crevice under the door, the imperfect fitting of which was in this manner vividly illustrated. He stopped and considered this mysterious brightness, and his first impulse was to connect it with the incident just ushered in by Schinkel, for what could anything that touched him now be but a part of the same business? It was natural that some punctual emissary should be awaiting him. Then it occurred to him that when he went out to call on Lady Aurora after tea, he had simply left a tallow candle burning, and that it showed a cynical spirit on the part of his landlady, who could be so close-fisted for herself, not to have gone in and put it out. Lastly, it came over him that he had had a visitor in his absence, and that the visitor had taken possession of his apartment till his return, seeking sources of comfort, as was perfectly just. When he opened the door he found that this last provision was the right one, though his visitor was not one of the figures that had risen before him. Mr. Vetch sat there, beside the little table at which Hyacinth did his writing, with his head resting on his hand and his eyes bent on the floor. He looked up when Hyacinth appeared and said, "Oh, I didn't hear you. You are very quiet." "I come in softly when I'm late for the sake of the house, though I am bound to say I am the only lodger who has that refinement. Besides, you have been asleep," Hyacinth said. "No, I have not been asleep," returned the old man. "I don't sleep much nowadays." "Then you have been plunged in meditation." "Yes, I have been thinking." Then Mr. Vetch explained that the woman of the house wouldn't let him come in at first till he had given proper assurances that his intentions were pure, and that he was, moreover, the oldest friend Mr. Robinson had in the world. He had been there for an hour. He thought he might find him, coming so late. Hyacinth answered that he was very glad he had waited, and that he was delighted to see him, and expressed regret that he hadn't known in advance of his visit, so that he might have something to offer him. He sat down on his bed, vaguely expectant. He wondered what special purpose had brought the fiddler so far at that unnatural hour. But he only spoke the truth in saying that he was glad to see him. Hyacinth had come upstairs in a tremor of desire to be alone with the revelation that he carried in his pocket, yet the sight of Anastasius Vetch gave him a sudden relief by postponing solitude. The place where he had put his letter seemed to throb against his side, yet he was thankful to his old friend for forcing him still to leave it so. "I have been looking at your books," the fiddler said. "You have 2 or 3 exquisite specimens of your own. Oh yes, I recognize your work when I see it. There are always certain little finer touches. You have a manner like a master. With such a talent, such a taste, your future leaves nothing to be desired. You will make a fortune and become a great celebrity." Mr. Vetch sat forward to sketch this vision. He rested his hands on his knees and looked very hard at his young friend, as if to challenge him to dispute his flattering views. The effect of what Hyacinth saw in his face was to give him immediately the idea that the fiddler knew something, though it was impossible to guess how he could know it. The Poupins, for instance, had had no time to communicate with him, even granting that they were capable of that baseness, an unwarrantable supposition, in spite of Hyacinth's having seen them less than an hour before, falls so much below their own standard. With this suspicion there rushed into Hyacinth's mind an intense determination to dissemble before the visitor to the last. He might imagine what he liked, but he should not have a grain of satisfaction, or rather he should have that of being led to believe, if possible, that his suspicions were positively vain and idle. Hyacinth rested his eyes on the books that Mr. Vetch had taken down from the shelf, and admitted that they were very pretty work, and that so long as one didn't become blind or maimed, the ability to produce that sort of thing was a legitimate source of confidence. Then, suddenly, as they continued simply to look at each other, the pressure of the old man's curiosity, the expression of his probing, beseeching eyes, which had become strange and tragic in these latter times and completely changed their character, grew so intolerable that to defend himself Hyacinth took the aggressive and asked him boldly whether it was simply to look at his work, of which he had 6 specimens in Lomax Place, that he had made a nocturnal pilgrimage. "My dear old friend, you have something on your mind, some fantastic fear, some extremely erroneous idée fixe. Why has it taken you to-night in particular? Whatever it is, it has brought you here at an unnatural hour, you don't know why. I ought, of course, to be thankful to anything that brings you here, and so I am, in so far as that it makes me happy. But I can't like it if it makes you miserable. You're like a nervous mother whose baby's in bed upstairs. She goes up every 5 minutes to see if he's all right, if he isn't uncovered or hasn't tumbled out of bed. Dear Mr. Vetch, don't worry. The blanket's up to my chin, and I haven't tumbled yet." Hyacinth heard himself say these things as if he were listening to another person. The impudence of them under the circumstances seemed to him somehow so rare. But he believed himself to be on the edge of an episode in which impudence evidently must play a considerable part, and he might as well try his hand at it without delay. The way the old man gazed at him might have indicated that he, too, was able to take the measure of his perversity, that he knew he was false as he sat there declaring that there was nothing the matter, while a brand-new revolutionary commission burned in his pocket. But in a moment Mr. Vetch said very mildly, as if he had really been assured, "It's wonderful how you read my thoughts. I don't trust you. I think there are beastly possibilities. It's not true, at any rate, that I come to look at you every 5 minutes. You don't know how often I have resisted my fears, how I have forced myself to let you alone." You had better let me come and live with you, as I proposed after Penny's death. Then you will have me always under your eyes," said Hyacinth, smiling. The old man got up eagerly, and, as Hyacinth did the same, laid his hands upon his shoulders, holding him close. "Will you now, really, my boy? Will you come to-night?" "To-night, Mr. Vetch?" "To-night has worried me more than any other. I don't know why. After my tea I had my pipe in a glass, but I couldn't keep quiet. I was very, very bad. I got to thinking of Penny. She seemed to be in the room. I felt as if I could put out my hand and touch her. If I believed in ghosts, I should believe I had seen her. She wasn't there for nothing. She was there to add her fears to mine, to talk to me about you. I tried to hush her up, but it was no use. She drove me out of the house. About 10 o'clock I took my hat and stick and came down here. You may judge whether I thought it important, as I took a cab." "Ah, why do you spend your money so foolishly?" asked Hyacinth, in a tone of the most affectionate remonstrance. "Will you come to-night?" said the old man, for all rejoinder, holding him still. "Surely it would be simpler for you to stay here. I see perfectly that you are ill and nervous. You can take the bed, and I'll spend the night in the chair." The fiddler thought a moment. "No, you'll hate me if I subject you to such discomfort as that, and that's just what I don't want." "It won't be a bit different in your room. There, as here, I shall have to sleep in a chair." "I'll get another room. We shall be close together," the fiddler went on. "Do you mean you'll get another room at this hour of the night, with your little house stuffed full and your people all in bed? My poor Anastasius, you are very bad. Your reason totters on its throne," said Hyacinth, humorously and indulgently. "Very good, we'll get a room to-morrow. I'll move into another house where there are two side by side." Hyacinth's tone was evidently soothing to him. "Comme vous y allez," the young man continued. "Excuse me if I remind you that in case of my leaving this place I have to give a fortnight's notice." "Ah, you're backing out!" the old man exclaimed, dropping his hands. "Penny wouldn't have said that," Hyacinth returned. "If you are acting, if you are speaking at the prompting of her pure spirit, you had better act and speak exactly as she would have done. She would have believed me." "Believed you? Believed what? What is there to believe? If you'll make me a promise, I will believe that." "I'll make you any promise you like," said Hyacinth. "Oh, any promise I like! That isn't what I want. I want just one very particular little pledge, and that is really what I came here for to-night. It came over me that I've been an ass all this time, never to have demanded it of you before. Give it to me now, and I will go home quietly and leave you in peace." Hyacinth, assenting in advance, requested again that he would formulate his demand, and then the old man said, "Well, promise me that you will never, under any circumstances whatever, do anything." "Do anything?" "Anything that those people expect of you." "Those people?" Hyacinth repeated. "Ah, don't torment me with pretending not to understand," the old man begged. "You know the people I mean. I can't call them by their names because I don't know them. But you do, and they know you." Hyacinth had no desire to torment Mr. Betch, but he was capable of reflecting that to enter into his thought too easily would be tantamount to betraying himself. "I suppose I know the people you have in mind," he said in a moment, "but I'm afraid I don't grasp the idea of the promise." "Don't they want to make use of you?" "I see what you mean," said Hyacinth. "You think they want me to touch off some train for them. Well, if that's what troubles you, you may sleep sound. I shall never do any of their work." A radiant light came into the fiddler's face, and he stared as if this assurance were too fair for nature. "Do you take your oath on that? Never anything, anything, anything?" "Never anything at all." "Will you swear it to me by the memory of that good woman of whom we have been speaking, and whom we both loved?" "My dear old Penny's memory? Willingly." The old man sank down in his chair and buried his face in his hands. The next moment his companion heard him sobbing. 10 minutes later he was content to take his departure, and Hyacinth went out with him to look for a cab. They found an ancient four-wheeler stationed languidly at a crossing of the ways, and before Mr. Vetch got into it he asked his young friend to kiss him. That young friend watched the vehicle get itself into motion and rattle away. He saw it turn a neighboring corner. Then he approached the nearest gas lamp and drew from his breast pocket the letter that Schinkel had given him. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "And Madame Grandoni, then?" asked Hyacinth, reluctant to turn away. He felt pretty sure he should never knock at that door again, and the desire was strong in him to see once more, for the last time, the ancient troubled suivante of the Princess, whom he had always liked. She had seemed to him ever to be in the slightly ridiculous position of a confidant of tragedy, in whom the heroine should have ceased to confide. "È andata via, caro signorino," said Assunta, smiling at him as he stood there holding the door open. "She has gone away? Bless me, when did she go?" "It is now 5 days, dear young sir. She has returned to our country." "Is it possible?" exclaimed Hyacinth disappointedly. "È possibilissimo," said Assunta. Then she added, "There were many times when she almost went, but this time, capisce?" And without finishing her sentence, the Princess's Roman tirewoman indulged in a subtle, suggestive, indefinable play of eyebrows, to which her hands and shoulders contributed, as well as her lips and eyebrows. Hyacinth looked at her long enough to catch any meaning that she might have wished to convey, but gave no sign of apprehending it. He only remarked gravely, "In short, she is no longer here." "And the worst is that she will probably never come back. She didn't go for a long time, but when she decided herself, it was finished," Assunta declared. "Peccato," she added with a sigh. "I should have liked to see her again. I should like to bid her good-bye." Hyacinth lingered there in strange, melancholy vagueness. Since he had been told the Princess was not at home, he had no reason for remaining, save the possibility that she might return before he turned away. This possibility, however, was small, for it was only 9 o'clock, the middle of the evening, too early an hour for her to reappear, if, as Assunta said, she had gone out after tea. He looked up and down the crescent, gently swinging his stick, and became conscious in a moment that Assunta was regarding him with tender interest. "You should have come back sooner, then perhaps she wouldn't have gone, povera vecchia," she rejoined in a moment. "It is too many days since you have been here. She liked you, I know that." "She liked me, but she didn't like me to come," said Hyacinth. "Wasn't that why she went, because we came?" "Ah, that other one, with the long legs, yes. But you are better." "The Princess doesn't think so, and she is the right judge," Hyacinth replied, smiling. Who knows what she thinks? It is not for me to say. But you had better come in and wait. I dare say she won't be long, and it would gratify her to find you." Hyacinth hesitated. "I am not sure of that." Then he asked, "Did she go out alone?" "Sola, sola," said Assunta, smiling. "Oh, don't be afraid. You were the first." And she flung open the door of the little drawing-room with an air of irresistible solicitation and sympathy. He sat there nearly an hour in the chair the Princess habitually used, under her shaded lamp, with a dozen objects around him which seemed as much a part of herself as if they had been folds of her dress or even tones of her voice. His thoughts were tremendously active, but his body was too tired for restlessness. He had not been at work, and had been walking about all day to fill the time, so that he simply reclined there with his head on one of the Princess's cushions, his feet on one of her little stools, one of the ugly ones that belonged to the house, and his respiration coming quickly, like that of a man in a state of acute agitation. Hyacinth was agitated now, but it was not because he was waiting for the Princess. a deeper source of emotion had been opened to him, and he had not on the present occasion more sharpness of impatience than had already visited him at certain moments of the past 20 hours. He had not closed his eyes the night before, and the day had not made up for that torment. A fever of reflection had descended upon him, and the range of his imagination had been wide. It whirled him through circles of immeasurable compass. And this is the reason that, thinking of many things while he sat in the Princess's chair, he wondered why, after all, he had come to Madeira Crescent, and what interest he could have in seeing the lady of the house. He had a very complete sense that everything was over between them, that the link had snapped which bound them so closely together for a while. And this was not simply because for a long time now he had received no sign nor communication from her, no invitation to come back, no inquiry as to why his visits had stopped. It was not because he had seen her go in and out with Paul Muniment, nor because it had suited Prince Casamassima to point the moral of her doing so, nor even because, quite independently of the prince, he believed her to be more deeply absorbed in her acquaintance with that superior young man than she had ever been in her relations with himself. The reason, so far as he became conscious of it in his fitful meditations, could only be a strange, detached curiosity, strange and detached because everything else of his past had been engulfed in the abyss that opened before him as after Mr. Vetch had left him he stood under the lamp in a paltry Westminster street. That had swallowed up all familiar feelings, and yet out of the ruin had sprung the impulse which brought him to where he sat. The solution of his difficulty, he flattered himself he had arrived at it, involved a winding up of his affairs, and though even if no solution had been required, he would have felt clearly that he had been dropped, yet as even in that case it would have been sweet to him to bid her good-bye, so at present the desire for some last vision of her own hurrying fate could still appeal to him. If things had not gone well for him, he was still capable of wondering whether they looked better for her. It is a singular fact, but there rose in his mind a sort of incongruous desire to pity her. All these were odd feelings enough, and by the time half an hour had elapsed they had throbbed themselves into weariness and into slumber. While he remembered that he was waiting now in a very different frame from that in which he waited for her in South Street the first time he went to see her, he closed his eyes and lost himself. His unconsciousness lasted, he afterwards perceived, nearly half an hour. It terminated in his becoming aware that the lady of the house was standing before him. Assunta was behind her, and as he opened his eyes she took from her mistress the bonnet and mantle of which the princess divested herself. "It's charming of you to have waited," the latter said, smiling down at him with all her old kindness. "You are very tired. Don't get up. That's the best chair, and you must keep it." She made him remain where he was. She placed herself near him on a smaller seat. She declared that she was not tired herself, that she didn't know what was the matter with her. Nothing tired her now, she exclaimed, on the time that had elapsed since he had last called, as if she were reminded of it simply by seeing him again, and she insisted that he should have some tea. He looked so much as if he needed it. She considered him with deeper attention, and wished to know what was the matter with him, what he had done to use himself up, adding that she must begin and look after him again, for while she had the care of him that kind of thing didn't happen. In response to this Hyacinth made a great confession. He admitted that he had stayed away from work and simply amused himself by loafing about London all day. This didn't pay. He was beginning to discover it as he grew older. It was doubtless a sign of increasing years when one began to perceive that wanton pleasures were hollow, and that to stick to one's tools was not only more profitable but more refreshing. However, he did stick to them as a general thing. That was no doubt partly why, from the absence of the habit of it, a day off turned out to be rather a grind. When Hyacinth had not seen the princess for some time, he always, on meeting her again, had a renewed, tremendous sense of her beauty, and he had it to-night in an extraordinary degree. Splendid as that beauty had ever been, it seemed clothed at present in transcendent glory, and, if that which was already supremely fine could be capable of greater refinement, to have worked itself free of all earthly grossness and been purified and consecrated by her new life. Her gentleness, when she was in the mood for it, was quite divine. It had always the irresistible charm that it was the humility of a high spirit, and on this occasion she gave herself up to it. Whether it was because he had the consciousness of resting his eyes upon her for the last time, or because she wished to be particularly pleasant to him in order to make up for having, amid other preoccupations, rather dropped him of late, it was probable the effect was a product of both causes. At all events, the sight of her loveliness seemed none the less a privilege than it had done the night he went into her box at the play, and her presence lifted the weight from his soul. He suffered himself to be coddled, and absently, even if radiantly, smiled at, and his state of mind was such that it could produce no alteration of his pain to see that on the princess's part these were inexpensive gifts. She had sent Assunta to bring them tea, and when the tray arrived she gave him cup after cup with every restorative demonstration. But he had not sat with her a quarter of an hour before he perceived that she scarcely measured a word he said to her or a word that she uttered herself. If she had the best intention of being nice to him by way of compensation, this compensation was for a wrong that was far from vividly present to her mind. 2 points became perfectly clear. One was that she was thinking of something very different from her present, her past, or her future relations with Hyacinth Robinson. The other was that he was superseded indeed. This was so completely the case that it did not even occur to her, it was evident, that the sense of supersession might be cruel to the young man. If she was charming to him, it was because she was good-natured and he had been hanging off, and not because she had done him an injury. Perhaps, after all, she hadn't, for he got the impression that it might be no great loss of comfort not to constitute part of her life to-day. It was manifest from her eye, from her smile, from every movement and tone, and indeed from all the irradiation of her beauty, that that life to-day was tremendously wound up. If he had come to Madeira Crescent because he was curious to see how she was getting on, it was sufficiently intimated to him that she was getting on well, that is, that she was living more than ever on high hopes and bold plans and far-reaching combinations. These things, from his own point of view, ministered less to happiness, and to be mixed up with them was perhaps not so much greater a sign that one had not lived for nothing than the grim arrangement which, in the interest of peace, he had just arrived at with himself. She asked him why he had not been to see her for so long, quite as if this failure were only a vulgar form of social neglect, and she scarcely seemed to notice whether it were a good or a poor excuse when he said he had stayed away because he knew her to be extremely busy. But she did not deny the impeachment. She admitted that she had been busier than ever in her life before. She looked at him as if he would know what that meant, and he remarked that he was very sorry for her. "Because you think it's all a mistake. Yes, I know that. Perhaps it is, but if it is, it's a magnificent one. If you were scared about me 3 or 4 months ago, I don't know what you would think to-day. If you knew, I have risked everything." "Fortunately, I don't know," said Hyacinth. "No, indeed. How should you? And to tell the truth," he went on, "that is really the reason I haven't been back here till to-night. I haven't wanted to know. I have feared and hated to know." "Then why did you come at last?" Hyacinth hesitated a moment. "Out of a kind of inconsistent curiosity." "I suppose, then, you would like me to tell you where I've been to-night, eh?" "No, my curiosity is satisfied. I have learned something, what I mainly wanted to know, without your telling me." "Ah, you mean whether Madame Grandoni was gone. I suppose Assunta told you?" "Yes, Assunta told me, and I was sorry to hear it." The Princess looked grave, as if her old friend's departure had been indeed a very serious incident. "You may imagine how I feel it. It leaves me completely alone. It makes, in the eyes of the world, an immense difference in my position. However, I don't consider the eyes of the world. At any rate, she couldn't put up with me any more. It appears that I am more and more shocking, and it was written." On Hyacinth's asking what the old lady would do, she replied, "I suppose she will go and live with my husband." 5 minutes later she inquired of him whether the same reason that he had mentioned just before was the explanation of his absence from Audley Court. Mr. Muniment had told her that he had not been near him and his sister for more than a month. "No, it isn't the fear of learning something that would make me uneasy, because somehow in the first place it isn't natural to feel uneasy about Paul, and in the second, if it were, he never lets one see anything. It is simply the general sense of real divergence of view. When that divergence becomes sharp, it is better not to pester each other." "I see what you mean, but you might go and see his sister." "I don't like her," said Hyacinth simply. "Ah, neither do I!" the Princess exclaimed, while her visitor remained conscious of the perfect composure, the absence of false shame, with which she referred to their common friend. But she was silent after this, and he judged that he had stayed long enough, and sufficiently taxed her preoccupied attention. He got up and was bidding her good night when she checked him by saying suddenly, "By the way, you're not going to see so good a friend as Mr. Muniment because you disapprove to-day of his work, suggests to me that you will be in an awkward fix with your disapprovals the day you are called upon to serve the cause according to your vow." "Oh, of course I have thought of that," said Hyacinth, smiling. "And would it be indiscreet to ask what you have thought?" "Ah, so many things, Princess. It would take me a long time to say. I have never talked to you about this, because it seemed to me indelicate, and the whole thing too much of a secret of your own breast for even so intimate a friend as I have been to have a right to meddle with it. But I have wondered much, seeing that you cared less and less for the people, how you would reconcile your change of heart with the performance of your engagement. I pity you, my poor friend," the Princess went on, with a heavenly sweetness, "for I can imagine nothing more terrible than to find yourself face to face with such an engagement, and to feel at the same time that the spirit which prompted it is dead within you." "Terrible, terrible, most terrible," said Hyacinth gravely, looking at her. "But I pray God it may never be your fate." The Princess hesitated a moment. Then she added, "I see you feel it. Heaven help us all." She paused, then went on. "Why shouldn't I tell you, after all? A short time ago I had a visit from Mr. Vetch." "It was kind of you to see him," said Hyacinth. "He was delightful, I assure you. But do you know what he came for? To beg me on his knees to snatch you away." "To snatch me away?" "From the danger that hangs over you. Poor man, he was very pathetic." "Oh yes, he has talked to me about it," Hyacinth said. "He has picked up the idea, but he knows nothing whatever about it. And how did he expect that you would be able to snatch me?" "He left that to me. He had only a general conviction of my influence with you." "And he thought you would exercise it to make me back out? He does you injustice. You wouldn't," Hyacinth exclaimed with a laugh. "In that case, taking one false position with another, yours would be no better than mine." "Oh, speaking seriously, I am perfectly quiet about you and about myself. I know you won't be called," the Princess returned. "May I inquire how you know it?" After a slight hesitation she replied, "Mr. Muniment tells me so." "And how does he know it?" "We have information. My dear fellow," the Princess went on, "you are so much out of it now that if I were to tell you, you wouldn't understand." "Yes, no doubt I am out of it, but I still have a right to say all the same, in contradiction to your imputation of a moment ago, that I care for the people exactly as much as I ever did." "My poor Hyacinth, my dear, infatuated little aristocrat, was that ever very much?" the Princess asked. "It was enough, and it is still enough, to make me willing to lay down my life for anything that will really help them." "Yes, and of course you must decide for yourself what that is, or rather what it's not." "I didn't decide when I gave my promise. I agreed to take the decision of others," Hyacinth said. "Well, you said just now that in relation to this business of yours you had thought of many things," the Princess rejoined. "Have you ever, by chance, thought of anything that will help the people?" "You call me fantastic names, but I'm one of them myself." "I know what you are going to say," the Princess broke in. "You are going to say that it will help them to do what you do, to do their work and earn their wages. That's beautiful so far as it goes. But what do you propose for the thousands and thousands for whom no work, on the overcrowded earth, under the pitiless heaven, is to be found? There is less and less work in the world, and there are more and more people to do the little that there is. The old ferocious selfishnesses must come down. They won't come down gracefully, so they must be smashed." The tone in which the Princess uttered these words made Hyacinth's heart beat fast, and there was something so inspiring in her devoted fairness that the vision of a great heroism flashed up again before him, in all the splendour it had lost. The idea of a tremendous risk and an unregarded sacrifice. Such a woman as that, at such a moment, made every scruple seem a prudence, and every compunction a cowardice. "I wish to God I could see it as you see it!" he exclaimed, after he had looked at her a minute in silent admiration. "I see simply this, that what we are doing is at least worth trying, and that as none of those who have the power, the place, the means, will try anything else, on their head be the responsibility, on their head be the blood." "Princess," said Hyacinth, clasping his hands and feeling that he trembled, "dearest Princess, if anything should happen to you—" and his voice fell, the horror of it, a dozen hideous images of her possible perversity and her possible punishment were again before him, as he had already seen them in sinister musings. They seemed to him worse than anything he had imagined for himself. She threw back her head, looking at him almost in anger. "To me! And pray why not to me? What title have I to exemption, to security, more than any one else? Why am I so sacrosanct and so precious?" "Simply because there is no one in the world, and there never has been any one in the world, like you." "Oh, thank you," said the Princess, with a kind of dry impatience, turning away. The manner in which she spoke put an end to their conversation. It expressed an indifference to what it might interest him to think about it to-day, and even a contempt for it which brought tears to his eyes. His tears, however, were concealed by the fact that he bent his head over her hand, which he had taken to kiss, after which he left the room without looking at her. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "I have received a letter from your husband," Paul Muniment said to the Princess, the next evening, as soon as he came into the room. He announced this fact with a kind of bald promptitude, and with a familiarity of manner which showed that his visit was one of a closely connected series. The Princess was evidently not a little surprised by it, and immediately asked how in the world the Prince could know his address. "Couldn't it have been by your old lady?" Muniment inquired. "He must have met her in Paris. It is from Paris that he writes." "What an incorrigible cad!" the Princess exclaimed. "I don't see that, for writing to me. I have his letter in my pocket, and I will show it to you if you like." "Thank you, nothing would induce me to touch anything he has touched," the Princess replied. "You touch his money, my dear lady," Muniment remarked, with the quiet smile of a man who sees things as they are. The Princess hesitated a little. "Yes, I make an exception for that, because it hurts him. It makes him suffer." "I should think, on the contrary, it would gratify him by showing you in a condition of weakness and dependence." "Not when he knows I don't use it for myself. What exasperates him is that it is devoted to ends that he hates almost as much as he hates me, and yet which he can't call selfish." "He doesn't hate you," said Muniment, with that tone of pleasant reasonableness that he used when he was most imperturbable. "His letter satisfies me of that." The princess stared at this, and asked him what he was coming to, whether he was leading up to advising her to go back and live with her husband. "I don't know that I would go so far as to advise," he replied, "when I have so much benefit from seeing you here on your present footing. That wouldn't sound well. But I'll just make bold to prophesy that you will go before very long." "And on what does that extraordinary prediction rest?" "On this plain fact, that you will have nothing to live upon. You decline to read the prince's letter, but if you were to look at it, it would give you evidence of what I mean. He informs me that I need count upon no more supplies from your hands, as you yourself will receive no more." "He addresses you that way, in plain terms?" "I can't call them very plain, because the letter is written in French, and I naturally have had a certain difficulty in making it out, in spite of my persevering study of the tongue and the fine example set me by poor Robinson. But that appears to be the gist of the matter." "And you can repeat such an insult to me without the smallest apparent discomposure? You're the most remarkable man!" the princess broke out. "Why is it an insult? It is the simple truth. I do take your money," said Paul Muniment. "You take it for a sacred cause. You don't take it for yourself." "The prince isn't obliged to look at that," Muniment rejoined, laughing. His companion was silent for a moment. Then, "I didn't know you were on his side," she replied gently. "Oh, you know on what side I am." "What does he know? What business has he to address you so?" "I suppose he knows from Madame Grandoni. She has told him that I have great influence upon you." "She was welcome to tell him that!" the princess exclaimed. "His reasoning, therefore, has been that when I find you have nothing more to give to the cause, I will let you go." "Nothing more? And does he count me, myself, and every pulse of my being, every capacity of my nature, as nothing?" the princess cried, with shining eyes. "Apparently he thinks that I do." "Oh, as for that, after all, I have known that you care far more for my money than for me, but it has made no difference to me," said the princess. "Then you see that by your own calculation the prince is right." "My dear sir," Muniment's hostess replied, "my interest in you never depended on your interest in me. It depended wholly on a sense of your great destinies. I suppose that what you began to tell me is that he stops my allowance." "From the 1st of next month. He has taken legal advice. It is now clear, so he tells me, that you forfeit your settlements." "Can I not take legal advice too?" the princess asked. "Surely I can contest that. I can forfeit my settlements only by an act of my own. The act that led to our separation was his act. He turned me out of the house by physical violence." "Certainly," said Muniment, displaying even in this simple discussion his easy aptitude for argument. "But since then there have been acts of your own." He stopped a moment, smiling. Then he went on. "Your whole connection with a secret society constitutes an act, and so does your exercise of the pleasure, which you appreciate so highly, of feeding it with money extorted from an old Catholic and princely family. You know how little it is to be desired that these matters should come to light." "Why in the world need they come to light? Allegations in plenty, of course, he would have, but not a particle of proof. Even if Madame Grandoni were to testify against me, which is inconceivable, she would not be able to produce a definite fact." "She would be able to produce the fact that you had a little bookbinder staying for a month in your house." "What has that to do with it?" the princess demanded. "If you mean that that is a circumstance which would put me in the wrong as against the prince, is there not on the other side this circumstance, that while our young friend was staying with me, Madame Grandoni herself, a person of the highest and most conspicuous respectability, never saw fit to withdraw from me her countenance and protection? Besides, why shouldn't I have my bookbinder, just as I might have, and the prince should surely appreciate my consideration in not having, my physician and my chaplain?" "Am I not your chaplain?" said Muniment with a laugh. "And does the bookbinder usually dine at the princess's table?" "Why not, if he's an artist? In the old times, I know, artists dined with the servants, but not to-day." "That would be for the court to appreciate," Mudiment remarked; and in a moment he added, "Allow me to call your attention to the fact that Madame Grandoni has left you, has withdrawn her countenance and protection." "Ah, but not for Hyacinth," the Princess returned, in a tone which would have made the fortune of an actress if an actress could have caught it. "For the bookbinder or for the chaplain it doesn't matter. But that's only a detail," said Mudiment. "In any case, I shouldn't in the least care for your going to law." The Princess rested her eyes upon him for a while in silence, and at last she replied, "I was speaking just now of your great destinies, but every now and then you do something, you say something, that makes me doubt of them. It's when you seem afraid. That's terribly against your being a first-rate man." "Oh, I know, you have thought me a coward from the first of your knowing me. But what does it matter? I haven't the smallest pretension to being a first-rate man." "Oh, you are deep and you are provoking," murmured the Princess with a sombre eye. "Don't you remember," Mudiment continued, without heeding this somewhat passionate ejaculation, "don't you remember how, the other day, you accused me of being not only a coward, but a traitor, of playing false, of wanting, as you said, to back out?" "Most distinctly. How could I help its coming over me at times that you have incalculable ulterior views and are only using me, only using us all? But I don't care." "No, no, I'm genuine," said Paul Mudiment simply, yet in a tone which might have implied that the discussion was idle; and he immediately went on with a transition too abrupt for perfect civility. "The best reason in the world for your not having a lawsuit with your husband is this, that when you haven't a penny left, you will be obliged to go back and live with him." "How do you mean, when I haven't a penny left? Haven't I my own property?" the Princess demanded. "The Prince tells me that you have drawn upon your own property at such a rate that the income to be derived from it amounts, to his positive knowledge, to no more than 1,000 francs, £40 a year. Surely with your habits and tastes you can't live on £40. I should add that your husband implies that your property originally was but a small affair." "You have the most extraordinary tone," observed the Princess gravely. "What you appear to wish to express is simply this, that from the moment I have no more money to give you, I am of no more value than the skin of an orange." Mudiment looked down at his shoe for a while. His companion's words had brought a flush into his cheek. He appeared to admit to himself and to her that at the point at which their conversation had arrived there was a natural difficulty in his delivering himself. But presently he raised his head, showing a face still slightly embarrassed, but none the less bright and frank. "I have no intention whatever of saying anything harsh or offensive to you, but since you challenge me, perhaps it is well that I should let you know that I do consider that in giving your money, or rather your husband's, to our business, you gave the most valuable thing you had to contribute." "This is the day of plain truths," the Princess exclaimed, with a laugh that was not expressive of pleasure. "You don't count then any devotion, any intelligence, that I may have placed at your service, even rating my faculties modestly?" "I count your intelligence, but I don't count your devotion, and one is nothing without the other. You are not trusted at headquarters." "Not trusted!" the Princess repeated with her splendid stare. "Why, I thought I could be hanged to-morrow." "They may let you hang, perfectly, without letting you act. You are liable to be weary of us," Paul Mudiment went on, "and indeed I think you are weary of us already." "Ah, you must be a first-rate man, you are such a brute," replied the Princess, who noticed, as she had noticed before, that he pronounced weary, "worry." "I didn't say that you were weary of me," said Mudiment, blushing again. "You can never live poor. You don't begin to know the meaning of it." "Oh no, I am not tired of you," the Princess returned in a strange tone. "In a moment you will make me cry with passion, and no man has done that for years. I was very poor when I was a girl," she added in a different manner. "You yourself recognized it just now in speaking of the insignificant character of my fortune." "It had to be a fortune to be insignificant," said Muniment, smiling. "You will go back to your husband." To this declaration she made no answer whatever. She only sat looking at him in a sort of desperate calmness. "I don't see, after all, why they trust you more than they trust me," she remarked. "I am not sure that they do," said Muniment. "I have heard something this evening which suggests that." "And may one know what it is?" "A communication which I should have expected to be made through me has been made through another person." "A communication?" "To Hyacinth Robinson." "To Hyacinth?" The Princess sprang up. She had turned pale in a moment. "He has got his ticket, but they didn't send it through me." "Do you mean his orders? He was here last night," the Princess said. "A fellow named Schinkel, a German, whom you don't know, I think, but who was a sort of witness, with me and another, of his undertaking, came to see me this evening. It was through him the summons came, and he put Hyacinth up to it on Sunday night." "On Sunday night?" The Princess stared. "Why, he was here yesterday, and he talked of it, and he told me nothing." "That was quite right of him, bless him!" Muniment exclaimed. The Princess closed her eyes a moment, and when she opened them again Muniment had risen and was standing before her. "What do they want him to do?" she asked. "I am like Hyacinth. I had better not tell you, at least till it's over." "And when will it be over?" "They give him several days, and I believe minute instructions," said Muniment, "with, however, considerable discretion in respect to seizing his chance. The thing is made remarkably easy for him. All this I know from Schinkel, who himself knew nothing on Sunday, being a mere medium of transmission, but who saw Hyacinth yesterday morning." "Schinkel trusts you, then?" the Princess remarked. Muniment looked at her steadily a moment. "Yes, but he won't trust you. Hyacinth is to receive a card of invitation to a certain big house," he went on, "a card with the name left in a blank, so that he may fill it out himself. It is to be good for each of 2 grand parties, which are to be given at a few days' interval. That's why they give him the job, because at a grand party he'll look in his place." "He will like that," said the Princess musingly, "repaying hospitality with a pistol shot." "If he doesn't like it, he needn't do it." The Princess made no rejoinder to this, but in a moment she said, "I can easily find out the place you mean, the big house where 2 parties are to be given at a few days' interval, and where the master is worth your powder." "Easily, no doubt. And do you want to warn him?" "No, I want to do the business first, so that it won't be left for another. If Hyacinth will look in his place at a grand party, should not I look still more in mine? And, as I know the individual, I should be able to approach him without exciting the smallest suspicion." Muniment appeared to consider her suggestion a moment, as if it were practical and interesting, but presently he added placidly, "To fall by your hand would be too good for him." "However he falls, it will be useful, valuable?" the Princess asked. "It's worth trying. He's a very bad institution." "And you don't mean to go near Hyacinth?" "No, I wish to leave him free," Muniment answered. "Ah, Paul Muniment," murmured the Princess, "you are a first-rate man." She sank down upon the sofa and sat looking up at him. "In God's name, why have you told me this?" she broke out. "So that you should not be able to throw it up at me later that I had not." She threw herself over, burying her face in the cushions, and remained so for some minutes in silence. Muniment watched her a while without speaking, but at last he remarked, "I don't want to aggravate you, but you will go back." The words failed to cause her even to raise her head, and after a moment he quietly went out. End of Chapter 46. Chapter 47 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That the Princess had done with him forever, remained the most vivid impression that Hyacinth had carried away from Madeira Crescent the night before. He went home, and he flung himself on his narrow bed, where the consolation of sleep again descended upon him. But he woke up with the earliest dawn, and the beginning of a new day was a quick revival of pain. He was overpast. He had become vague. He was extinct. The things that Sholto had said to him came back to him, and the compassion of foreknowledge that Madame Grandoni had shown him from the first. Of Paul Muniment he only thought to wonder whether he knew. An insurmountable desire to do justice to him, for the very reason that there might be a temptation to oblique thoughts, forbade him to challenge his friend even in imagination. He vaguely wondered whether he would ever be superseded, but this possibility faded away in a stronger light, a kind of dazzling vision of some great tribuneship which swept before him now and again, and in which the figure of the princess herself seemed merged and extinguished. When full morning came at last, and he got up, it brought with it, in the restlessness which made it impossible to him to remain in his room, a return of that beginning of an answerless question. After all, which the princess had planted there the night before, when she spoke so bravely in the name of revolution. After all, since nothing else was tried, or would apparently ever be tried. He had a sense of his mind, which had been made up, falling to pieces again, but that sense in turn lost itself in a shudder which was already familiar, the horror of the reappearance on his part of the imbrued hands of his mother. This loathing of the idea of a repetition had not been sharp, strangely enough, till his summons came. In all his previous meditations the growth of his reluctance to act for the party of action had not been the fear of a personal stain, but the simple extension of his observation. Yet now the idea of the personal stain made him horribly sick. It seemed by itself to make service impossible. It rose before him like a kind of backward accusation of his mother. To suffer it to start out in the life of her son was in a manner to place her own forgotten, redeemed pollution again in the eye of the world. The thought that was most of all with him was that he had time. He had time. He was grateful for that, and saw a kind of delicacy in their having given him a margin, not condemned to be pressed by the hours. He had another day, he had 2 days, he might take 3, he might take several. He knew he should be terribly weary of them before they were over, but for that matter they would be over whenever he liked. Anyhow, he went forth again into the streets, into the squares, into the parks, solicited by an aimless desire to steep himself yet once again in the great indifferent city which he knew and loved, and which had had so many of his smiles and tears and confidences. The day was grey and damp, though no rain fell, and London had never appeared to him to wear more proudly and publicly the stamp of her imperial history. He passed slowly to and fro over Westminster Bridge, and watched the black barges drift on the great brown river, and looked up at the huge fretted palace that rose there as a fortress of the social order which he, like the young David, had been commissioned to attack with a sling and a pebble. At last he made his way to St. James's Park, and he strolled about a long time. He revolved around it, and he went a considerable distance up the thoroughfare that communicates with Pimlico. He stopped at a certain point and came back again, and then he retraced his steps in the former direction. He looked in the windows of shops, and he looked in particular into the long glazed expanse of that establishment in which, at that hour of the day, Millicent Henning discharged superior functions. Millicent's image had descended upon him after he came out, and now it moved before him as he went, it clung to him, it refused to quit him. He made, in truth, no effort to drive it away. He held fast to it in return, and it murmured strange things in his ear. She had been so jolly to him on Sunday. She was such a strong, obvious, simple nature, with such a generous breast and such a freedom from the sophistries of civilization. All that he had ever liked in her came back to him now with a finer air, and there was a moment during which he hung over the rail of the bridge that spans the lake in St. James's Park, and mechanically followed the movement of the swans, when he asked himself whether at bottom he hadn't liked her better almost than any one. He tried to think he had, he wanted to think he had, and he seemed to see the look her eyes would have if he should tell her that he had. Something of that sort had really passed between them on Sunday, only the business that had come up since had superseded it. Now the taste of the vague, primitive comfort that his Sunday had given him came back to him, and he asked himself whether he mightn't know it a second time. After he had thought he couldn't again wish for anything, he found himself wishing that he might believe there was something Millicent could do for him. Mightn't she help him? Mightn't she even extricate him? He was looking into a window, not that of her own shop, when a vision rose before him of a quick flight with her for an undefined purpose to an undefined spot, and he was glad at that moment to have his back turned to the people in the street, because his face suddenly grew red to the tips of his ears. Again and again, all the same, he indulged in the reflection that spontaneous, uncultivated minds often have inventions, inspirations. Moreover, whether Millicent should have any or not, he might at least feel her arms around him. He didn't exactly know what good it would do him or what door it would open, but he should like it. The sensation was not one he could afford to defer, but the nearest moment at which he could enjoy it would be that evening. He had thrown over everything, but she would be busy all day. Nevertheless, it would be a gain, it would be a kind of foretaste to see her earlier, to have 3 words with her. He wrestled with the temptation to go into her haberdasher's, because he knew she didn't like it (he had tried it once of old), as the visits of gentlemen, even when ostensible purchasers (there were people watching about who could tell who was who), compromised her in the eyes of her employers. This was not an ordinary case, however, and though he hovered about the place a long time, undecided, embarrassed, half ashamed, at last he went in, as by an irresistible necessity. He would just make an appointment with her, and a glance of the eye and a single word would suffice. He remembered his way through the labyrinth of the shop. He knew that her department was on the 2nd floor. He walked through the place, which was crowded, as if he had as good a right to it as any one else, and as he had entertained himself on rising with putting on his holiday garments, in which he made such a distinguished little figure, he was not suspected of any purpose more nefarious than that of looking for some nice thing to give a lady. He ascended the stairs and found himself in a large room where made-up articles were exhibited, and where, though there were 20 people in it, a glance told him he shouldn't find Millicent. She was perhaps in the next one, into which he passed by a wide opening. Here also were numerous purchasers, most of them ladies, the men were but 3 or 4, and the disposal of the wares was in the hands of neat young women attired in black dresses with long trains. At first it appeared to Hyacinth that the young woman he sought was even here not within sight, and he was turning away to look elsewhere, when suddenly he perceived that a tall gentleman standing in the middle of the room was none other than Captain Sholto. It next became plain to him that the person standing upright before the captain, as still as a lay figure, and with her back turned to Hyacinth, was the object of his own quest. In spite of her averted face, he instantly recognized Millicent. He knew her shop attitude, the dressing of her hair behind, and the long, grand lines of her figure draped in the last new thing. She was exhibiting this article to the captain, and he was lost in contemplation. He had been beforehand with Hyacinth as a false purchaser, but he imitated a real one better than our young man, as, with his eyes travelling up and down the front of Millicent's person, he frowned consideringly, and rubbed his lower lip slowly with his walking-stick. Millicent stood admirably still, and the back view of the garment she displayed was magnificent. Hyacinth for a minute stood as still as she. At the end of that minute he perceived that Sholto saw him, and for an instant he thought he was going to direct Millicent's attention to him. But Sholto only looked at him very hard for a few seconds without telling her he was there. To enjoy that satisfaction he would wait till the interloper was gone. Hyacinth gazed back at him for the same length of time. What these two pairs of eyes said to each other requires perhaps no definite mention, and then turned away. That evening, about 9 o'clock, the Princess Casamassima drove in a hansom to Hyacinth's lodgings in Westminster. The door of the house was a little open, and a man stood on the steps smoking his big pipe and looking up and down. The Princess, seeing him while she was still at some distance, had hoped he was Hyacinth, but he proved to be a very different figure indeed from her devoted young friend. He had not a forbidding countenance, but he looked very hard at her as she descended from her hansom and approached the door. She was used to being looked at hard, and she didn't mind this. She supposed he was one of the lodgers in the house. He edged away to let her pass, and watched her while she endeavored to impart an elasticity of movement to the limp bell-pull beside the door. It gave no audible response, so that she said to him, "I wish to ask for Mr. Hyacinth Robinson. Perhaps you can tell me?" "Yes, I too," the man replied, smiling. "I have come also for that." The Princess hesitated a moment. "I think you must be Mr. Schinkel. I have heard of you." "You know me by my bad English," her interlocutor remarked, with a sort of benevolent coquetry. "Your English is remarkably good. I wish I spoke German as well. Only just a hint of an accent, and evidently an excellent vocabulary." "I think I have heard also of you," said Schinkel appreciatively. "Yes, we know each other in our circle, don't we? We are all brothers and sisters." The Princess was anxious; she was in a fever, but she could still relish the romance of standing in a species of back slum and fraternizing with a personage looking like a very tame horse whose collar galled him. "Then he's at home, I hope. He is coming down to you?" she went on. "That's what I don't know. I am waiting." "Have they gone to call him?" Schinkel looked at her while he puffed his pipe. "I have called him myself, but he will not say." "How do you mean, he will not say?" "His door is locked. I have knocked many times." "I suppose he is out," said the Princess. "Yes, he may be out," Schinkel remarked judicially. He and the Princess stood a moment looking at each other, and then she asked, "Have you any doubt of it?" "Oh, es kann sein. Only the woman of the house told me 5 minutes ago that he came in." "Well, then, he probably went out again," the Princess remarked. "Yes, but she didn't hear him." The Princess reflected, and was conscious that she was flushing. She knew what Schinkel knew about their young friend's actual situation, and she wished to be very clear with him, and to induce him to be the same with her. She was rather baffled, however, by the sense that he was cautious, and justly cautious. He was polite and inscrutable, quite like some of the high personages, ambassadors and cabinet ministers, whom she used to meet in the great world. "Has the woman been here in the house ever since?" she asked in a moment. "No, she went out for 10 minutes, half an hour ago." "Surely, then, he may have gone out again in that time!" the Princess exclaimed. "That is what I have thought. It is also why I have waited here," said Schinkel. "I have nothing to do," he added serenely. "Neither have I," the Princess rejoined. "We can wait together." "It's a pity you haven't got some room," the German suggested. "No, indeed, this will do very well. We shall see him sooner when he comes back." "Yes, but perhaps it won't be for long." "I don't care for that. I will wait. I hope you don't object to my company," she went on, smiling. "It is good, it is good," Schinkel responded through his smoke. "Then I will send away my cab." She returned to the vehicle and paid the driver, who said, "Thank you, my lady," with expression, and drove off. "You gave him too much," observed Schinkel when she came back. "Oh, he looked a nice man. I'm sure he deserved it." "It is very expensive," Schinkel went on sociably. "Yes, and I have no money, but it's done. Was there no one else in the house while the woman was away?" the Princess asked. "No, the people are out. She has only single men. I asked her that. She has a daughter, but the daughter has gone to see her cousin. The mother went only 100 yards, round the corner there, to buy a pennyworth of milk. She locked this door and put the key in her pocket. She stayed at the grocer's where she got the milk to have a little conversation with a friend she met there. You know, ladies always stop like that, nicht wahr? It was half an hour later that I came. She told me that he was at home, and I went up to his room. I got no sound, as I have told you. I came down and spoke to her again, and she told me what I say." "Then you determined to wait, as I have done," said the Princess. "Oh yes, I want to see him." "So do I, very much." The Princess said nothing more for a minute. Then she added, "I think we want to see him for the same reason." "Das kann sein, das kann sein." The two continued to stand there in the brown evening, and they had some further conversation of a desultory and irrelevant kind. At the end of 10 minutes the Princess broke out in a low tone, laying her hand on her companion's arm. "Mr. Schinkel, this won't do. I'm intolerably nervous." "Yes, that is the nature of ladies," the German replied imperturbably. "I wish to go up to his room," the Princess pursued. "You will be so good as to show me where it is?" "It will do you no good if he is not there." The Princess hesitated. "I am not sure he is not there." "Well, if he won't speak, it shows he likes better not to have visitors." "Oh, he may like to have me better than he does you!" the Princess exclaimed. "Das kann sein, das kann sein." But Schinkel made no movement to introduce her into the house. "There is nothing to-night. You know what I mean," the Princess remarked, after looking at him a moment. "Nothing to-night?" "At the Duke's. The first party is on Thursday, the other is next Tuesday." "Schön. I never go to parties," said Schinkel. "Neither do I." "Except that this is a kind of party, you and me," suggested Schinkel. "Yes, and the woman of the house doesn't approve of it." The footstep of the personage in question had become audible in the passage through the open door, which was presently closed from within with a little reprehensive bang. Something in this incident appeared to quicken exceedingly the Princess's impatience and emotion. The menace of exclusion from the house made her wish more even than before to enter it. "For God's sake, Mr. Schinkel, take me up there. If you won't, I will go alone," she pleaded. Her face was white now, and it need hardly be added that it was beautiful. The German considered it a moment in silence, then turned and reopened the door and went in, followed closely by his companion. There was a light in the lower region, which tempered the gloom of the staircase, as high, that is, as the first floor. The ascent the rest of the way was so dusky that the pair went slowly, and Schinkel led the Princess by the hand. She gave a suppressed exclamation as she rounded a sharp turn in the second flight. "Good God! Is that his door with the light?" "Yes, you can see under it. There was a light before," said Schinkel, without confusion. "And why, in heaven's name, didn't you tell me?" "Because I thought it would worry you." "And it doesn't worry you?" "A little, but I don't mind," said Schinkel. "Very likely he may have left it." "He doesn't leave candles," the Princess returned with vehemence. She hurried up the few remaining steps to the door, and paused there with her ear against it. Her hand grasped the handle, and she turned it, but the door resisted. Then she murmured, pantingly, to her companion, "We must go in, we must go in." "What will you do when it's locked?" he inquired. "You must break it down." "It is very expensive," said Schinkel. "Don't be abject!" cried the Princess. "In a house like this the fastenings are certainly flimsy. They will easily yield." "And if he is not there? If he comes back and finds what we have done?" She looked at him a moment through the darkness, which was mitigated only by the small glow proceeding from the chink. "He is there! Before God, he is there!" "Schön, schön," said her companion, as if he felt the contagion of her own dread, but was deliberating and meant to remain calm. The Princess assured him that one or two vigorous thrusts with his shoulder would burst the bolt. It was sure to be some wretched morsel of tin, and she made way for him to come close. He did so, he even leaned against the door, but he gave no violent push, and the Princess waited with her hand against her heart. Schinkel apparently was still deliberating. At last he gave a low sigh. "I know they found him the pistol. It is only for that," he murmured, and the next moment Christina saw him sway sharply to and fro in the gloom. She heard a crack and saw that the lock had yielded. The door collapsed. They were in the light. They were in a small room which looked full of things. The light was that of a single candle on the mantel. It was so poor that for a moment she made out nothing definite. Before the moment was over, however, her eyes had attached themselves to the small bed. There was something on it, something black, something ambiguous, something outstretched. Schinkel held her back, but only for an instant. She saw everything, and with the very act she flung herself beside the bed upon her knees. Hyacinth lay there as if he were asleep, but there was a horrible thing, a mess of blood, on the bed, in his side, in his heart. His arm hung limp beside him, downwards, off the narrow couch. His face was white, and his eyes were closed. So much Schinkel saw, but only for an instant. A convulsive movement of the Princess, bending over the body, while a strange low cry came from her lips, covered it up. He looked about him for the weapon, for the pistol, but the Princess, in her rush at the bed, had pushed it out of sight with her knees. "It's a pity they found it. If he hadn't had it there!" he exclaimed to her. He had determined to remain calm, so that on turning round at the quick advent of the little woman of the house, who had hurried up, white, scared, staring, at the sound of the crashing door, he was able to say very quietly and gravely, "Mr. Robinson has shot himself through the heart. He must have done it while you were fetching the milk." The Princess got up, hearing another person in the room, and then Schinkel perceived the small revolver lying just under the bed. He picked it up and carefully placed it on the mantel-shelf, keeping, equally carefully, to himself the reflection that it would certainly have served much better for the Duke. End of Chapter 47. End of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James.